And we're live here in the playoffs. Wild card weekend here on Monday Night Football. Your Pittsburgh Steelers, their first home playoff game in a half decade as their first division championship. After last week, man, Tyler Loop missing the 44-yard field goal. Pittsburgh wins the division championship, and now we are here with an opportunity to win our first playoff game in 9 seasons. Welcome into the Steelers Talk live watch party here for Wild Card Weekend. I am your host, Jack Sperry. We've been waiting all weekend. We have watched all 5 other wild card matchups around the National Football League. This week, waiting patiently for tonight's ball game in a maybe not frigid, but certainly a colder Acrisure Stadium, where the warm weather Texans that play in a dome that are used to playing on turf, they got to play on the frozen tundra of Acrisure Stadium in the Steel City tonight, baby. I am so pumped up to share tonight with you guys, and hopefully we can celebrate our first playoff victory in almost a decade here in the City of Champions, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And hopefully Aaron Rodgers is the one to deliver it for us. Welcome into the show, guys. Ponzi, let's talk about it, man, because this has been what we have been waiting for all season long. This is what all the offseason content and the waiting for Aaron Rodgers and all the watch parties this year, it all leads to this. Do or die, win or go home. I mean, technically you are home tonight, but you guys get the picture. We're looking for our first playoff win in almost a decade. 9 seasons we have been waiting for this opportunity here to get this home playoff game tonight. You lost at home to the Jacksonville Jaguars. You lost at home to the Cleveland Browns. You lost on the road to Kansas City, lost on the road to Buffalo, and lost on the road to Baltimore. Those are the last 5 playoff games that you have lost, and most of them, the defense has given up over 30 points in those games. You've been blown out in most of those football games, Ponzi. Hopefully tonight it's a different story, and I like our chances to at least be in the ball game tonight.
And I think the difference between this team and those other 5 teams is that, like, the quarterback play. Aaron Rodgers has been good for the Steelers. He's been the best quarterback since prime Big Ben, and I think that, within Rodgers' realm, being able to, have those clutch drives, have that pedigree in the playoffs, be able to know what it takes to win. And, I mean, we saw that last week against the Ravens. Win or go home game, play-in game. If Rodgers delivered in the clutch, of course, Tyler Loop missed the game-winning field goal. But, I mean, this team, it feels a lot different, doesn't it, Sperry? It
does feel different to me. It doesn't, listen, man, over the last several years, the Steelers have backed their way into the playoffs, where they've set themselves up nicely, and then they kind of, peter off at the end of the season. They don't have the quarterback play needed to win a playoff game, and by the time they make the playoffs, nobody really believes in them. I think this year it's different. I think this year, with Aaron Rodgers at quarterback, with a dynamic running back duo in Jaylen Warren and Kenny Gainwell, with DK Metcalf being back in this game after a 2-game suspension, he's got fresh legs. TJ Watt has fresh legs after a few weeks off after his partially collapsed lung. He said he felt great last week, and he says he feels even better this week. You got a defensive line that is getting after quarterbacks. This is a Houston Texans team. We're going to talk about it, Ponzi, that not only is not used to playing in the cold, the real feel on the field tonight at Acrisure is supposed to be in the mid to low 20s, and it's going to be windy a little bit in Pittsburgh this evening. So it's not going to be comfortable for a guy in C.J. Stroud who hasn't played a whole lot in the cold in his career, and when he hasn't exactly played his best football. And it's also a team that's used to playing on turf in a dome stadium. I think they've only played on real, actual grass like 2 or 3 times this entire season, Ponzi. So it's going to be a completely new, playing surface for them. It's going to be a completely new weather environment for them. They're used to being comfortable. They're used to being able to, go really fast on that turf. That's not going to be the case tonight, man. It's going to be completely new for that Texans offense. And by the way, that offense in Houston, not exactly lighting it up, man. I mean, I know C.J. Stroud is very talented. talented, but man, something tells me, Ponzi, that this is going to be a defensive matchup. It's going to come down to, which quarterback can make the least amount of mistakes, and hopefully the Steelers and Aaron Rodgers can pull it out at the end of it. But listen, man, the stakes are pretty simple for this game, just like it was last week, right? Pittsburgh wins, they move on, and they will play the New England Patriots in Foxborough next weekend, likely on Sunday Night Football, all right? That's not confirmed yet, but, I mean, with the Steelers and Texans playing on Monday Night Football, I think it would be only fair for them to get the later game next Sunday on divisional weekend. So if the Steelers win, they likely have another primetime game. I think it would be at 6:30 Eastern, if I'm not mistaken, or 6:30 Central. Would it be 7:30 Eastern? I can't remember the time of next. I think it's 7:30 Eastern is when the Sunday Night Football game is next week. So that's when the Steelers would play them. And by the way, the Steelers have already beaten the New England Patriots on the road in Gillette Stadium. 6:30 Eastern. So, okay, got it. So 6:30 Eastern, if the Steelers win today, is likely when they're going to be playing the Patriots. Obviously, Ponzi, they'd be on a short week because the Patriots played last night on Sunday Night Football. But, I think that's maybe the advantage that they've earned by getting the higher seed. And, the Steelers would have to overcome that adversity. By the way, last time, the game that kind of kickstarted this playoff losing streak, Ponzi, AFC Championship game in the 2016 season in Gillette Stadium, losing to Tom Brady and the New England Patriots. It'd be great to go back there right after we break this curse here in Pittsburgh, hopefully tonight. But again, if the Steelers lose, the season is over. We kickstart our offseason coverage here on Steelers Talk tomorrow. The season comes to a screeching halt, and that will be the 9th straight season here in Pittsburgh under head coach Mike Tomlin without a playoff win. Now, some people might count last week's game as a playoff win because it technically was a playoff game, winning in, losing you're out, versus the Baltimore Ravens, and the Steelers won that game, but this is an official playoff game, and the Steelers haven't won one of these in quite some time, and, the fan base is getting antsy, and they're getting impatient, and for good reason. Mike Tomlin and the Steelers better come ready to deliver the goods here this evening. Now, I want to see who the real ones are. Down there in the comment section, we've already got over 500, almost 600 people in the chat. Who are the real ones? Here over an hour and a half before kickoff. We got Kurgan Cold in the chat. What's up, Kurgan? We got Fluffy. We've got Ali the Holy. We've got Robert Maxwell. We got Lil Jesus, Steeli. We've got Robert Locke, Zara Craig. By the way, we did get a couple of Venmos that we'll get to here momentarily. We got number one Steelers fan. We've got Enzo. We got Seville. We got John. Type those real ones in the chat if you are here with us here tonight and you're ready to watch some Steelers football in one of the biggest games the Steelers have had in a very long time. JT Clover. Of course, my lovely fiance Cassie Voth is in the chat. Everyone say hi to Cassie. We've got Fluffy in here. We got Will. We've got Rodolfo. Eugene Payne is here. Got Steelers Dad. Got DJ KJ. Got Fluffy. Got Troy Philip Abuga. We got a good crew of Steelers fans, man. And over the next hour and a half, we're going to be getting you guys ready to kick things off in Pittsburgh for this playoff matchup between the Steelers and Texans. You guys are going to know everything you guys need to know heading into this matchup before we kick things off, if you guys stay tuned. But before we get into the rest of today's pregame show here on Steelers Talk, let's have word from our sponsor tonight here at Prize Picks. It is officially the new year, guys. 2026 is finally here, and in my opinion, this is the best time of the year for watching sports. Bowl games, playoff games, basketball and hockey season is now in full swing. It's all happening all at once. And while all that is going on, there's one place where it feels so good to be right, and that's Prize Picks. Prize Picks is super simple to play. Just pick more than or less than on at least 2 player stat projections, and if you get your picks right, you could cash in. My favorite feature about Prize Picks is how you play is up to you guys. If you want a little bit more flexibility, you can choose the flex play where you can get paid even if one of your picks misses. And if you're feeling really strong about a particular lineup and want a bigger payout, you can go for the power play. No matter how you play, though, Prize Picks is a great way to put your takes to the test and make some money. That is, if you know ball. So for tonight's wild card playoff matchup, I'm taking the less on passing yards for C.J. Stroud, the more on receptions for Kenneth Gainwell, and the more on receiving receiving yards for Pat Freiermuth. You guys can download the Prize Picks app today and use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. Now, it's not required by any stretch of the imagination, guys. All we care about is that you love the Pittsburgh Steelers and you want to watch some football with us here this evening. But if you guys are so generous to send some dollars our way and donate to the show, we would greatly appreciate any and all contributions. All of the dollars that you guys send in on these streams go directly back to the channel. So we're currently working on a new graphics package here on Steelers Talk. So if you guys want to help contribute to that, that'd be great. Also, we got to keep the lights on, pay for equipment, do all the different stuff that we got to do here at Chat Sports to keep this content free for you guys. So if you appreciate the content we provide for you guys every single day on this channel, feel free to super chat, and we will have a couple of raffle items potentially tonight. If we can get to $250 in donations, we'll be raffling off an AFC North Championship t-shirt to somebody in the chat. If we get to $500, we'll upgrade that raffle item to a Steelers jersey of your choosing. Could be Aaron Rodgers, could be TJ Watt, Cam Hayward, could be anything you guys like. And if we get to $750 in donations tonight, we'll actually raffle off both items, all right? So if we get to $750 in total donations tonight, we'll raffle off both a Steelers jersey of the winner's choosing and an AFC North Championship t-shirt, okay? So if you guys want to get in on the raffles tonight, $10 gets you in, all right? I really do appreciate your guys' support. $10 gets you into the raffle tonight. $20 if you want a couple extra raffle entries, 3 raffle tickets for a $20 raffle for a $20 super chat. Plus, we put your name on the Steelers Talk Gong that we've been banging on all season long. $50, you guys get 10 tickets, plus we make it rain here on the channel, and then every $250 we make on the show, we're banging the Steelers Talk Gong. So hopefully we can bang that more than a couple times tonight. And I'll tell you what, if you guys put in your donations via Venmo or PayPal, I will double your raffle entries for tonight. Okay, so the reason why we give you double the raffle entries for Venmo and PayPal, guys, is because we get to keep more of the proceeds. YouTube takes a 30% cut of every single super chat you guys send in, and then Apple takes another 10%. So, not 100% of the money that you donate via super chats goes back to us here at Steelers Talk, all right? But if you go Venmo or PayPal, we get to keep a lot more of those proceeds, and that money goes towards making our channel better. So if you guys are going to help us out, we're going to help you out by doubling your raffle entries for Venmo and PayPal donations. So, for example, that's 2 for a $10 Venmo, that's 6 raffle tickets for a $20 Venmo, or 20 tickets for a $50 Venmo or PayPal. Also, if you guys put in a $50 Venmo or PayPal today, you'll be walking away with something no matter what. You'll be getting a Steelers Talk hat, and join Steelers Talk Hat Club tonight if you guys put in a $50 Venmo or PayPal donation. I'm not wearing my Steelers Talk hat right now, but you guys have been seeing them all season long. You got the Steelers Talk logo on there, and yeah, I understand a $50 donation for a hat for Venmo or PayPal. Ponzi's throwing me his hat right here. This is what it looks like, folks. So if you guys want one of these Steelers Talk hats, and you want to get quite a bit of raffle tickets, and put your name in there to win either of our raffle items tonight, a $50 Venmo or PayPal donation will get you in the hat club today, and gets you quite a bit your name quite a bit in there, Ponzi, for the raffles here this evening. Now, here's what's cool about Hat Club, guys. If you already have a hat and you want to donate it to somebody else, you can donate it to somebody else. If you put in a $50 Venmo or PayPal and you're already a member of Hat Club, you can donate the hat to somebody in the chat for free. If there's somebody that you feel like is deserving, you guys can send in that $50 Venmo or PayPal and make somebody's day here this evening. Now, if you guys want a free raffle entry, I want to give everybody a chance to win these raffles, okay, guys? Because everyone supports the channel. I think everyone deserves a chance to win. All you have to do is follow me on X at Jack_Sperry for a free raffle entry tonight. And if you are there saying, but Jack, I already follow you on X, so how can I get a free raffle entry? All you have to do is repost my pinned tweet on X right now. So the pinned tweet is the post that's at the top of my profile. If you guys repost that, I will make sure everyone that reposts the tweet gets a free raffle entry tonight, okay? So I greatly appreciate everybody that helps out the show, shares the stream, reposts the stream on X, all that stuff. You guys will get free raffle entries if you do so. And if you guys want to share tonight's stream on X, here's how you guys can do that. You can click the share button. You guys can select the X icon. You guys can tag me in the post at Jack_Sperry and then send the post. You do those 4 things. You guys can share tonight's stream on X. Greatly appreciate any and all shares. And also there's free ways to help out the channel, guys. We certainly appreciate any and all super chat donations that come in throughout the night. Same thing goes for Venmos and PayPals, but like we talk about on this channel, guys, what we care about is that you love the Pittsburgh Steelers. You want to react to the game with us. So if you guys want a free way to help out our channel, subscribe to the channel for our daily and free coverage, like the stream, so that as many Steelers fans as possible can get in this stream right now. Then also follow me on X for daily Steelers coverage over there, as well as my film analysis. No matter how this game goes, I will be posting film examples from this game on X tomorrow. And also make sure you guys share today's stream on X so that everybody in your life can join us here for this wild card watch party. All right, I want to give a shout out here to the last 5 people that have clicked that subscribe button here on Steelers Talk. Is that Mastiff Man, Cindy, David, Chris, and Ken. Big shout out to those 5 for clicking that subscribe button here on Steelers Talk. And guys, every 100 subscribers we get tonight, we're giving away a free raffle entry to somebody in the chat, okay? So right now we're about 22 subscribers away. Actually, no, 12. I can't do math here, apparently. 12 subscribers away from giving away a free raffle entry. So if you guys love the Pittsburgh Steelers, you guys want to join us for all of our postseason watch parties this year, because yes, I think there will be more, or at least hopefully there will be more. Click that subscribe button if you haven't already, and also make sure you guys click that thumbs up icon, because every 200 likes we get on the show, we're also giving away free raffle entries today. So we're at 160 likes so far. We need another 40 likes to be able to give away our first free raffle entry. So if you haven't already, click that thumbs up icon. Be a real one for me today. And I greatly appreciate your guys' support. All right, before we get into our preview, where I'm going to let you guys know everything you need to know about this football game, let's catch up on some super chats, starting with my man, Black Wolf 412 says, "Here we go, Steelers, here we go." Shout out to Black Wolf 412. He's a real one. He's been with us on this entire 2025 journey. Hopefully it doesn't end tonight, Black Wolf. Bernard with a 2 says, "I'm worried about the pass rush on A-Rod." Listen, man, I'm worried about it too. But yeah. But I also think if there's any team that's built to negate this pass rush, it's the Pittsburgh Steelers. They have the lowest pressure rate in the entire National Football League, and that's not by accident, guys. That's because Aaron Rodgers has the fastest time to throw of any starting quarterback in the National Football League this year. So, listen, man, their pass rush is only as good as Aaron Rodgers is holding on to that football. All right, yeah. So I do think we're going to see a lot of, one read to check down tonight from Rodgers. And we'll see how good, the check down options do tonight, whether that's Kenny Gainwell, whether that's Jalen Warren. How well do the Texans linebackers tackle? Last week, the Ravens, especially in the second half, did not tackle very well. Because of that, the Steelers were able to take advantage of that with Kenny G and Jalen Warren. But in terms of the pass rush, I think if there's any team in the league that is built to go up against the Houston Texans pass rush and be fine, it's the Pittsburgh Steelers. Honestly, the bigger aspect of that, Ponzi, for me, is the secondary, because this team has an awesome cornerback trio of Jalen Petrie in the slot, and then, of course, Derek Stingley Jr. and Kamari Laster on the outside. That group playing man coverage as much as this group does, mixed with that pass rush, is what makes quarterbacks hold the ball for so long against this Texans defense, and you guys see the result. I mean, you got 2 of some of the best pass rushers in football this year because of that. So hopefully the Steelers have some answers to get the ball out of Rodgers' hands quickly, stay ahead of the sticks, don't take any of those sacks. But the Steelers haven't really been doing that all season long, and I think the Steelers are going to do a decent job staying away from sacks in this ballgame. $5 from Interstellar Reaper says, "Here we go, Steelers, here we go." Says, let's go, let's get hype. I'm right there with the Interstellar Reaper. Home playoff game, man. It's just the vibes are immaculate right now. We'll see where they are in a few hours here, but right now it feels pretty good. Division champions, home playoff game. We're going to have a fourth quarter renegade in the playoffs tonight. Got a warm weather team in our building. What else could you guys ask for, man? This is NFL playoffs right here for you. Oh, baby, $6 from Kurgan. Called, and he says, knock, knock. Who's there, Kurgan? Who's there? And then we get to, I think he put in another 9, Ponzi. So we can show that next. Kurgan puts in a 9, says, 8 months overseas, glad to be back. Missed you all so much. We missed you, Kurgan. Welcome back, my friend. You rejoined us here at a great part in the season, man. Postseason. I can't wait to share this with you, Kurgan, tonight. It's going to be absolutely awesome. Thank you for the $6 and the $9 super chats. By the way, everybody, welcome one of the legends of Steelers Talk Nation, Kurgan Cold, by spamming those nices in the chat. And you know what I'm going to do right now? Because we passed 200 likes. Everybody spam nice in the chat. Everybody spam nice in the chat for Kurgan. I'm going to give away a free raffle entry right here. Spam those nices in the chat. He just put in a 69 super chat.
So what's the lore on Kurgan? I don't think I've.
Yeah, Ponzi wasn't really here for Kurgan. Kurgan was how do I put this? He was one of our most favorite sons over the last several years, along with Platinum 666 and others. There's a bunch of other people in the chat that we absolutely adore. But, we certainly love Kurgan as well. We're glad that he's enjoying the game with us here this evening. Shout out to JPRSR28. We've got Tim's Viation. We've got Kurgan in the chat. We got Dubs. We got Fluffy. Who wants a free raffle entry, man? Spam those nices to welcome Kurgan Cold in the chat.
Very nice to meet you, Kurgan.
I'm going to give this free one here to Czar Craig. Czar's been with us every single show, whether it be a weekly live show, whether it be a watch party, all season long. I actually met Craig at Latrobe this year. He and his wife, they're great people. They were so nice to come up to me and take a picture with me. So big shout out to Czar Craig. Hope to see you in Latrobe next year, Craig. You've been a real one all season long. $10 from Misfit Trail Rider says, this is it, Jack. Do or die time. 21-17, Steelers win. I think we need to rely heavily on Pat Freiermuth, Jalen Warren, and Kenny Gainwell. Nice having DK back to open things up. And, I think Misfit Trail Riders probably watched my video that I put out earlier today because I said we got to have a big night from Freiermuth. When you've got as many good cornerbacks as the Texans have, and they play as much man as they do, my guess is they're going to double-team DK quite a bit this evening. I think that Muth has to get open in the middle of the field. I think he has to take advantage of the linebackers and safeties that are going to be lined up against him one-on-one. And, when you watch the Texans film defensively, they don't allow a whole lot, but when they do give up some chunks down the field, it's to tight ends. All right, so I think Pat Freiermuth with Darnell Washington out, I hope Muth plays almost every single offensive snap tonight, and I hope that, he absolutely balls out. This could be a legacy game for Pat Freiermuth, and he might lead the team in receiving tonight, Ponzi, if the Steelers win this ball game.
I will go out on a limb, and I'll say, if the Steelers win, Pat Freiermuth will be leading them in receiving yards. Because I think, a real big problem of them is that they haven't been targeting him early. It's been in the 2-minute drill. It's been late in the game, and he's been clutch for them.
He's been so clutch.
They just don't target him early on in the game. They have to target him early and often tonight.
Yeah, I agree with that for sure. And then when it comes to Warren and Gainwell, but it's going to be one of the more interesting matchups of the game, in my opinion, Ponzi, because with Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, Rodgers is going to be getting the ball out of his hands quickly. It's going to be a lot of one read to check down from Rodgers tonight, okay? And the check down option, it just so happens to be one of the best, check down duos in the National Football League in Jalen Warren and Kenny Gainwell. It doesn't matter which one's in there, all right? They can both pass protect. They can both catch the football. They can both run routes. They can both catch the football and have decent hands, and they're great after the catch, all right? So when those two guys are in there and they're dumping it off, and I do expect Gainwell and Warren to have a very hefty workload in the passing game tonight, The question is, can they make Azeez Al-Shire and Henry To'oTo'o, their linebackers, miss the same way that they were able to make Roquan Smith and Trenton Simpson miss last week against Baltimore? Because that was a big thing, Ponzi. How many first downs did they get just dumping it off to Gainwell or Warren, and then they made a guy miss, and then they got a first down? It must have been like 5 or 6 different first downs just in that variety. So to get a couple of those tonight would be huge. And then I think the impact of having DK Metcalf back, Ponzi, isn't necessarily that DK is going to like go off and have 130 plus yards and multiple touchdowns. If he does that, that's great. But I think the impact of DK Metcalf is he opens things up for other people, like Misfit Trail Riders is pointing out. You know, when you have DK Metcalf out there and, you know, he's getting the work of Derek Stingley all night and safety help, that should open things up for Adam Thielen. That should open things up for Pat Freiermuth a little bit. That should open things up for Calvin Austin III or MVS or whoever they decide to put in this football game today from an offensive skill player perspective. So I'm looking at, you know, DK's impact maybe not being like necessarily in the box score, but maybe opening things up so that other people can put up some numbers in the box score, if that makes any sense.
The attention DK brings is magnificent. You have to pay attention to DK in the Steelers offense.
Yes, 100%. $2 from Troy Philip Abugas has got the hat right on time for tonight's game. Thank you. You're welcome, Troy Philip Abuga. Thank you for being a real one, my friend. $20 from It's Pip says, here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Let's go. Shout out to It's Pip. And then $2 from Jordan Brown says, how we feeling, Steelers Nation? Let's fucking go, 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 go. Let's go, man. Let's go, Jordan. Let's get pumped up, man. Playoff football's back in Pittsburgh. $5 from Robert Locke says, I appreciate you shaving that cat-lick mustache you were rocking in the last video, Jack. Well, this is what I do, Ponzi. I let it grow out during the weekend because I don't have to usually do any videos or whatever, and then I did shave today, so you're welcome, Robert Locke. I'm guessing you didn't love seeing that too much. We got $2 from Devone, says back at Acrisure. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Shout out to Devone. He's been one of the big time supporters of the channel this year. Real one. $20 from Fluffy Locke says give these tickets to my husband Robert Locke for being the best and for introducing me to the Steelers. He would love to win the gong. Yes, he would. All right. So, you know what? Whenever we do give away the gong, I have a pretty good idea about, who's going to have the inline road to win that. But shout out to Fluffy Locke with a $20. We got quite a few Venmos that we'll need to catch up on here once we get through Super Chats here, Ponzi. But there's no rush. We still got over an hour to go. $5 from Tony Perez. The Steelers are going to win. I hope you're right, Tony. It would mean so much to this fan base to not have that cloud of this losing streak in the playoffs over their heads, man. We'll talk about that in our preview section tonight. $10 from Robert Locke says, here we go. Muth. Here we go. Let's go, man. I'm telling you, Muth's got to have a big night tonight. Especially because Darnell Washington's out. Like if you're using Jonnu Smith a lot tonight, something's going wrong. You got to have Pat Freiermuth be maybe even the guy getting the most targets and the most yards. Like he has to be a very key piece to the offensive plan tonight, in my opinion. $2 from Dark City says, need to win so I can wear my new crispy jersey. Well, I'm curious. What's your jersey, Dark City? Did you get a Rodgers jersey? Did you get a Tomlin jersey? Did you get a? Crazy. I mean, maybe he got himself like a 0-0 Tomlin jersey, and he said, "I can't wear it until he wins a playoff game." I mean, I don't know.
Fair enough.
$2 from Steve says, "I am in Houston. Steelers need to win to save me." Yes, man. Well, you're holding down the fort there in Houston. So shout out to you, Steve. My man, Andrew Ringler, with a $20 super chat says, let's go, Steelers, get this win tonight and break the streak. God, man, it's going to be tough for me to wait another 365 days for maybe another opportunity, Ponzi. Like, every year, this team loses in the playoffs, and then that night, I just stay up all night long because I realize I have to wait a whole other year to even have a chance to, get this thing going again. And guess what, man? Like last year when we lost to Baltimore and I was sitting in my bed and I was thinking, God damn, I can't wait a whole nother year for this. This is going to be torture. Well, guess what? We're here tonight. We're home. We have a warm weather team coming into our building. We got an opportunity to do something we haven't done in 9 years at this point, and that's win a football game in the NFL postseason. I'm so excited, just like you, Andrew. $2 from Connor says the difference tonight is number 51, Nick Herbig. Go Steelers. Listen, man, this was one of the gripes I had last week, Ponzi. I think Nick Herbig had like 13 snaps defensively last week. That's not enough. It's not enough, man. You got to get Nick Herbig on the field more. And listen, man, if you got to put him out there at off-ball linebacker, I don't care. Get him out there.
They did some nice stunts with him, but they just didn't use it a lot.
Exactly. So, like, I've been advocating for almost a pure three-way rotation between TJ Watt, Alex Highsmith, Nick Herbig the entire season. I just think it makes sense because all of them are great, and you keep all of them fresh throughout the course of a game and throughout a season. And plus, TJ Watt is coming off a partially deflated lung, man.
That's crazy.
Give him some rest. You don't have to give him the full starter workload. Last week, Alex Highsmith actually had the most snaps in the outside linebacker room, but I completely agree with Connor where we should be getting Nick Herbig more snaps tonight, and hopefully he makes a big impact. All right, our first Venmo of the day coming in from Robert Locke, my man. And he says, if you don't know the Steelers will win tonight, get the fuck out. I love the energy there, Robert Locke, with a $20 there. I'm going to update you on all the other ones that we got.
Okay, sounds good.
So this might take a little bit, but make sure you guys keep clicking that thumbs up icon. Every 200 likes we get on the show, we're giving away a free raffle entry.
And we are one subscriber away from passing our 104
Oh, let's
subs.
go. All right. Somebody click that subscribe button so Ponzi can give away a free raffle entry. Let's go, man. And feel free to keep those super chats coming in.
We'll get to them all eventually as we try to clear this little jam.
Okay. Boom. And then there's that.
All right, we just passed 100, so let's give away a free raffle entry.
Type those me's in the chat if you want a free raffle entry. I'm still getting all of these PayPals and Venmos in. So don't fret, guys. We will be getting to all of them here momentarily, but spam those me's.
I see Dubbo. I see Eric Dexter.
By the way, Eric Dexter, I saw your message about your jersey. I will look into it this week, my friend. I know I've been getting behind a little bit. I apologize, but I'll make sure that you get your jersey eventually, my friend. Keep spamming those me's if you want a free raffle entry. Let's go.
I see Mike Hurst, Tristan White, Kyle, Troy Philippapuga, Kyle Jones, Christopher, Exo, Tink McCarthy, Connor Stevenson, Yup McLovin, Jagger.
All right, you just make these here, Ponzi. I will handle this from here on out.
Sounds good.
Also got some more super chats if you want to boot those guys up.
All right, we got some of the Venmos ready.
Okay, great. I'm going to give this free one to Steeli. Steeli, you are in. LOL. They just showed on ESPN that DK Metcalf tried to drive to Acrisure Stadium after the game was over and then was told to turn around because the traffic was not going to be good.
Who did you give that free raffle to?
Let's give this one to Steeli.
Okay.
All right, as always, lovely. Shout out to my lovely fiance Cassie Voth, who's with us for every single watch party. But the Voth family is here with us tonight. Thomas Voth is, of course, Cassie's dad. He's a great guy. He's here to cheer on the Steelers. He says, "Go Steelers!" And he says, "Get them pumped up, Jack." That's my job, Tom. That's why they pay me the big bucks, man. Appreciate you stopping by here this evening, my friend. And we got Timothy with a 10. Not a 20, a 10. I think I put that in wrong, but that's a 10 from Timothy. He says, "Let's go Steelers." Shout out to Timothy. That's 2 raffle tickets for you, my friend. By the way, we did just get the Steelers inactives for tonight. They are Roman Wilson, Caleb Johnson, Jack Driscoll, Logan Lee, Jeremiah Moon, and Trey Flowers. Will Howard is also inactive. He's the emergency third quarterback. So nothing out of the ordinary, but it is kind of, disappointing, I would say, Ponzi, that your last 2 third-round picks, you expect third-round picks to turn into eventual starters, Roman Wilson, Caleb Johnson, in a game as big as this. They don't feel like that they're at a position to help this football team, which sucks. But, that is what it is. Hopefully the team can get it done tonight without him. All right, Steelers dad. Oh, baby, this one's rolling in for the first time tonight. Steelers dad. Bang! Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Steelers dad with a $50 Venmo. And he says, let's go Steelers, please donate the hat. All right, let's give away a hat right now. Spam those me's in the chat if you want to win a Steelers Talk channel hat, courtesy of Steelers Dad. Spam those me's. Who's all in the chat? We got Black Wolf. We've got Joey. We've got The Wild and Unexpected. We've got The Boss. We've got Robert Locke, Dubbo. We've got DC Guy. Lake Havasu. We've got Big James. Who's all here, man? Type those me's if you want a free raffle entry right now. We got Jace. We got Connor. We got Dubs. We got Lake Havasu. Timothy Xavier. Elvis. You know what? I'm going to give this to? You want to put my email down there in the L3, Ponzi, when you get a sec? I'm going to give this to somebody that's been watching our show for a long time. He's been doing a great job all season long, super chatting here and there, all that different stuff. He's just a real one. Give it up for Black Wolf. Black Wolf, you're in Steelers Talk Hat Club, my friend. Send me an email at sperry@chatsports.com. I'll make sure to get you a Steelers Talk hat. All right. Shout out to Black Wolf and shout out, of course, to Steelers Dad for donating that hat with a $50 Venmo. Then we've got another $50 Venmo from Dylan Armes. Bang! Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. You want to guess what he put in his message there, Ponzi? Here we go, Steelers. Let's go, Dylan. Appreciate you, my man. I don't think so. So, Dylan, make sure you send me an email, my friend. Dylan Armes. All right. Make sure you send me an email, Dylan. I'll make sure to get you your Steelers Talk channel hat. Thanks for making it rain, my friend. And here we go, Steelers. All right. Then we got a $10 from Stephen Bailey. It says from Portland, Oregon, go Steelers. Shout out to Steven coming to us from Portland this evening. And then we've got a few PayPals, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. All right, this one's coming in from Chase Tweedle. Bang! Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Chase coming in with a 50. And let's see here. Trying to find your message here, Chase. We'll get it up on screen. By the way, Chase, you can also send me an email for your Steelers Talk hat. He says, Jack and Ponzi, thank you for the in-depth Steelers coverage. You promised all season, brother. Much appreciated. We appreciate you, Chase. Make sure you send us your email shipping address to Sperry@chatsports.com for your hat, my friend. All right, we've already given away 3 hats in this pregame show. All right. There you go. All right. Then we've got Czar Craig, my man. Oh, come on now. Venmo, work for me, please. Wants me to sign in. I don't know if I remember my sign. I always do my my Face ID, so I forgot it. All right, so okay, I'm in now. Craig says, he says, did Sperry? Oh, so he's asking, did the Sperry number 7 Steelers jersey ever get hung up in the Chat Sports hallway for 100K subscribers? The answer is no. Here's the reason. We have a jersey framing guy, and we've had a number of different channels get to 100,000 subscribers, including we just got one today, Giants Now by Chat Sports, hosted by one of my good friends here at Chat Sports. Marshall Green just hit 100K today. Big shout out to Marshall, he's actually one of my groomsmen, one of my favorite people in the entire world. So big shout out to him. He worked so hard to get to 100K. So congratulations to him and to the Giants Now crew and Andrew Connell and all those guys that work on that channel. But we pretty much have like 4, we might even have 5 new 100K channels, and we're going to be unveiling them during the draft is what we're going to be doing. So my jersey won't be showing up for at least a couple months, but we did get the plaque. We did get the plaque a couple weeks after we hit 100K. Maybe I'll show that on the show here pretty soon. But, it's certainly been a blessing from all of you guys this year. This year's been a year that's completely changed my life. So thank you guys so much for all the support you've given to me. All right, $50 super chat from Robert Luck. Bang! Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Robert Log with a 50, and he says a low-key hat for Bernard Harris from Anonymous because he's the $2 question king. You are right, man. Bernard, you have been putting in the $2 questions all season long. It's got to be up to at least 50 by now, right, my man? All right, so ship Steelers hats to Bernard. So, Bernard, if you're still watching, my friend, make sure you send me an email, Sperry@chatsports.com. Send me your shipping address. I'll be happy to get you a Steelers Talk hat and get you in the Steelers Talk Hat Club. Great donation, by the way, Robert Locke. That's a great person to get to give a hat to. $2 from Tony Simpson. It says, do you see this as Tomlin's job on the line if we lose? No, I don't. Listen, man, I think pretty much no matter what happens tonight, like maybe if the Steelers get blown out and like they lose by multiple scores and like they lose by 3 scores, let's say, for example, tonight, yes, maybe you think about it. But everything that we've heard from the Steelers circle, Art Rooney II, Tony Dungy said this week on Dan Patrick that he thinks there's like a 0% chance he gets fired. Now, could Tomlin leave the Steelers? I think it's possible if 2 things happen. The first thing that needs to happen is Aaron Rodgers and Cam Hayward can't be coming back next year. If either one of those guys comes back next year, I think Tomlin will feel some sort of obligation to come back to the team. All right, because he obviously has a great connection and relationship with Aaron Rodgers, and frankly, if Tomlin doesn't come back, I don't think Rodgers comes back. So they will be discussing things at the end of the season. You bet your bottom dollar what they want to do. And then Cam Hayward, like if he's still back and he's coming back for one more season, I think the least Mike Tomlin thing I can possibly think of is abandoning, one of his favorite sons in Cam Hayward right before he's about to retire, one season before he retires. He's essentially saying, sorry, Cam, I'm going to take away any chance you have of winning a Super Bowl before you retire because I want to go somewhere else. I just don't see Mike Tomlin doing that, all right? Like, plain and simply, guys, first-year head coaches in this league very rarely win Super Bowls. I'm not even sure if it's ever happened. I don't think a first-year head coach with a new team has ever won a Super Bowl. And if it has happened, it hasn't happened very often. Okay, so if Tomlin leaves, that means the Steelers have pretty much no chance at a Super Bowl next year. They'd be trying to build something for the future. And why would Cam Hayward come back if that's the case? So I think if Cam wants to come back for another season, if Rodgers wants to come back for another season, Tomlin will for sure be back. And then the second part of that equation is the team needs to go up to Tomlin and say, we want to rebuild. We don't want to restock on veterans like we did this year. We don't want to go out and get a veteran quarterback like we've done the last couple years. We want to draft a rookie quarterback or get a younger quarterback in free agency, and we want to build around those guys. Because, listen, man, Tomlin has been in this organization for 19 seasons. Does he really want to reboot another rebuild and wait another at least 3 or 4 years before he can realistically start competing for Super Bowls again? Like, I don't think he wants to wait another 3-4 years. I think he wants to compete right now. And if he's not going to have the freedom to do that and the team is going to be going in a different direction, that's when I could see Mike Tomlin leaving the Steelers to go to a win-now team, God forbid, like the Ravens. Now, listen, man, if he decides to leave, that means that the Steelers would have to agree to any trade, to any team he wants to go to. So I highly doubt he would go to the Ravens. But, like...
Giants?
Are they a win-now team, though?
No.
Like, is there any win-now teams outside of the Ravens?
I mean, you could argue, like, the Falcons.
Like, if Tomlin becomes available, does, like, Tampa Bay reconsider bringing back Todd Bowles?
That'd be kind of crazy to,
Green Bay? Do they consider firing Matt LaFleur if they could realistically get Mike Tomlin?
I think so.
Like, it would be an interesting discussion for sure.
It'd have to be, like, if any of the teams that have a head coach opening right now, I think, like, Atlanta and Miami. Those are, like, the two teams that you could argue are the most in win-now mode right now.
Yeah. Yeah, but like even Atlanta, it's like
that's what I'm saying.
Atlanta is like in cap hell. They got a quarterback that doesn't look promising. They don't have a first-round pick.
No.
Like, I don't even know why John Harbaugh is showing any interest in the Falcons job. That makes zero sense to me. But, listen, man, I think at the end of the day, Tomlin's got like a 90% chance or so of coming back for another season. I just don't see both of the things I just laid out, Tomlin and Hayward retiring, and the team saying that they are going to rebuild. I just don't know if those two things are going to happen. So if it does, Tomlin could leave, but I think there's about a 10% chance of that happening. So to answer your question, Tony, no, I don't think Tomlin is coaching for his job tonight, especially because we've known for a while Tomlin's destiny is in his hands. Like, if he's going to leave, it's going to be because he wants to. It's not It's not going to be because the Steelers fire him. So, like, that's just the way it's going to crumble. Even if we lose by 40 tonight, I think the Steelers would love to have Tomlin back for a 20th season here in Pittsburgh. $20 from Lake Havasu, so let's go Steelers. Let's get the win. I'm right there with you, Lake Havasu. Let's go get a win, man. Let's go get a freaking win. All right. JV Free with a 2 says, Aaron will put them away early. Boring game. What is this? Oh, so he's saying that the Steelers are going to win easily.
They're going to blow them out?
I don't know about that. I don't know, man. This is the best defense in football. And I know it's a warm weather team coming to a cold weather city and that they might be a bit uncomfortable, but like blowout, I don't think I can get there, man. Here's the way I would describe it, Ponzi. If it's a blowout, I think the Texans are the ones that win it.
Yeah.
But if it's close, I think the Steelers win because I trust Aaron Rodgers in a clutch situation, even against the Texans defense, more than I trust C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, I mean, I think, C.J. Stroud during his time as NFL starter. I mean, he hasn't won a playoff game in sub 30-degree temperature or 40-degree temperature?
He hasn't won a playoff game in sub 40, sub 35, I think is the number, but he has won a regular season game. sub 35.
Which was this last season.
Which was this season against Kansas City, and they did have Mahomes at the time. So,
yeah.
I don't know, man. I just look at the situation right here, and I think it's going to be close. I think it's going to be a defensive football game. I hope the Steelers blow them out. I mean, can you imagine a Steelers blowout for once in the playoffs?
So get to rub it in Chugs' face?
Get to rub it in Jeremy Chugs' face. He's been talking shit on me all week long in the office. It'd be nice for the Steelers to get a blowout victory, but I think it's going to be close, man. I'm just going to tell you that right now. $2 from Noah, the Steelers fan, says, I'm so pumped. Let's go, Steelers Nation. I'm so pumped too, man. Gold end zones in the playoffs, Acrisure Stadium. It's cold outside. Man, it's just you just can't get any better than this. Just can't get any better than this. Truth with a $5 super chat. Shout out to Truth. Is that the last super chat? No. Oh, okay. They're rolling in here, guys. We appreciate all of your guys' support. By the way, we're definitely over 250. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Let's go! Do I do it again, Ponzi? All right, we wait for Ponzi to see if we bang it a second time. Because we got to be getting close. We've got multiple 50s. We're there. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Let's go! Come on, baby. All right, we're exactly at 500. So shout out to Truth for getting us to 500. $5 from Black Wolf says we need some screens and hurry up offense to get those rushers off their game. Let's go Steelers. O-line and D-line must dominate. Yeah, man. One of the things that I talked about this week when I put out a video of why I think the Steelers can go on a run in the playoffs this year, Ponzi, is this year's Steelers team can win the trenches on both sides of the ball. That's something that we haven't been able to say about the Steelers in a very long time. The offensive line in particular has been very lackluster here in Pittsburgh for many seasons. I think they have definitely a top 10 offensive line in the league right now. I don't know if I want to go as far to say as a top 5 O-line just yet, but they're a good offensive line. They're a good offensive line with a lot of really good young players on it. And then, of course, the defensive line can do what they do. And if you can win the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball the way that the Steelers can and might even tonight, you can win any ball game you play. So this is one of the reasons why I think the Steelers are dangerous in this postseason. It's not only because of Aaron Rodgers and not only because of DK Metcalf and all these different guys, but because of the trench play that they can play with. Especially in cold weather football games, trench play is so important in games like tonight, in games like in Foxborough potentially next week, in games in potentially like Denver or Buffalo. Well, I guess we wouldn't be going to Buffalo. It'd be a home game if we play them. But you guys get my point, right? So looking forward to it, Matt. I'm looking forward to it, man. Hopefully this the trench play today for Pittsburgh can live up to the Steeler name. $2 from Jagger says, what are the chances Aaron comes back if we lose? Oh, man, I would put it at 65, 70.
Yeah.
Dude, he really likes playing here, and the Steelers really want him back. So I look at the situation, Ponzi, and I'm saying, okay, this is a team that is clearly built to win now. They got most of these players returning next season, and the ones that aren't returning that you want back are easily would want to come back next year. Kenny Gainwell should be an easy re-sign. James Pierre, we'll see how much he's worth on the free agency market, but he should be brought back. If they want, they can bring back Sayamalu on another short-term deal. All right, they got the cap space to do all of that, and then they have most of the roster already on the roster under contract for next season. So if you're Aaron Rodgers and you want to play again next year, and he got through this season healthy, he's having a great time. He doesn't seem like somebody that's ready to stop playing. And this is a division championship team, and they're playing in the playoffs. If they lose without winning a Super Bowl this year, I think there's a decent chance he comes back. I really, really do, because I think Cam Hayward is going to want to come back. Because, he's going to see this team that's built to win. And, I think the only way Cam retires is if he believes next year's team can't win a Super Bowl.
And I really think, a lot of the chatter has been around Cam Hayward, if whether or not he's coming back, because according to his brother Connor, last week he delivered a very emotional speech. So I think Aaron's more likely to come back. It's really going to be up to Cam to see if he wants to come back.
I think Cam's coming back because he's just saying I think Cam was just emotional because it's he only has he's got limited opportunities.
Yeah.
Whether it's this year, whether it's next year, whatever it is, okay? He's got limited opportunities. And Cam wants to make the most of these opportunities while he's still got them.
Playing meaningful football.
Exactly. So, if I had to predict right now, I think Tomlin, Rodgers, and Cam are all back next year. That'd be my prediction. But there is still that 30 to 25, maybe 35% chance right now that Rodgers doesn't come back. And he's just I'm done. My body's worn down. I gave it one last go. You guys can find a new quarterback next year. But this team's so ready, set for next season already, I feel like he's going to feel like that this team can go on a run again next year. And if that's the case, I think these guys come back.
Yeah, he's talked a little bit, about year 2 in an offense too.
Yeah, he talked about continuity and how important it is the other week. And if he comes back, there's continuity here. Yep. And that would be a lot of fun. $5 from CWK says, "Here we go, Steelers, here we go. I am right now in Dallas waiting for my flight. Hopefully I'll be able to catch the game somehow on the flight." God, that sucks.
That sucks.
That is the worst case scenario. To be
awful.
Stuck at an airport getting ready for this game. CWK, hopefully you're able to watch the game tonight, my friend. And if not, you can just listen to us here on YouTube. And hopefully that'll be enough. $2 from Jay Go Hard 23 says, "I don't have no hope until the game is over." Listen, man, I understand that perspective, especially going into a playoff game, because last 5 playoff games have been rough. All right, the last 8 seasons have been rough. No playoff wins, and now if we don't win tonight, that's 9 straight years. So I don't blame you for that. But yeah, man, I'm certainly going into tonight with some hope. Hopefully they can pay that off with a win. $20 from Alex L says, "Let's go Steelers talk. Can't wait for this game to start." Me and you both, Alex. You're a real one. You've been supporting the channel all year. I promise you I'm going to get you your jersey as soon as I can, my friend. $10 from DeBoss 2000 says, "Steel curtain time. Our defense will show up tonight. I'm so hyped." And I agree with DeBoss here, Ponzi, where I do think that this defense is going to show up tonight. I don't think that this Houston offense, led by a quarterback in C.J. Stroud that isn't used to playing on grass fields, isn't used to playing in cold weather. He's a California kid, all this different stuff. I think with this pass rush, I think the Steelers are going to play a lot of too high safeties. So it's going to be difficult to throw the ball down the field for him tonight. I think it's going to be. I don't think the Texans are going to score a ton of points tonight.
I'd be very surprised if the team total for both teams surpasses 40. I don't think, maybe one team may not even get to 20.
Yeah, it's very possible. Very possible. $2 from T-Lock says, "Just want to support. Go Steelers." Appreciate you, my friend. $2 again from DeBoss says, "Do you think DK will show up tonight?" I think by show up, he means make some plays. And I think we will see some plays from him tonight, but you got to realize he's going to be going up against Derek Stingley, who travels with people. And whether he's in the slot, whether he's outside, doesn't matter. Okay? He's going to be it's going to be tough for DK to put up over 100 yards because Derek Stingley, man, he just shuts down number 1 receivers, okay? For DK's first game to be back, to be against this cat, maybe the best man-to-man corner in professional football, maybe outside of Pat Surtain, and Joey Porter Jr. has gotten into that conversation, at least for me, man. He has been shut down in man-to-man man coverage, but Stingley's right up there among the best in the world. And DK is not exactly an awesome route runner. He's more of a run away from you guy on crossers and on posts and on goes and on slants. He's not really a guy that's going to route you up necessarily. So I actually don't think we see a big game from DK today stats-wise. Excuse me. But I think where DK's impact will be felt, DeBoss, is allowing other people some more opportunities, because DK is probably going to have one-on-one versus Stingley and safety help for a lot of this game, which is going to open up opportunities for Calvin Austin III. It's going to open up opportunities for Adam Thielen, for MVS, for Pat Freiermuth especially. So hopefully those are the guys that can benefit from DK being back in the lineup. $2 from Jay Gohard again, says win or lose, I'm going to always be a Steeler. 5L LGTSH. I appreciate you, my man. I appreciate you, Jay Gohard. And I'm right there with you, man. If the Steelers, lose tonight, I'm going to be a Steeler for life. I'm still going to appreciate this season for what it was. I'm going to exit this season with a lot of gratitude in my heart for, winning a division championship and having a ton of fun with you guys here on the channel all season long. Hopefully our journey doesn't end here tonight. But, there's certainly a possibility of that being the case. And if it does, and if that is the case, Ponzi, we move on into the 2026 offseason. I'm going into 2026 with a lot of hope for this football team.
Not a lot of holes.
Not a lot of holes. And by the way, the holes that you do have, I think, are very, very fixable. You got a ton. You got a good amount of cap space, top 10 in cap space next year. Got 12 draft picks. Like, you should be able, in my opinion, to handle some of the things that are going to be coming our way here in 2026. So even if the Steelers lose tonight, man, I can be at peace with what this season has been, but obviously we're hoping for a big-time victory and our first playoff win in what has been 9 seasons now. So before we get into our preview coverage here, we got our keys to victory. I'm going to be letting you guys know what you can expect from Houston from a schematic standpoint tonight. Before we get into that, I have a word from our sponsor here at Prize Picks. This is officially the new year, and in my opinion, guys, this is the best time of the year for watching sports. Bowl games, playoff games, basketball, and hockey season are now in full swing. It's all happening all at once, and while all that action is going on, there's one place where it feels so good to be right, and that's Prize Picks. Prize Picks is super simple to play. Just pick more than or less than on at least 2 player stat projections. If you get your picks right, you could cash in. And my favorite feature about Prize Picks, guys, is that how you play is up to you. If you want a little bit more flexibility, you can choose the flex play, where you can get paid even if one of your picks misses. And if you're feeling really strong about a particular lineup and want a bigger payout, you can go for the power play. No matter how you play, though, Prize Picks is a great way to put your takes to the test and make some money. That is, if you know ball. So for tonight, I'm taking the less on passing yards for C.J. Stroud, the more on receiving yards for Kenny Gainwell, and the more on receiving yards for Pat Freiermuth. I think I said receiving yards for Gainwell. It's actually receptions at 3.5. Go to download the Prize Picks app today and use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. Before we get to the rest of your super chats to finish out this pregame show here as we get ready to kick things off in about 45 minutes in Pittsburgh, let's talk about this matchup here, man, because the 12-5 Houston Texans, coming off of 9 straight victories, are coming to cold weather Pittsburgh here to face the 2025 AFC North champions, the Pittsburgh Steelers, finishing the season with a 10-7 record, okay? And I don't have to tell you guys how big the stakes are for this football game, all right? Obviously, the Steelers haven't won a playoff game since the 2016 season, since, the divisional round of 2016. And, of course, it all started with that AFC Championship game loss to Tom Brady, Bill Belichick, and the New England Patriots back in 2016. Then you lose to Jacksonville. And, it's been 9 years since we've been able to enjoy a playoff victory. This is what has happened during the drought. Of course, the Steelers missed the playoffs in 18, 19, and 22. They've made the playoffs now the 3rd straight year in a row, but they're still looking for that first playoff win in quite a while. I mean, we've got almost half of the Mike Tomlin tenure here in Pittsburgh, guys, without a playoff win. All right, so that is something that needs to change, and it needs to change tonight, or if it's not tonight, it better happen pretty darn soon, because look at some of these final scores, man. You're giving up 45 points to Blake fucking Bortles. You're giving up 48 points to Baker Mayfield at home in 2020. And then you've had 3 straight away wild card losses. You give up 42 to Patrick Mahomes, 31 to Josh Allen, and then 28 again to Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry. And by the way, in most of these games, you have been down by 3 touchdowns or more in most of these football games. So, that's something that's got to change. This Steelers team has just had stinker after stinker in the postseason. Really hoping that comes to an end tonight. And, part of the reason why I think it will is because it is cold in Pittsburgh tonight. Now, it's not negative degrees outside, but you can, see the breath on the players out there, as they breathe, all that different stuff. Houston, as a warm weather dome turf team, is not used to that, man. I think they've only played 3 games all season on natural grass. This is only their 4th game all year on natural grass, and they haven't played in that many games playing in this environment, whereas the Steelers have played most of their games on natural grass this year, and they've played in the cold for most of the last month and a half. So they're used to this. Aaron Rodgers, as a longtime veteran in Green Bay, is used to this, whereas C.J. Stroud grew up in California. He maybe has only played in like 5-6 games his entire life in conditions like this in Pittsburgh here this evening. Now, it's not going to be snowing or raining or anything like that, but I do think the weather conditions will play a factor. It's 32 degrees. The real feel on the field tonight is 24 degrees. Now, it's like I said, it's not going to rain, it's not going to snow, but the winds are, not nothing, and it does feel like 24 degrees on the field, which is definitely going to make these these softies from Texas a little bit chilly out there this evening. Now, the Steelers, another thing that points in the Steelers' direction tonight is that the Steelers have won 23 straight home games on Monday Night Football, not playoff games. So you guys get my point there. You have to go back to the Chuck Noll era in 91, the last time that the Steelers have lost on Monday Night Football at home. They have never lost a football game on Monday Night Football at a former Heinz Field, currently Acrisure Stadium. They have never lost on Monday Night Football in this building in their history. That is going to not necessarily, decide the game tonight. The Steelers could lose, but I think that does give the Steelers an advantage. And usually, when you give Mike Tomlin extra time to prepare for a game, the Steelers tend to win. Guess what? The Steelers had extra time to prepare this week. Plus, the Steelers get DK Metcalf back, which is going to be huge. Not necessarily because he's going to put up like 130 yards and 2 touchdowns. Hopefully that happens. But I think the big impact with DK Metcalf, guys, is how much he opens up opportunities for other players. Guys like Adam Thielen and Pat Freiermuth and Calvin Austin III. Those guys' opportunities are going to be greater tonight because DK has so much gravity to him. Not only do I expect Derek Stingley to follow DK Metcalf throughout the game, but I also expect the Texans to give quite a bit of safety help towards DK Metcalf's direction. So I do think DK will make an impact on this game, even if he doesn't light it up in the scoreboard in this football game. Now we can take a look at the inactives here, starting with the Houston Texans. Nothing, to really report. I mean, both teams are pretty darn healthy heading into this game. Now, both teams have their guys on IR. Joe Mixon for the Texans, Deshaun Elliott and Darnell Washington for the Steelers, etc. But now, as we look at the Steelers inactives, Roman Wilson and Caleb Johnson being inactive is certainly disappointing given the fact that those two guys are former third-round picks and recent third-round picks. But, unfortunately, Mike Tomlin feels like those guys aren't in a position to help this team on this big stage here this evening, but that wasn't necessarily something that's surprising. Now we can take a look here at the coaching and scheme breakdown for the Houston Texans, our opponent here this evening, starting with their head coach, DeMeco Ryans. Really good, really solid win percentage in his 3 seasons there in Houston with a 31-19 record. He's got a 2-2 record in the postseason. So every time he's made the playoffs in his first 2 seasons, the Houston Texans have won in the wild card round. But keep in mind, they were home for both of those wild card games. Both of their outdoor playoff games under DeMeco Ryans have been losses. Their offensive play caller is Nick Caley, and he is a new school West Coast guy under the McVay tree. You're going to see some under center stuff, but honestly, with the Texans' run game, it's not all that great. Might see quite a bit of shotgun from C.J. Stroud this evening, but then DeMeco Ryans and Matt Burke. Burke actually calls the defensive plays. It's his first year doing it, and they run a solid 4-2, but they run their own brand of it, where they play a lot, and I mean a lot, of cover 1 man coverage, more than any other team in the league by a wide margin. I mean, when you watch the Texans on film, it's either cover 1 or it's quarters. there's no in between, all right? They don't play a lot of Tampa. They don't play a lot of cover 3. They don't run, a lot of blitz. They usually just go base, 4-man rush because their pass rush is really, really good. We'll talk about that here in a second. But they usually just play man-to-man, and they say, our guys are better than you. Let's line up, and they usually are right about that. So take a look at the Texans offense here and their roster going into this game. C.J. Stroud, their starting quarterback. But then on the offensive line, you got rookie out of Minnesota, Ariante Ursary. He might be the one player on this team, Ponzi, that's actually used to this. He went to Minnesota, and he played for P.J. Fleck and the Golden Gophers, so he's probably used to this kind of weather. But then Titus Howard, left guard. Certainly a matchup I want to see Cam Hayward take advantage of this evening. Jake Andrews is their center. He's fine. Ed Ingram, not that great at right guard. Certainly the interior guys are going to have an opportunity for the Steelers to make an impact on this football game. And then Trent Brown getting the start, the big boy at right tackle. Guess what? The Steelers have 2 excellent speed rushers to get around him in T.J. Watt and Nick Herbig on that right side. Then at wide receiver, Nico Collins. He's got to be the guy that the Steelers got to shut down this evening. Joey Porter Jr. has shut down number 1 receiver after number 1 receiver this year. Nico Collins will be one of the toughest tests he has all season long. Then the excellent rookie out of Iowa State, Jaden Higgins, also going to be a test likely for James Pierre in this football game. And then Christian Kirk in the slot, really good slot technician for them. Dalton Schultz is also a really good possession tight end. And then Woody Marks is their number 1 running back with Mr. Chubb, Nick Chubb, as their number 2 option at running back. Now you guys can take a look at where this Texans offense ranks, and it's not all that great. They're 30th in red zone percentage. So that's touchdown percentage in the red zone. This is a team that really settles for field goals a lot, okay? And their success rate isn't all that great. Just 28th in the league in success rate. Now, the thing that they do really well is they don't turn the football over. Just 12 turnovers on the year. So, the Steelers defense is kind of not dependent necessarily. At times they have depended, but they have certainly liked to turn the football over as the way to stop opposing offenses. This Houston Texans team does a good job protecting the ball, but nothing to write home about necessarily offensively for Houston. Where you guys got to write home is the Texans defense, which is the best in football in my opinion. Take a look at their defensive front, Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter. 2 guys that are just, awesome players, arguably top 10 edge rushers in football. Some of the best edge rusher duos you're going to find anywhere in the league. And then even Sheldon Rankins and Tommy Togiai have been really good this year in the interior for them. This is a defense that plays a lot of nickel, and they're one of the best rushing defenses in the league. That certainly points to those guys being stout on the line of scrimmage. But then at off-ball linebacker, you got Azeez Al-Shire and Henry To'o as your 2 linebackers. Very solid pairing there. And then in the secondary, they get Jalen Reed, their stud rookie safety back in this football game. And then, of course, at the cornerback positions, you got Derek Stingley Jr., one of, if not the best corner in football. You got Kamari Lassiter, who's also awesome and one of the best number 2 corners in the game. Jalen Petrie, one of the best and versatile nickels in the game today with Kalen Bullock as a free safety. That is really coming to his own. And as you guys can see, man, this defense is just incredible, okay? And now, once again, where, this unit kind of struggles compared to their standard is in the red zone. They're just league average in red zone defense, but everything else, man, outside of third down percentage, they're awesome at. Top 5 in the league, elite defense everywhere you look. They turn the football over. They get you off the field. They get you into third and long opportunities with sacks on early downs. All this different stuff, man. Like, they're the number 1 defense in the league in EPA per play, and when you watch them on film, it's easy to see why. Now we get to the keys to victory for the Pittsburgh Steelers tonight, all right? And it starts with making C.J. Stroud uncomfortable. Now, walking into the stadium tonight, C.J. is probably already uncomfortable because he's a California kid. He's probably played you can probably count the amount of games that C.J. Stroud has played in this kind of weather on 2 hands, all right? Maybe even 1 hand. It just hasn't happened very often, and when it has happened, it hasn't been good for the Houston Texans. When they play outside, on grass, in cold weather, C.J. Stroud and this Texans team wilts. They're 0-2 in outdoor grass field playoff games in C.J.'s career, and they've only played, obviously, in 2 of those games. So I'm looking at tonight as a challenge for that offense, especially because I love the matchup up front on the defensive side of the ball for the Pittsburgh Steelers. All right, Alex Highsmith going up against a rookie left tackle. You got TJ Watt and probably Nick Herbig rotating in, going up against a slow old right tackle in Trent Brown. You got a really good interior of Cam Hayward, Keanu Benson, and Derek Harmon going up against a very shaky interior of the offensive line for Houston. CJ Stroud is a guy that likes to hold the ball for a little bit and hunt the big play. I think with the way that this Steelers defensive line hunts quarterbacks, he's going to be under pressure a lot in this football game. You got to make him uncomfortable because he's already uncomfortable out there in the cold. You want to make him even more uncomfortable with that pass rush, and he's going to make mistakes. Then when it comes to coverage on the back end, the Steelers need to live in two high safety pre-snap looks, okay? And when the Steelers have done this year, they've had some of their best performances of the year. The Colts game, the Miami Dolphins game, also on Monday Night Football, by the way. Jalen Ramsey and Kyle Duggar are a lot better when they're playing in that two high safety pre-snap look as opposed to the classic Mike Tomlin single high safety stuff, all right? This defense sucks playing single high safety, plain and simply, guys. That's what they did last week against Baltimore, and they gave up multiple big plays down the field. They're so much more comfortable when they're allowed to have that two high safety look, shift into different coverages, and be ambiguous before the snap. And the reason why I think the Steelers can afford to live in two high defense this week is because the Houston Texans run game is a big weakness for them. Woody Marks and Nick Chubb, they don't turn the football over, but they also don't get a ton of production. They're 30th in both EPA per rush and success rate on the ground. So this is a Houston Texans offense that, in my opinion, you can sit in those two high safety looks in and still be able to stop the run somewhat effectively. The number one thing the Steelers have to do is keep the ball in front of them and not give up explosive plays in the passing game, which is why the number 3 key to victory for Pittsburgh tonight is to keep clean on the back end. There was just too many busted coverages, miscommunications, whatever you guys want to call it, last week against Baltimore nearly costed them their season, okay? Giving up multiple big play touchdowns on weighty downs to Lamar Jackson and the Ravens offense. If you can limit those in this game to maybe 1 or 0, I think the Steelers will have a pretty decent chance to win this football game. However, the Steelers have usually been good for one busted coverage a game. This year, hopefully that doesn't rear its ugly head in this one. Shifting over to the offensive side of the ball, obviously the number one thing is to limit the pass rushing duo of Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson. There's 2 ways you can do that. The first way is you get the run game going, which is easier said than done because this Houston run defense is excellent. Okay, I'm not saying that's going to be easy, but you need to run the football. You got a really good running back duo in Jalen Warren and Kenny Gainwell. You got a good offensive line. You got to test the waters early in this game, and as long as the Texans allow you to run on them, you should be running the football in this game. But when you do pass the football, Aaron Rodgers has to do what he's done all season long and get the ball out fast. Aaron Rodgers currently leads the National Football League in average time to throw, has the fastest in the league among starters, and that has protected this offensive line, plain and simply. They have the lowest pressure rate in the National Football League, this offense does, for a reason. That's because the O-line's been really, really good this year, and Aaron Rodgers is getting the ball out fast. If there's any team in the National Football League that can negate the pass rush of the Houston Texans, it is the Pittsburgh Steelers. Then when it comes to DK Metcalf, he is back this week, but it's got to be more than him, guys. Just because DK's back doesn't mean that this team should completely rely on him, because the Texans are going to play a lot of man coverage on him. They're going to put Derek Stingley, one of the best cover corners in the game, on him, and they're probably going to give him safety help. There's probably not going to be a ton of opportunities to throw the ball to DK Metcalf in this football game, but just having DK back on the field should open up opportunities for other players in this offense, guys like Adam Thielen and Calvin Austin III, and in particular, Pat Freiermuth. Pat Freiermuth needs to have a big game tonight, in my opinion, guys. When you watch the Texans defense on film, when opposing teams do gash them or whatever, it's because the tight ends are playing really well. And Pat Freiermuth is one of the best receiving tight ends in the game. He's got an awesome connection with Aaron Rodgers. Rodgers and Arthur Smith have to make it a priority to feed Pat Freiermuth early and often in this football game. And if Freiermuth leads the team in receiving yards today, I think the Steelers have a pretty decent chance of winning this game. Then you got to capitalize in the red zone. And that's on both sides of the football, by the way, guys. You got to stop them when they get into the red zone, hold them to field goals, and then you got to get touchdowns when you get into the red zone, because there's not going to be a whole lot of red zone opportunities in this game, in my opinion. It's going to be defense first. There's probably going to be a lot of punting tonight. You just got to go into this game with that mindset. And when you get into the red zone, you have to, bow up and stop them and get them in the fourth down and fourth down situations where they are not going for it. And if they do go for it, finish the job and get them off the field. Then also the Steelers need to win the turnover battle. I mean, the Steelers just don't win games when they don't win the turnover battle. And when the Steelers haven't turned the ball over this year, they've won every single game except for the Cleveland Browns game. So I look at this situation, guys, and I'm looking at the Steelers, and Aaron Rodgers hasn't thrown an interception since November? If he does that again tonight and there's no fumbles that kill us in this ball game, Steelers should have a decent chance of winning. And then, of course, I do expect it to be, it should be very close in the fourth quarter. I think it's going to be low scoring, it's going to be defensive football, and it's going to come down to which team makes that big play late, whether that's on special teams, whether that's a big sack on defense, a forced fumble on defense, whether that's an interception, whether that's a game-winning drive from Aaron Rodgers like last week. You got to make that big play late if you want to win this football game. And again, guys, I said it last week, I'll say it again here today. This is why you go out and get Aaron Rodgers for games like this. Aaron Rodgers came here and the Steelers were willing to wait for him as long as they did because they want Aaron Rodgers to be able to come in here in a playoff environment at home and deliver a victory against a very good 12-5 football team with 9 straight victories. All right? And I think Aaron Rodgers is more than capable of delivering that. And guys, I think if the game comes down to a drive or two at the end of this game, give me Aaron Rodgers to deliver the goods for the black and gold. Now, still to come here on Steelers Talk, Ponzi and I have our score predictions for this game that we'll get to right before we kick things off. But we got a lot of super chats to catch up on here, folks. I'm not seeing any. Did we get to Hat Guy LTs? All right, cool. Fluffy with a 20, another one, says donate these tickets to the chat, and Cassie is awesome. Steelers for the win, so that is 3 raffle tickets for a 20. Let's give away 3 free raffle tickets. Let's go. And by the way, we just passed 400 likes, so let's give away another one. 4 free raffle entries. Spam those me's in the chat. Fluffy's giving away 3 free raffle entries right here. Spam those me's if you want a free one. Spam those me's in the chat. By the way, I think ESPN just showed a graphic where if the Steelers lose tonight, that is Mike Tomlin will literally tie Marvin Lewis for the longest streak of playoff losses in NFL history. Literally Marvin Lewis. Literally Marvin Lewis. That would be devastating. Hopefully the Steelers can deliver one for us here this evening. We're giving away 4 free raffle entries. Spam those me's. By the way, every 100 new subscribers we add on the show, we're giving away a free raffle entry. Every 200 likes we get on the show, free raffle entry. I'm going to give my first one here to Robert Kirkpatrick Ponzi. Second one to Kurgan Cold. Third one to Bernard. And my fourth one, who do I want to give this to? Terza Bulware. Terza, you're in. Hat Guy LTs came in with a $1 Venmo. And he says, let me see. Hey, Jack, I've been watching this channel since 2021. I just wanted to take a minute and say thank you for all you do for this channel. And thank you for changing my life. Well, that's too nice there, Hat Guy LTs. I'm just a guy talking Steelers football on YouTube. I don't know if I changed your life, but I appreciate the kind words, my friend. Thank you for the $1 Venmo, and that's why we do it, man. That's why we come to work every day. That's why we're probably going to be here at the office until 4 in the morning, and we'll be back in the office early tomorrow to get you guys Steelers coverage and all that different stuff. Is because we love the Steelers, we love you guys, and we do it for you, Elevate LTs, just for you, my friend. $2 from Anthony Jensen says concerned about injuries. I mean, the Steelers are relatively healthy right now. Now, obviously you're missing Broderick Jones, but I would argue Dylan Cook is an upgrade over Broderick Jones. Oh, CJ Stroud heading to the locker room a little early here. He's a little chilly.
A little cold.
See a little cold?
Obviously, like Darnell Washington, too.
Yeah, you're missing Darnell. You're missing Deshaun Elliott. Those are the ones that hurt. But I think, I know Kyle Duggar hasn't played great these last 2 weeks, but, he's been, for the price tag that you got him for, Ponzi, he was a great trade. Hopefully he can have a turnaround performance tonight and make a big play for us. And then when it comes to Darnell, here's the thing about Darnell getting injured. Obviously, it's bad because he's an awesome blocker. He's a great yak threat, all that stuff. But, when he gets as many snaps as he gets, that means Pat Freiermuth isn't on the field. And
Jonnu Smith plays over him.
And yeah, exactly. And, with Darnell out, that means Pat Freiermuth now has an opportunity to be the full-time starter as the number 1 tight end. And with the connection that he has with Aaron Rodgers, man, I'm not saying it's a good thing Darnell got injured. I'm just saying that it's nice to have Pat Freiermuth as the guy to replace him at the number 1 tight end spot. So I don't think that's as big of a drop-off as some people might think. So I actually think the Steelers are pretty healthy right now, all things considered. All the players that you absolutely could not afford to get injured are playing. Aaron Rodgers, DK Metcalf, Cam Hayward. I would say Derek Harmon is in that conversation right now because if you don't have Derek Harmon, Keanu Benton can't anchor versus the run. TJ Watt, all these guys are healthy. So, I'm honestly not too worried about injuries, Anthony. If the Steelers lose today, I don't think we can chalk this one up to injuries. I think it's just you got outplayed at home versus the Texans. $5 from John Browns is if the Steelers win, who do you think will be player of the game? Who you see getting a sack as well? Go Steelers. I'm going to go with Alex Highsmith to get the sack because he's been balling his fucking ass off. He's going up against a rookie tonight. And then in terms of who's going to make the biggest impact of the game, who's the player of the game, I'll go with Aaron Rodgers because I think that his mind and his ability to see things in the Texans defense and see some little holes in there I think that's going to make the difference in this game. I think there'll be a couple of really big throws in this game, Ponzi, where Rodgers just dices them up. And it's going to be super impressive, and I can't wait to see it. And I'm going to go with Aaron Rodgers as the player of the game. I would say the surprise or quote-unquote surprise standout, I think Pat Freiermuth hopefully leads the team in receiving yards tonight. That would be awesome. That would be awesome. $5 from Jaden says the Steel Curtain and Rodgers need to be on fire tonight, ready to see a playoff win, and it's at home. And that's another thing, Ponzi, is that if the Steelers finally deliver this playoff win tonight, that means it's at home. And, I think a lot of Steelers fans would be very happy. Now, obviously, if we win tonight, we want to, continue this on and beat the Patriots and beat whoever we play in the AFC Championship game and win the Super Bowl. Obviously, that's every fan's hope. But I think if the Steelers can win tonight, even if they lose in the divisional round or in the AFC Championship game or in the Super Bowl, we can look back on this season as a success and say, you know what, man, division championship, getting a home playoff win, that is awesome. For me personally, Ponzi, even if the Steelers lose tonight, I'm still going to leave this season with a lot of gratitude. I'll be extremely disappointed, obviously, and, the 9th straight year without a playoff win, 7 straight playoff games without a win for Mike Tomlin, tying the all-time NFL record, won't look great. I'm not going to sit up here and say that it will. But at the same time, this Steelers team was being predicted by all the talking heads, except for us here on Steelers Talk. Everybody was saying this is going to be the first losing season for Mike Tomlin. How stupid of them to wait for Aaron Rodgers. He's going to suck this year. All this different stuff. And, especially with some of the adversity they faced on defense earlier in the year, where this defense was terrible in the first half of the year. They performed surgery on this defense midway through the season, and they turned it around. Aaron Rodgers has been what he's been this year, like a legitimately good franchise-level quarterback. And now we're back here with a division championship under our belts and a chance to get a home playoff win. So,
to add on to your point there, Sperry, this team's playing with house money. No one predicted this team to, win against the Ravens. Everyone thought the Ravens were Super Bowl favorites.
No one's picking us tonight.
Exactly. You win tonight, you start becoming dangerous. And I really
I think the Steelers are already dangerous.
Exactly. I do think that this team, out of any other team, the Steelers team that I've seen, and granted, I haven't been delving into Steelers all that throughout my time, but this team feels different.
Yeah, and it does. And why it feels different, Ponzi, is because they can win on the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball. They're playing their best football at the end of the season instead of petering out and backing into the playoffs like they have over the last, how many times in a row have they just, we lose a couple games before the playoffs and then we don't have a good enough quarterback heading into the postseason? Like at least the last, 4 playoff trips, this team is backed into the playoffs? When was the last time we didn't back into the playoffs? 2017?
2020.
No, 2020 we backed in.
No, yeah.
Because we had the fast start, and then we lost all those games at the end of the season.
So, 2017?
I think 2017 was the last time we actually, were hot going into the playoffs with a quarterback that was playing at a high level.
Yeah, because
it's the last time.
I think he threw for 5,000 that season.
I mean, we were hot in 2023 coming off of 3 straight wins, but we had Mason Rudolph, our backup quarterback, in there. No one really believed in us, and for good reason, by the way. But
2023 backed into it. Last year, obviously. 2021 barely got in.
So, listen, man, I think this Steelers team, and I've said it since the beginning of the year, this year's Steelers roster gives you the best chance to win a playoff game in a long time. And for me, that was the measure of success. All right. Now, I know some fans are going to have the measure of success be playoff wins and all that stuff, and I get that. But for me, man, I just wanted a chance. I just want to feel like I have hope and a chance of going on a run in the playoffs. That's what I define success as going into the season this year. And God damn it, I have that hope heading into this postseason, man. So even if the Steelers lose and listen, man, it'll be different if they lose by a blowout. I'll be pissed if we get blown out again. But even if it's just close and if they lose, I'll be disappointed and I'll be sad for a long time. And this will be a what-if season for sure. But, at least I can go back on this season and say, you know what? That division championship is always going to exist here in Pittsburgh. This season with Aaron Rodgers being, with this team, it'll be a season that I never, ever forget, plain and simply, guys. So, obviously, tonight's a big night. You want to get that playoff win, but even if you lose tonight, personally, I have a lot of gratitude for what we've been able to experience this season, and that's where I'm at. $10 from Robert Locke says we have so many picks. Do we rebuild or trade picks to select pieces?
Very interesting question about trading up.
Here's the thing. I think it's a mix of both, Robert. I don't think it's ever with the Steelers something where it's one or the other. I think they always want to keep up their roster to a level where they feel like they can compete while also stocking up for the future. Okay, so there's a number of positions that they can draft players where maybe they wouldn't start year one, but they can, develop into future starters. And I think they're going to use those 12 draft picks to get those players. They might use a couple of those draft picks to go get a top-flight receiver or something like that via trade. I could certainly see that being a possibility. If there's a big-name quarterback that comes available and Aaron Rodgers isn't coming back, I could see them packaging some picks to go get a quarterback. There's a lot of different things they can do with those picks, Rob. But the one thing I'll tell you, and the one thing it gives you is options. You have options on how to use those picks. You can draft young players. You can use those picks and package them to get some veteran players to help you win now. This is a win now roster in 2026. It is. Most of the roster is mostly set. You just got to make sure you figure out the quarterback situation, 2 wide receiver spots, left guard, and number 2 starting corner. And then get Kenny Gainwell back. You do those 6 things, and you got 12 picks, you got over $60 million in cap space. You should be able to accomplish all of that here in Pittsburgh next offseason and, not have to rebuild necessarily. $10 from Corey Miles says, what are your top wide receiver prospects in the 2026 draft for the Steelers? Obviously, it all depends on when the Steelers are drafting and, who makes it there, but obviously Mekhi Lemon is one of the top names, great route runner, can make tough catches on the sideline. Denzel Boston. I'm a big fan of the Tennessee kid. Can't remember.
Chris Brazzell.
Brazzell. I'm a big fan of him.
Nice.
He's got good route running, big body.
Good catch point.
Great catch radius. He can make those tough catches down the sideline. Pairing him up with DK Metcalf would be a movie. But I also think, man, there's quite a few good receivers now. Obviously, I think Carnell Tate's going to go top 10. I don't think the Steelers will have any shot at him. Same thing goes for, who's the other guy that's at the top here? Why am I blanking on him?
Jordan Tyson?
Yeah, Tyson. Tyson's going to go top 5, if not top 10.
If he might fall because of the injury concerns?
Yeah, the film is just so goddamn nice,
really
man. It
good,
really is so good. So, I do think that wide receiver in round 1 is a pretty decent chance for the Steelers, so those would be the guys I keep my eye on. $5 from Eric Bonilla says, Real One checking in. LOL, Jack, your channel is my most watched on YouTube for my recap and just donating for some good luck and we can win. Appreciate That's you, awesome. Eric. Thank you for watching our show. We try to please, so we're glad that you came to our channel more than anybody else this year here on YouTube. $5 from Stony Dude. And CJ Stroud looks cold. They're interviewing CJ Stroud. He looks so cold, bro. Is it a little cold, CJ? Stony Dude says, Texans fan here. Just want to say good luck, fellas. May the best team win. If y'all beat us, I'll be rooting for y'all to get the gold. Let's get it on. Listen, man, this is some Texas hospitality right here, man. Big shout out. Unlike Chugs, who's been making fun of me all week here in the office. Stony Dude knows what's up. Appreciate the message there, my friend. Best of luck to you guys, and may the best team win. Absolutely. $2 from Bernard Nixon says, I got Steelers 19-16. Like that score prediction there, Bernard. I think that'll be pretty close to what the final result is. Although, that means a lot of made field goals. I don't know if we're going to get that many made field goals tonight, but who knows. Another 2 from Bernard says, A-Rod has nothing to lose tonight. I agree. Listen, man, if he loses tonight, he's already won a division championship here. He delivered one of the greatest moments I've ever experienced as a Steelers fan last week, beating the Ravens to win the division for the first time in a half decade. If he loses tonight, I will have very warm feelings towards Aaron Rodgers' time here in Pittsburgh. And hey, he might even come back next year for another run. So I completely agree with you, Bernard. I think Rodgers is playing with some house money tonight. I think last week was the Rodgers pressure game, because if he didn't win last week, I'm not saying he'd
collapse a little bit.
I'm not saying that he would be hated as much as Russell Wilson, but there would be some hard feelings, I would say. $5 from Jeff says, I'm not a fan of either, though I do know I'd rather be here listening to you. Jeff, I appreciate you, my friend. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Hopefully you get some entertainment out of our stream. $2 here as they're about to do the team intros at Acrisure, man. They just turned off the lights. Oh my gosh, man. I'm so ready for this, dude.
They need to turn off the lights for Renegade.
Yeah, they do. That would be sweet. Well, I don't think they're allowed to do that because it's technically in the middle of a game, but I don't think they're allowed to turn off all the lights. Lake Havasu says, I think TJ blows it up tonight. I hope you're right, my friend. TJ, for all the Mark Madden fucking bullshit about, Cam Hayward and, TJ Watt, they never win in the playoffs. They suck. They're not real Steelers. Nice. Dude, it'd be nice for those guys to shut him the fuck up tonight, all right? I'm just saying that. $2 from Tony Perez says 27-24. Steelers win.
High-scoring game. $10
from DeBoss says, with all that help, will be on DK. I think Freiermuth will have a huge game. My prediction, 17-14, Steelers win. Could see that happening, my man. I could see that happening. Terza with a 2 says, my birthday Thursday, we got to win. Terza, they got to get you that birthday win, that dub. All right, we got to get you that birthday dub, Terza. $2 from Bernard says, I don't know why guys get mad at A-Rod taking his TM? Taking his time?
During the offseason.
I think people got mad at him because let's just be real, guys. We live in a microwave society where it's we want stuff to happen now. And listen, man, not a lot of people wait that long to make a decision, okay? It's just the norm in the NFL to have decisions within the first couple days of free agency. So when you're waiting multiple months for something to be official, but let's be abundantly clear, okay? Aaron Rodgers was not actively thinking, should I sign with the Steelers or retire 2 months after free agency? No, he pretty much decided after his visit to Pittsburgh. You know what I mean? He took that visit to Pittsburgh, and by the way, he probably already decided that he was probably going to come here before that visit. That visit probably just locked it in. That visit was probably more of just okay, I want to see what it's like at the facility, all this different stuff. I'm pretty sure I'm going to come here, but I want to make sure it's a fit for me. And it was. So I'm guessing after that point, it was a done deal. He was coming to Pittsburgh unless the cancer, which apparently multiple people in his life were dealing with at the time, got worse. And if it got worse, he didn't want to commit to a football season, which is understandable, by the way. And it would have fucked the Steelers, absolutely. But I can't blame Aaron for not wanting to commit to a season in which he honestly didn't know he could commit. So,
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people just interpreted it as, oh, Aaron just wants to make it about himself. Oh, Aaron just wants to, hold the team hostage, all this different shit that people said about him. Stay on that side if you said that about Aaron Rodgers, by the way. I've been a supporter of bringing him in for a long time, and thank God the Steelers did not listen to the fans about bringing back Justin Fields or sticking with Mason Rudolph as the starting. We would have won 5 or 6 games this year if those guys would have been our quarterback. So, all right, man, we are so close to kickoff at Acrisure Stadium. We got over 2,300 people in the chat room right now. So now it's time for our score predictions for tonight's game. Okay? And if you look at the trends, they do predict a Houston Texans win. Okay? And when you cross-reference it, the thing that really puts it over the edge is the Texans defense, with the second best scoring defense in the league at 17.4 points per game. Other than that, everything else is pretty similar between the Steelers and the Texans. But because of that 17.4 average from the Texans, they are a 3-point favorites. So I'm going to give them the 3-point victory today, 20-17. Texans win. CJ Stroud, I don't think it's going to have a great game, but I also think that defense is awesome. We'll see if they do get it to Pat Freiermuth. They haven't really gotten to him all that often, though, before the 2-minute drills. And I just worry that, there's just not going to be enough plays from the Pittsburgh Steelers tonight to get the win. And, of course, Ponzi, the reason why, if you checked our preview this week, I picked the Steelers to win. Now I'm changing my pick to the Houston Texans, just like I did last week for the Ravens game, because every time I pick the Steelers to win before the game, they lose, so I have to pick the Texans. And I'm going Texans win tonight, 2017, which, by the way, I think is a very realistic possibility for tonight.
I don't think either team gets to 20 tonight. I think that's my bold take for tonight. I might be wrong on that. But, I think, the Steelers really do have a good chance in this game. I think Aaron Rodgers can find, Calvin Austin or Pat Freiermuth late, and they get a touchdown. Trusting CJ Stroud to drive down the length of the field, down by a touchdown. Don't buy it. So I got the Steelers in here. 17-10. I don't think either team gets to 20.
17-10. All right. Cassie sent me a message here. I want to give a shout-out here to Jeremy Smith's daughters. Jeremy, if you're still watching, shout-out to Eliana and Grace, who are huge fans of the Steelers and of Steelers Talk. So shout-out to Eliana and Grace. Big shout-out to those guys. And Jeremy, of course.
Got something interesting here.
All right. So Chuck Clark. Oh, my gosh, dude. I wasn't going to say this, but I had a dream last night that Chuck Clark cost us the game.
No way.
I had a dream that Chuck Clark cost us the game. And apparently Chuck Clark is taking first-team strong safety reps in warm-ups.
Let's hope Sperry's dream is wrong.
Listen, man, Kyle has not played great the last 2 weeks. God, man, I really hope my dream doesn't come true, because Chuck Clark has been booty cheeks all season long. Duggar hasn't been great the last 2 weeks, though, Ponzi, so it wouldn't shock me if they make a change at this position for this football game. I guess we'll just have to see. And the fireworks are going off at Acrisure, man, and what a sight.
Chills.
What an absolute sight for the national anthem. As they're singing the national anthem, here's the results of the other wild card games, guys. The Rams beat the Panthers in a classic. Bears beat the Packers in a classic. Bills beat the Jaguars in a classic. 49ers and Eagles, another classic. And then stinker last night, Patriots versus Chargers. Justin Herbert just can't play in the playoffs. Ponzi.
Typical Chargers quarterback.
3 straight playoff games where he just absolutely sucks. I mean, it just, at this point, man, like I won't believe it until I see it with Justin Herbert.
I like Justin Herbert. I love him.
By the way, the Patriots, led by Drake May, who, by the way, is my pick for MVP. I think Drake May should win MVP this year. He didn't play all that well last night.
He turned over the ball 2 times?
He turned the ball over, had multiple fumbles, did not manage the pocket all that well. Like, I feel like if we can get this Steelers pass rush to go up against him in a night football game, I think the Steelers have a chance against the Pats next week.
If L goes to my playoff bracket, it would be Steelers-Bills at Acrisure Stadium, AFC Conference Championship.
Man, that would be great, wouldn't it?
That would be amazing.
Well, here's the thing about next week's Bills-Broncos game. Josh Allen's used to playing in altitude. He played at Wyoming in college, so he's used to it. So I'm just saying, man, I think Josh Allen might be in for a big game against the Broncos defense next week. But, man, we're about to kick things off in Pittsburgh for the first home playoff game in a half-decade in the City of Champions, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. It comes against a warm-weather football team led by a warm-weather quarterback that's probably never even played in 10 games with the weather this cold in his entire life. Man, after an entire season, man, just right before we kick things off here, you know, it brings me back because this is what we wake up every single day for here on Steelers Talk. This is what we as Steelers fans wait all season for. All off season we wait for the season, then all season we're waiting for the playoffs, and now it's here, man. By the way, Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers offense will get the ball first. The Texans won the toss and elected to defer. So we will see the Steelers offense versus this Texans defense first. Before we get the kick here, Ponzi, this Steelers offense has really struggled in the first half for multiple games in a row now. I mean, even on this win streak, this has not been, a good offense in the first half. And we saw that last week, just 3 points in the first half. They didn't score really at all in the Cleveland game. Once again, a slow start. They had a slow start in Detroit. They had a slow start against Miami. It's been like a month straight where this Steelers offense has not played well in the first halves of ball games, and now you're playing against a Houston Texans team that is the best defense in football. So if the Steelers can get it going early offensively, that will be a big sign that Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers, this offense is ready to play. All right, man, we've got 2,800 Yinzers in this chat right now. Type "Here We Go Steelers" or HWGS in the chat for a free raffle entry. We just passed 600 likes. Wave that towel. Type those HWGSs, and let's sing it together here, folks. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Come on, spam those HWGSs in the chat. Here we go, Steelers. First home playoff game in a half decade. Come on, man. Who wants that free raffle entry? Woo! 24 degrees, real feel. We're going to find out if C.J. Stroud can handle the elements here in the first half. We know Aaron Rodgers can. The Steelers have been playing in this in the last month, and they've thrived in it. Let's see if they can warm up this offense a little bit earlier this week. I'm going to give this free raffle entry here to Mike Hurst. Mike, you are in the raffle tonight. All right, the Texans lining up the kick in the first time in a half decade. We are off in the playoffs at Acrisure Stadium. And it's going to be fielded. And it's going to be kneed down in the end zone. I think the Steelers will get it at the 20 because Jalen caught it before he crossed the plane of the end zone. So the Steelers will have the ball at the 20-yard line to start this game. By the way, 4 subscribers away. We're going to be here throughout this entire playoff journey for the Pittsburgh Steelers as Aaron Rodgers, quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers, takes the field for the first time in the postseason. This is his first postseason game since the 2021 season when he lost in the divisional round of the playoffs to San Francisco in his final playoff game playing for the Green Bay Packers. Steelers will start in a condensed formation under center. Handoff to Jalen Warren. He gets a nice little crease. He's going to make a couple men miss, and he's going to get there. First down, Steelers. Looks like a 10-yard gain. Good start for number 30. Keep pounding the rock. First down, Steelers. Let's go. Good first run for the Steelers. Good blocking up front. And a good way to negate the pass rush for the Houston Texans is to run the football as much as you can. Ben Skoranek out there early as a wide receiver. No Pat Freiermuth out there. Jonnu Smith, the tight end. Shotgun Rodgers with Warren out there. Trips right. Now they bring Skoranek from the number 2 to the number 3. Rodgers is going to can the play with 3 seconds left on the play clock. Shifts Warren. They're going to get it to DK on the screen from the slot. He's going to break free, and there he goes. And he's going to get about 19 yards. Another Steelers first down. Let's go. Welcome back, DK Metcalf. Welcome back, DK Metcalf. Rodgers changing the play with about 5 seconds on the play clock to a quick slot screen. Skoranek, Austin, and Fautano with some nice blocks. And DK with his speed squeezes through a little hole. He picks up a nice gain. 2 plays, 2 first downs for Pittsburgh. Now they get Muth back in there. Jumbo personnel. Under center is Rodgers. MVS, the lone receiver. Handoff is to Warren. He's going to find another crease, and he's going to pick up 2. And if Warren would have made that guy miss Ponzi, he might have been off to the races. Unfortunately, they do get the ankle tackle. And it'll be 2nd down and 8. Steelers already approaching midfield at the 47-yard line. Now Rodgers in the shotgun. Condensed formation. Rodgers will send Calvin Austin in motion from right to left. Takes the snap. He will hand it off to Warren again. Fights forward. And he'll pick up another 2, maybe 3, but it will be 3rd down and somewhat manageable coming up for Pittsburgh. It's going to be officially 3rd down and 7. Which is technically 3rd down and long. They will put Kenny Gainwell out there for the first time this evening, the team MVP voted on by his teammates. Let's see if Rodgers can convert on the first 3rd down of the evening. Is there a timeout somewhere? Oh, yeah, Jalen Reed, who just got taken off of IR, the rookie out of Penn State, is being looked at by trainers. Gives the Steelers a little bit more time. Oh, my God. Oh, my Lord. Look at the chat. Holy fucking shit. Let's get to that pretty soon here. Not right now, but soon. As soon as we can. I don't want them leaving. Here we go, 3rd down and 7, the first empty look of the night for Rodgers. It's trips right with Gainwell and a McCaffrey split. And now they send Gainwell back to Rodgers' right. Now he puts him down into the sniffer position. Rodgers will take the snap. He's looking. He's going to throw, and it's not even close. I think Gainwell ran it at the wrong depth, and Rodgers is pissed. And that's going to end the drive. Kenny Gainwell, I'm guessing, unless Rodgers is pissed at himself, Rodgers tried to go to Gainwell on an out-breaking route, and it's not even close. Gainwell doesn't even try to catch it. So Corliss Waitman will come on for the first time tonight, and at midfield here, we'll have to punt this away. It's booted away. It's going to be fair caught at the 10-yard line. And that's where C.J. Stroud and the Texans will take over to start this game. But oh my goodness, this one's rolling in from Fix This! Bang! 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 Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. You know what? He's a Green Bay fan. I'll give him one of these. Dun-dun, dun-dun-dun. Go, Pack, go. Shout out to Fix This. Says Green Bay fan, but go Steelers. I mean, hey, Green Bay fans have nothing else to cheer for but Aaron Rodgers at this point, right? So if there's any Packers fans watching, we appreciate you. Fix This coming in with a $500 super chat. Oh my gosh, man. Holy shit, fix this. That is unbelievable. That is unbelievable, dude. All right. Hey, fix this. Let me know in the chat if you want an Aaron Rodgers jersey, all right? If you want an Aaron Rodgers jersey for a $500 super chat, you can get yourself an Aaron Rodgers jersey, all right? My email is down there at the bottom of your screen, and you can find me at Sperry@chatsports.com. If you want an Aaron Rodgers Steelers jersey, my friend, or a Packers jersey, whatever, be happy to get you one. $500 super chat is absolutely awesome. That's true. All right. Well, we're at commercial. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Let's go. Shout out to Fix This joining us here. Go Steelers, my friend. Go Raji. Oh, shit. No, it just fell over. All right, man, here we go. First drive of the game for Houston. Make sure you guys click that subscribe button, join us. We're going to be here. Those terrible towels are absolutely flying around, man. Let's go. Pittsburgh Steeler playoff football. You got to love it. Under center for C.J. Stroud. He's got two tight ends. He's going to start with a handoff to Woody Marks, and he's going to get a decent gain here of around 4 or 5. Decent push from Houston's O-line. Be second down. By the way, I owe 2 free raffle entries next commercial break. If we can get to 1,000 likes, or if we can get to 112,300 subscribers, we'll add to that total. Second down and 5. Shotgun here for Stroud. I think he's an empty. No, never mind. He's got a back next to him. Takes the snap. He's looking for the quick option. He'll throw, and it's going to be tipped up into the air. Oh, incomplete. Joey Porter Jr. got those go-go gadget arms in there, and now Nico Collins is down on the ground, grabbing at his head. Hope that Nico's okay. He's a great competitor, great player. I want to beat you at your best. Get up, Nico. Almost intercepted, man. Ramsey was around the ball. Queenie was around the ball. It'll be third down and 5. Nico Collins is going to the sideline. He's grimacing, man. And they took Christian Gonzalez out of the game last night by doing some similar stuff. Shotgun for Stroud, first third down of the day. Steelers showing pressure. They're going to send it. CJ steps up. He's got some time. He launches down the field. He's got an open man. Did he catch it? It's caught by Christian Kirk. And then he's brought down. Question is, did Kirk catch it? And I think he did. Stroud delivered the deep ball. That's Brandon Eccles, the slot corner. Oh, he's bobbling. Oh, I think he got it. I think that's a big play catch. Steelers tried to go man coverage there. Pass rush just didn't get there on time. When you blitz that many people, Ponzi, you got to make sure you get in, and the Steelers did not. That's going to be a catch for Christian Kirk. That's going to take him all the way to midfield. Now into Steelers territory at the Steelers 49, right on the logo. Under center, handoff again to Marks. He's not going to get much, maybe 2 yards.
Was that a little early jump from that right tackle on that play?
I think he slipped.
Yeah.
Got 3,600 Yinzers already in the chat here tonight. Thank you guys so much for joining us for a playoff watch party. Make sure you guys click that subscribe button. Sub for Steelers dubs. If you want this season to keep going, click that subscribe button. Nico Collins still on the sideline. Now shotgun for Stroud. Second down and 8. He'll take the snap, hand off to Marks up the middle on the draw play. He's not going to get much, maybe 2 yards. Good job by T.J. Watt, Cam Hayward combining on the tackle. It'll be third down and 6 coming up. Second third down opportunity. This is, I believe, too far away to try a field goal. Now, Nico Collins coming back into the game. Would not surprise me if we get the NFL independent neurologist take Nico out of this game at some point. They did the same thing to Christian Gonzalez, where he was able to continue playing for the rest of the drive, and then they took him out. And by the way, Gonzalez is still in concussion protocol. So Collins back out there. 4 seconds on the play clock. 3rd and 6. Shotgun for Stroud. Delay a game! Yes, delay a game. Stroud couldn't get it off. We 3rd down and 11 coming up. Got to get him off the field here. Got to get him off the field here. Did they take a timeout? Yes, they did. Okay, so Houston called timeout. So it will be 3rd down and 6. This would be a big stop right here. If the Texans get a first down, they'll be at least in field goal attempt range. Steelers get a stop, they'll have to punt. My guess is if it's 4th down and short of some variety, they will probably go for it. So the Steelers are going to have to force an incompletion or something of that kind, get a sack, something like that, if they want to get off the field here. Type those 3s in the chat. Come on, we got to get a stop here. Come on. We can't give them that early advantage. Terrible towels absolutely flying. You're on a Monday night. Shotgun takes a snap. False start. Flag on the play. They're going to call it. Yes, good. Good. Don't let them get away with it. Don't let them get away with it. Back them up. Good. Calling it on Trent Brown, the right tackle. Which means it will now be 3rd down and 11. Type those 3s. If you've got a towel, wave it. Let's go. Come on. Got to get them off the field here. Steelers go out with 1 high safety. Shotgun here for Stroud. Takes the snap. They send pressure. He has to step up. And now there's TJ Watt. He gets rid of it. Incomplete. Let's go, man. Hayward goes and quickly grabs the football in case it's a fumble. But good pressure by the Steelers. And they'll get off the field here on their first defensive possession. They sent Patrick Queen on a blitz. They dropped Alex Highsmith. And they also sent Brandon Eccles from the nickel for C.J. Stroud to step up right into the waiting arms of T.J. Watt. And now from the 50, the Texans will punt this away. And the punt is off. Calvin Austin telling Steelers to stay away, goes out of bounds, and who knows where this went out. This is a bad punt from Houston, and the Steelers will get pretty decent field position for a punt from midfield. And the Steelers will have their second possession of the day. And Ponzi, that was a big possession right there, in my opinion, because the worst case scenario is you score 0 points on your first drive, then they go down and they score a touchdown to start the game, and then they get the ball to start the second half. That's the worst way you could start this game. Great job by the Steelers after that big completion to hold strong, get the stop. All right, if you guys want to check out our friends at Prize Picks, it is officially the new year, and in my opinion, guys, it's the best time of the year for watching sports, whether it's bowl games, playoff games, basketball and hockey season are now in full swing as well. It's all happening all at once, and all that action's awesome. And while all that action is going on, there's one place where it feels so good to be right, and that's Prize Picks. Prize Picks is super simple to play. You just pick more than or less than at least 2 player stat projections. If you get your picks right, you could cash in. My favorite feature about Prize Picks is that how you play is up to you guys. If you want a little bit more flexibility, you can choose the flex play, where you can get paid even if one of your picks misses. And if you're feeling really strong about your particular lineup and want a bigger payout, you can go for the power play. No matter how you play, though, Prize Picks is a great way to put your takes to the test and make some money. That is, if you know ball. I took the less on passing yards for C.J. Stroud today, took the more on receptions for Kenny Gainwell, and the more on receiving yards for Pat Freiermuth. You guys can download the Prize Picks app today. Use code CLNS, get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. All right, man. Unfortunately, that first drive kind of stalled out offensively for Pittsburgh after 2 straight first downs. You kind of ran the ball twice there on that final set of downs, and then you get into a 3rd and 7. And then there's a miscommunication between Rodgers and Gainwell, which doesn't happen all that often, but unfortunately it did happen.
At least they didn't go 3-and-out.
Yeah. I mean, that was the best first drive offensively we've had in Pittsburgh in a little while, honestly. Yeah. It's been like 3-and-outs or like very quick drives to start games the last month or so. Even during this kind of hot streak the Steelers have been on as a team, they've had to warm up offensively. Didn't seem like that was necessarily the case there on that first drive. And now they got an opportunity to score first here again. So Steelers have the ball at the 28-yard line after a not great punt from Houston.
22-yard punt.
Yeah, 22-yard punt from Houston.
For reference, they would have been better kicking it off in the end zone.
And there's Art Rooney with his yellow button-up shirt. I mean, that's so gross, dude.
Awesome.
So bad. All right, first down and 10. Rodgers leads the troops for his second drive. Condensed formation here. Play action, roll out to the left. Rodgers has time. He's going to turn the hips, throws wide open. Caught DK. He's got room to run to the 50 all the way down to the Texans 46. First down, Steelers. Let's go. Get that play action going, man. Let's go. Good to see number 4 back. No, he blocked. Beautiful. Just carving down, flipping the hips, right in stride to Metcalf, wide open for a big gain. Steelers another first down away from being in scoring position. Shotgun Rodgers takes the snap. He's looking. He's going to throw down the sideline. The Metcalf, he's being held. Has to be called, and it is. Kamari Lassiter sodomized DK Metcalf. And this might be one of the first defensive pass interference penalties I have seen on Metcalf all season long. Look at all that contact, man. Literally pulling down his jersey, grabbing at his hips. You can't do that, man. You can't do that. DK Metcalf's back, baby. First down, Steelers. Got over 4,600 people in the chat right now. We're 20 likes away from giving away a free raffle entry, and thank you guys for getting us to our next sub-milestone. We're giving away free raffle entries next commercial break. Now on the Houston, 33-yard line. Under center is Rodgers. They will hand it off to Gainwell. He gets some nice push up front. He gets about 6. All right, we're marching. We're marching, folks. Let's go. By the way, Jaden Reed, what happened to him? I think they're reporting on him right now. Hopefully that young man's okay. Under center here is Rodgers. He's got Thielen and Metcalf out there as the 2 receivers. He's got Metcalf and Jonnu as the tight ends. Rodgers makes a switch at the line of scrimmage, sends Thielen in motion left to right. He takes the snap. He will hand it off to Gainwell. He's going to make one-man miss, cuts upfield, picks up a first down, and gets down to the 21-yard line. First down, Steelers. Let's go. I like what I'm seeing, Ponzi. I like what I'm seeing. This is the number 1 defense in the National Football League, and for the most part, the Steelers have been moving it pretty consistently. Consistent first downs, staying away from third, just marching down the field. Now they're just outside the Prize Picks red zone. Shotgun for Rodgers. He's got Warren next to him to his left. Takes the snap. Rodgers looking right, nothing there. Now to the left. Now he's going to float it down the sideline to Jonnu Smith. He's not even looking for it. Why is he in the game? Jonnu Smith sucks. Why? He wasn't even looking for it. Jesus Christ, Jonnu. Second down and 10. Shotgun Rodgers takes the snap, looking. Now he's going to launch it towards the end zone and complete. Tried to go to Calvin, but he got bullied on the sideline. It'll be third down and 10. Yeah, I don't think he was going to catch it either way. It looked like Rodgers was just kind of throwing it away. Third down and 10. Rodgers has converted on his fair share of these throughout the year, Ponzi. He converted on a number of these in the second half last week. Give me a seam to Freiermuth for 6 here. Come on. They're going to go empty with Rodgers. He cans the play at the line. Got trips left, doubles right. Rodgers. Take the snap. He's looking. He's going to throw it. It's caught by MVS. He's short of the sticks. It'll be 4th down and 3. My guess is the Steelers will take the points. Chris Boswell has missed some field goals that he should definitely make. Last week, it was technically a blocked kick on the PAT attempt versus Baltimore. This stadium is known as one of the toughest stadiums in the league to kick, but it is a 32-yarder. And, of course, they are in the PrizePicks Red Zone. Download the PrizePicks app today. Use code CLNS. Get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Boswell puts it up, and it's down the middle. Steelers strike first, 3-0, Pittsburgh. And you know what? I will take these first 2 drives, Ponzi. I will take these first 2 drives. They haven't done a good enough job staying out of 3rd and long, but they've only had 2 third downs the entire game. They are moving the chains quite consistently. And they're playing aggressively. They're trying to move the sticks on 1st and 2nd down instead of playing for 3rd because they know how good this Texans team is once they get you into 3rd down. So I'm liking what I'm seeing there. Okay. And then I liked what I saw from the defense outside of the one, big play that Houston got. So,
I mean,
in terms of starts to games, the Steelers have had worse starts.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Let's just say that. Okay.
And, honestly, driving it as efficiently as they had against the, this very vaunted Texas defense, it's very impressive to start out this game. I mean, the O-line's getting pushed in the run game. They're doing pretty well in the pass game. I haven't really seen a lot of pressure, but, I mean, it's because Rodgers gets it out early.
And I know some people are going to want Tomlin to go for it there on that 4th and 3, but it's so early in the game. And then B, points are at a premium in this game, guys. I think defense is going to play such a big part in this football game where you got to get points when you can get them, especially when it's a tie ball game and you have the chance to take the lead. So I agree with Tomlin's decision there to take the points, get the 3 points, and go from there. I owe multiple free raffle entries here, by the way.
Alrighty.
How many do I owe? I think I owe 4 because we just passed 1,000 likes. We just got one for 300. I think I didn't do it for 200 either.
No.
And then I didn't do it for 800. So I think I owe 4 free raffle entries here, guys. Type those me's in the chat if you want a free raffle entry. Ponzi, are we up to 750 yet? We have to be with that 500, right?
Yeah, we're at almost nearly 1,000.
All right, so let's show them the 2 raffle entries we've got going tonight, or the 2 raffle items we got going tonight. We are going to be giving away a Steelers jersey of the winner's choosing, and we're going to be giving away a 2025 AFC North Championship t-shirt to a couple of lucky fans in the chat. If you guys want to get in on the raffle today, $10 gets you in. $20 you get 3 raffle tickets. $50 you get 10. $200, and then every $250 we get on the show, we're banging the gong. But we're giving away 4 free raffle entries here. I'm going to give one to David Simmons. Going to give one to Nico. Going to give one to Tiffany Howard. And I'll give one to DJ KJ. And by the way, guys, if you Venmo or PayPal donate today, we'll double your raffle entries. Boswell boots this away to Houston. And this is going to be bouncing at the 5. It's going to be returned. And it's going to be taken out to around the 25-26. That is where C.J. Stroud will take the field. By the way, Chuck Clark did get the start at strong safety in this game. Kyle Duggar has apparently been benched. And, I mean, listen, I don't think Duggar's played all that great these last couple weeks, but I don't know if Chuck Clark is... I had a dream last night, guys, that Chuck Clark lost us this football game.
This is the first playoff.
And then I woke up and I'm like, whoo, that nightmare's over. Nope, he gets the start tonight. 1st down and 10 for Stroud here on the second drive for Houston's offense. He'll take the snap. He's looking, four-man rush for Pittsburgh. He hesitates. He throws low. It's caught by Nico Collins for a gain of 4 or 5. Apparently, the independent NFL neurologist has not designated Nico Collins to come out of this game and go through concussion protocol, even though he was grimacing and grabbing his helmet.
This is the first playoff lead the Steelers have had since 7-0 2022 against the Chiefs.
Makes sense to me. Under center here for Houston. He's going to take the snap, hand it off to Woody Marks, and he's going to pick up a decent gain close to first down yardage. He might have gotten it. Looked like Keanu Benton got driven backwards alongside Derek Harmon, who ended up making the tackle. They're going to say he's just short, but it's third down in inches. Need an impact play to get off the field here if you're Pittsburgh. Steelers put in multiple heavy defensive linemen as the Texans come out with their heavy personnel. Get it to Marks. It's going to be close. There's a good tackle by T.J. Watt, but I think he got it. He did. First down, Texans. Multiple Steelers won at the line of scrimmage, but Marks found just enough space to get the yard needed to move the chains. First down, Houston. Some people are saying that Nico Collins didn't catch the football. And Tomlin chose not to challenge. I mean, I don't know if you want to waste your challenge on that play on a first down, 4-yard completion. Under center here again, they're going to hand it off to Marks, and he's going to get another okay gain, another gain of 3 or 4, as Houston is definitely committing to the run early in this game. Coming into tonight, Houston has the 30th ranked rushing offense according to rushing EPA per attempt, as well as rushing success rate. And that was not a successful run. Only 3 yards. He needed 4 on a first down to get a successful run. Second down and 7. Stroud in the shotgun takes the snap. Quick screen out to Nico Collins, and he's going to pick up a decent gain of around 3. It'll be third down and short coming up. Nick Herbig on the tackle. Third down and 3. Type those 3s. Let's get off the field here, ladies and gents. Let's go. Shotgun for Stroud. A sack would put him away. Let's get after him here. Stroud takes the snap. He's looking. Steelers send pressure. Throws middle. And it's going to be caught. First down. Gets down to the Steelers' 40-yard line. And now Pierre comes away with the football, but Xavier Hutchinson is the one on the catch over the middle. Pierre got beat. Steelers go to man coverage on the third and short. And Stroud delivers a nice in-breaker there, and then Chuck Clark was there to deliver the hit in the middle. It looked like Hutchinson really had to fight for that. And it'll be first down and 10. Houston now in Pittsburgh territory. Another first down there, definitely in field goal range. It's going to be a handoff to Marks. There's nothing much. It's going to be flea flicker. Here comes Sawyer, and he's going to fumble. Ball's on the ground. Steelers have the ball. Steelers football. Oh, my goodness. Jack Sawyer, the rookie out of Ohio State, the national champion, knocks it to his rookie classmate, Y.A. Black. Rub those tummies, ladies and gentlemen. And you know what, Ponzi? I'm hungry for a sack lunch. Nom, 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 nom. Let's go! Steelers ball, game-changing play. Now are they going to – but I think – so it's an interception. Y.A. Black caught the football when it was in the air, so even if Stroud's arm was going forward, which I don't think it was, but a rookie combination – in the biggest of games for the Pittsburgh Steelers, and Pittsburgh will have a chance to go up 2 scores early in this game. Gotta capitalize. Gotta capitalize. All right, you got a great opportunity here, man. This offense has been moving the football. All right, I'd say you've won the first quarter of this game. Defense is getting after it outside of a couple of downfield plays from Stroud and the Texans. But the pass rush is getting after Stroud. The more they do that, the more he's going to be seeing ghosts in there.
I'm seeing on Twitter, apparently there was a receiver wide open if he didn't get that pressure.
Well, it was a flea flicker. So
yeah,
it would,
so it makes sense.
So it does make sense that there would be a coverage bust of some kind.
Higgins was streaking down the field wide open.
Good.
Buckeye and Buckeye crime.
That's why you don't do that shit in Acrisure Stadium, man. Buckeye on Buckeye crime. All right, man. If you can capitalize here, Ponzi, that is a massive swing in this game. To go up 2 scores in this football game this early.
With the defenses playing as good as it is.
Exactly, man. I am definitely, I'm definitely all for that.
I mean, what a play by Jack Sawyer, man. He's played well in the little limited time that he's had to play and step up, especially with TJ Watt out. He's played very well.
Yeah, he has. I mean, dude, Jack Sawyer, man, what a nice little pickup he was.
Oh, no, but draft Shador.
He's been nice. Yeah, I'd rather have Jack Sawyer than Shador Sanders any day. Oh, my gosh, man. That's a huge play. I'm not going to lie to you guys. That's a huge play. And now the Steelers offense needs to take advantage. I mean, we've had some of these opportunities where the defense makes big plays, gets some big turnovers, and they don't capitalize. So some pressure on Rodgers and the Steelers offense to get a touchdown here, man. Field goal, it's still just a one-possession game. You get the touchdown here, you change the dynamic of this football game here. Got a short field, go get it done. Go get it done. Shotgun here for Rodgers. Multiple tight ends, 2 receivers. Takes the snap. They'll hand it off to Jaylen Warren. No push at the offensive line. He might have lost a yard. And that's not the way you want to start your set of downs after that big game-changing play from Jack Sawyer. It looked like Stroud was trying to get it off to Higgins, too. It looks like Ramsey got absolutely fooled by the flea flicker, dude. But what a play by Sawyer and by Y.A. Black, who, if you didn't know, bleached his hair this week, which is nuts. 2nd down and 10, shotgun Rodgers. I'd be shocked if this isn't a pass. Takes the snap. Rodgers has timed the pocket, steps up. He's going to launch down the field. He's got an open Metcalf, and he dropped it. Yeah, Metcalf dropped it. It was right in his hands. $30 million a year, and he can't catch a wide open catch down the field. Oh, my gosh. Rodgers had it dialed up. This would have put us in field goal range. Instead, it's 3rd and long against the Texans defense. Metcalf completely fooled Stingley. Rodgers put it right in his hands, and he drops it. DK can't drop that, dude. You just can't drop that in a game like this. All right, let's see if the Steelers can make up for it. They go empty with Rodgers. It's going to have to be a quick man beater. Takes the snap. Rodgers looking, pressure getting to him. Maneuvering the pocket, throws, caught MVS short of the sticks, and he's going to be brought down. Steelers will have to punt. Those are the type of opportunities, man, you cannot miss in games like this. Against this defense, you can't drop wide open shot plays down the field. It's a play you got to have. And that's a guy we're paying we're paying him more than any other player in Pittsburgh Steelers history for one contract. I don't care if you've been gone the last 2 weeks, man. Get it done. Kicks away. It's going to be fielded at around the 9. He goes out of bounds immediately. Long field coming up here for Houston, but just a giant missed opportunity for the Steelers offense there. And DK Metcalf has missed the last 2 weeks, had one right in his hands from Rodgers, who put an absolute seed on him. He ran a great route. Rodgers put it on him. Maybe it was a little bit outside of his frame, but like $30 million per season receiver, got to make that catch. I'm sorry. And like you just don't know how many opportunities you're going to have like that in this game against this defense. You got to take advantage, man. Under center. Play action roll out to the right. He throws. It's caught by Dalton Schultz, who will get about 7 or 8. Steelers tried to send pressure there, and it'll be second down and short coming up. Just past 1,200 likes and 400 subscribers here. So we'll give away another pair of free raffle entries next commercial break. And it looks like that might be right now because we are at the end of the first quarter. 3-0 Steelers at the end of the first. Houston has the ball, but they got a long way to go to take the lead in this one. Missed opportunity for the Steelers there, and their streak of not scoring more than 7 points in a first quarter continues. And I think that was expected in this game. But type those me's in the chat. If you're just joining us, we are going to be giving away a Steelers jersey of the winner's choosing and an AFC North Championship t-shirt.
Doesn't have to be a Rodgers jersey. We just have a Rodgers jersey picture.
That's true. Type those me's. We're giving away another 2 raffle entries. Every 200 likes and every 100 new subscribers we add tonight, we're giving away free raffle entries.
If you don't want to rely on a free raffle, use our donation menu for tonight.
That's right. If you don't want to have to rely on a free raffle entry, you can buy raffle tickets tonight. $10 gets you in, $20 gets you 3, $50 gets you 10. And if you Venmo or PayPal me, my addresses are down there on the bottom. And by the way, we do have a new Venmo. Okay. Actually, a couple new Venmos. But yeah, man, it's just missed opportunities like that are the things that are going to be the things that you look at tomorrow if we lose and say we had to have that. All right, let's give away 2 free raffle entries here. I'm going to give the first one to Butch Evans. Going to give the other one to Hot Rod 24. Jagger with a 2 says, is Kyle injured? Not to my knowledge. He was not on the injury report. So unless he's sick, which I think they would still have to put him on the injury report.
Yeah, they'd have to classify that.
But I think he's playing tonight. I think he's dressed. So he's not inactive. He's on the active roster, so they just benched him. They're putting Chuck Clark out there because they want to. Which could spell doom for this team in this.
Especially if your dream comes true.
Yeah, exactly. I had a dream that this game came down to a busted coverage on Chuck Clark. All right, defense, let's get it done, man. Jagger says, I think safeties and cornerbacks will determine this game. It could be, man. Could be. All right. Still got over 5,100 people watching live. Make sure you sub for Steelers dubs. You want this season to keep going? Click that subscribe button. Join us for our coverage throughout the 2025 season, what's left of it anyway. And then, of course, once the season is over, we'll get right into our 2026 offseason coverage. Shotgun here for Stroud on 2nd down and 2. Takes that fumble. It goes behind Stroud. Now he's looking. He's going to throw it, and it's going to be incomplete. Stroud able to avoid a disaster there. Botched snap. Stroud is able to go chase it down, and I think he just took his eyes off the football. He picked it up, and he's able to get rid of it before taking the sack. He was outside of the pocket, and the throw was in the area of a receiver. So now 3rd down and 2, a chance for the Steelers to get off the field with an impact play on 3rd and short. Shotgun here for Stroud. Acrisure Stadium is absolutely blowing up right now. Stroud looking to throw on the run. It's going to be caught by Christian Kirk for a gain of around 4. Easy completion on a rollout to the left, 1st down. Looks like Eccles was the guy responsible on a rub route. Honestly, not the best game so far from Eccles. It's allowed some open plays to Christian Kirk. Now under center again is Stroud on first down. For most of the time, they have handed this off. Now Duggar in the game. Play action. Stroud looking. Nothing there. Pressure there. Now he has to throw it to the sideline. Incomplete to Dalton Schultz. He's looking for a flag. He's not going to get it that time. It's Asante Samuel Jr. on the coverage. Might have been there a little early, Ponzi, but I don't think that was a catchable football. I mean, you can tell C.J. Stroud is uncomfortable with the kind of pressure he's getting from the Steelers' defensive front today. Joey Porter Jr. is right there with Nico Collins. 2nd down and 10. If you can avoid a 3rd and short here, I think you're in good shape. Takes the snap. Stroud looking. Now he's going to throw middle, and it's going to be caught. Tight coverage from Joey Porter Jr., but that is Nico Collins with a nice grab over the middle. 1st down Texans. You want to talk about your big-time matchups. Joey Porter Jr. has been one of the best man corners in football going up against Nico Collins, who is what Mike Tomlin refers to as a goon. Big body receiver that can win those contested catch opportunities. Very similar to T. Higgins in that way. Texans pick up another first. They get down to their own 33. Under center now again for Stroud. They haven't run the ball that much on this drive so far. They will change that with a run here to Marks. And he's going to collide in the hole, and he will pick up about 7. Decent gain for Woody Marks. Great. Next commercial break, remind me. By the way, guys, if you want a free raffle entry, all you have to do is follow me on X. That's the first way you can do it. Second way you can get a free raffle entry is repost my pinned tweet. Under center again, here is Stroud on 2nd down and 4. They'll hand it off again to Marks, and he's going to be brought down close to the line of scrimmage. That's Nick Herbig. Be 3rd down and 4 coming up. Another 3rd down chance coming up. Come on. 3rd down. If you got a towel, wave it. Let's get off the field. Come on, baby. 3rd down and 3. 2 straight runs usually means a pass here. They're probably not going to run it on all 3. Terrible towels flying. Acrisure Stadium, absolutely ruckus. You're on a Monday night. Stroud from shotgun will take the snap. Steelers send 4-man pressure. Steps up, throws. It's a little low. It's caught. And they're going to say it's caught for a 1st down to Dalton Schultz over the middle. And take a look at this here. Bobbled. And he caught it. Good catch from Dalton Schultz. Great possession, tight end. Be 1st down, Houston. They're now down to the 40-yard line. Couple 1st downs for Houston, getting a little something going here on this drive. Steelers trying to put a stop to that. Shotgun for Stroud. Going to take the snap. He's going to hand it off to Marks. Or, no, this is Mr. Chubb, and he's going to take it for 8. Got to say, man, for a team that's not that successful of a running team, they're getting some chunks in the run game, Ponzi. Giving up 35 yards on 9 carries so far. Steelers' run defense hasn't been bad, but they have been just giving up enough here to keep the Texans ahead of the sticks as they're now in Pittsburgh territory down to their 45. Under center here is Stroud. Send a receiver in motion. Hand off. Again, it's Chubb, 1st down. He stays on his feet. And he will get to around the 40-yard line, 1st down for Houston. Another 1st down. Methodical drive for the Texans. Not quite yet in field goal range. I mean, Fairbairn's a good kicker, but it's a warm weather kicker in Acrisure Stadium. I don't know if I'd love his chances from this distance. They're going to have to get some yardage to get him into striking distance to try and tie the game still. Steelers have been bend, don't break so far. Let's see what happens on this drive. 1st down and 10. Chubb's still in the game. Under center again is Stroud. Takes the snap. He hands it off to him again, and there's another crease, and he's going to pick up another 7-yard gain on first down. And, I mean, this is just chunk after chunk in the run game for Houston. They're going to say it's a 4-yard gain, or a 6-yard gain, my mistake. It's 2nd down and 4. Tell you what, man, in future seasons, they gotta find a solution to the nose tackle problem that exists here in Pittsburgh. One of the main weaknesses this run defense has is Keanu Benson at nose. Under center, Stroud is going to take the snap. He will hand it off to Marks, who's going to find the perimeter, and he's got some room to run. He stays on his feet, gets down inside the Prize Picks red zone. First down, Texans. Good gain. And Houston is knocking on the door here, trying to take the lead in this wild card matchup. Just no one securing the edge there. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Houston now down to the 13-yard line of Pittsburgh in the red zone for the first time today. Takes a snap, handoff, more push at the line of scrimmage, and another 7-yard gain. They're going to keep doing it until we make them stop. That's just the way that it works. 2nd down and 3. C.J. Stroud has frankly looked a little rattled in this game, but on this drive, he's barely had to throw it. How many completions does he have on this drive? Just maybe 2? Maybe 1? Everything else has been run. Can't stop him. Oh, on this drive. I think he might have 2 completions to Schultz and then to Collins, if I'm not mistaken. There's an injury on the field. He has 4 completions? No, 5 on this drive? On this drive. He has 5 on this drive. Why am I forgetting them? The ones I remember are the ones to Schultz and then the one to Nico Collins. I don't know, man. Got some super chats to catch up on here? Yeah, let's do Venmos first while we're at commercial break. Got my man Israel Armley. Says, here we go, Steelers with a 20. Appreciate you, my friend. That's 6 raffle tickets for you. Yeah. Hillensonger comes in with a 20 as well. Says, here we go, Steelers. Let's do this. Let's do this, Helen. Let's go get a win. Hat Guy LTs with a 1. Says, give me Pickens. Had enough of DK. All the drops are pathetic. Man. One thing I think DK's work ethic in terms of, like, you know, going to meetings on time, being a professional in that way is better than it was with GP. But do we not forget GP's drops at the end of last season too? Like, GP had like 5 or 6 critical drops in the final 2 games of the year last year. Like, do we just forget about those? I don't think drops have necessarily been like a huge issue for DK this year. I'm not saying it was an issue with GP either. It's just, you know, GP drop passes too. So Woody Marks was the one that was injured. Hopefully that young man's okay, but that just means we got to see more of Mr. Chubb. 2nd down and 3, shotgun, fake orbit. Now Stroud will just dump it off to Kirk, and he's going to slip through a tackle. Touchdown, Texans. Texans will take the lead on a very methodical, pretty much 90-yard drive going right down the Steelers' throats. And after 2 good defensive drives to start the game for Pittsburgh, they finally show a crack. And they got to figure out the run defense here, Ponzi, if they want to, you know, stop this Texans offense as this game goes on. Man, missed opportunity. Had a chance to go up by 2 scores. And if DK catches that pass, who knows how that drive would have ended. Fairbairn's kick is up and good. 7-3 Texans as they take the lead. Now, the Steelers might not be winning right now, but you can be winning all season long, no matter if it's in the offseason, whether it's during the season, no matter what season it is. Prize Picks has you covered. It is officially the new year, guys, and in my opinion, this is the best time of the year for watching sports. Bowl games, playoff games, basketball and hockey season are now in full swing as well. It's all happening all at once. And while all that action is going on, there's one place where it feels so good to be right, and that's Prize Picks. Prize Picks is super simple to play. You just pick more than or less than and at least 2 player stat projections, and if you get your picks right, you could cash in. My favorite feature about Prize Picks is that how you play is up to you guys. If you want a little bit more flexibility, you can choose the flex play, where you can get paid even if one of your picks misses. And if I'm feeling particularly strong about a lineup and want a bigger payout, I would go for the power play. No matter how you play, though, Prize Picks is a great way to put your takes to the test and make some money. That is, if you know ball. So, for example, Pines and I are doing the flex play tonight. We took the less on passing yards for C.J. Stroud, the more on receptions for Kenny Gainwell, and the more on receiving yards for Pat Freiermuth. So even if one of these misses, Ponzi and I can still walk away with some money with our friends at Prize Picks today. You guys can download the Prize Picks app today and use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. All right, man, I'm going to work to get this up on... You said he sent it to me? Sent it in social. Okay. Let's get this figured out. Which one is the one I'm supposed to... The bottom one or the top one?
The top one. The one with the play.
Okay. If I post the wrong one, it's your fault. I'll put it on you every single time. Yeah, that's right. All right, let's see here. Sounds good. If you guys want to, I'm gonna put this. Up here, up on my Twitter. If you guys want to give me a retweet, I will give a shout out to everyone that retweets my latest post. Next commercial break. All right, so Fairbairn getting ready to kick this off. Waiting for this to load, and then I'll get this up there. I'll let you guys know when I send it. Everyone that retweets it, the video of me reacting to the Jack Sawyer interception, get a free raffle. Well, not a free raffle entry, but a shout out next commercial break. All right, Fairbairn has it lined up, and the kick's away. Looks like a short kick. It's going to be fielded at around the 14-yard line by Gainwell. It gets to the 30, to the 35, and he's going to get close to the 40, around the 38-yard line. So good field position here for Pittsburgh. Steelers couldn't capitalize on their last drive. Let's see what they can do on this one. By the way, we're just 2 subscribers away from giving away another free raffle entry, and we're 50 likes away from giving away another free raffle entry. So if you haven't already.
Woody Marks is being evaluated for a concussion. His return is questionable.
All right. So we'll see if we have to deal with Mr. Chubb for the rest of the evening. This is the kind of game where you don't want to play Mr. Chubb either. Under center is Rodgers. He'll take the snap, play action. He's going to be a quick screen to Jonnu, trying to find some room, and he's not going to find it. It's going to be a yard of a loss. Texans defense blew up the Steelers screen, and that's going to be another negative play on first down for Pittsburgh. Under center here for Rodgers. 2 receivers on the field still with 2 tight ends. Rodgers communicating to the line and to the rest of the players, including the back behind him. Takes the snap. Play action. Now there's pressure on him quickly. He has to get rid of it quickly as Danielle Hunter was in his grill. Now there's a flag on the play, and I think there's going to be roughing on Danielle Hunter. Rodgers is pissed at an offensive lineman for letting Hunter through, and they're going to say intentional grounding on Aaron Rodgers. So this is going to be 3rd and forever, and this is going to be a lost drive. Somebody did not block Danielle Hunter. Or Fautano just completely missed him. And I think Warren going through is supposed to block him as well. Or never mind, he's running a route. But this is going to be another, unless there's a miracle here and there's a penalty or a big-time play from Rodgers, this is going to be a second straight 3 and out with great field position. Be 3rd and 21. And here comes the offensive lull for the Steelers. They're 0 for 3 on third downs tonight. The average yards to go have been 9. And this is only going to add to that with 21 yards to go here on this one. Go from empty, takes the snap. Rodgers just going to dump it off to Gainwell and hope he can make some guys miss. Makes one guy miss and then gets hit hard in the quad. It'll be well short of the sticks. The Steelers will have to punt. And Rodgers yelling at his guys to do their jobs. And I don't blame Rodgers for being necessarily, a little grumpy here. You have a wide open corner out to your number one receiver and it's dropped when it would have been a big game, maybe even a touchdown with the way we know DK can run with it. Now the kick's away and it looks like it's a short punt. It's going to get down to around the 20 and it'll be down at around the 18, maybe 19. So another longer field for Houston, but guys, if this Steelers run defense can't stop Nick Chubb, that drive was the worst I've seen this run defense, Ponzi, since, I have to think about it. It's been that long maybe since the Charger game. Bills, my mistake. That's the worst this run defense has looked since the Bills game. Right now, the Texans have 74 rushing yards already on 13 carries. It's an average of 5.6 yards per carry. It's too much. Got to stop the run. This is not a traditionally good running team. They're 30th in rushing EPA per rush and 30th in success rate. The defense has to rise up. Hat guy LTs, I don't think we did. He says, I will support this team until the day I die, but I really hate this team. It's honestly painful. Sorry, I lost my place here. Hat guy, he says, I hate this team. It's honestly painful watching this crap over and over again. It's still early, Hat guy LTs, all right? It's not like we're getting blown out right now, all right? We're staying even keel. How many times did we think last week that the game was over and they won? Okay, so if last week taught us anything, it's not to overreact to a bad drive or, a bad sequence, okay? First 2 drives, Steelers defense looked good. So, maybe that was just a bad drive and now they've regrouped and now they're ready to go. Let's see what they can do. God, man, we got to go back to DK Metcalf too, Ponzi. Get him over that drop. That's got to still be on his mind. It's on my mind. Michael comes in with a 2, says, Sperry, my brother, believe. I'm trying, my friend. I feel like it's really hard for Steelers fans, just to get out of the mindset of oh my gosh, it's over. It's just because, how the playoffs have gone. It hasn't been pretty. But, they're still in this game. But as my guy, Brasco Bad Boy says, dude, it's early. It is early, man. It is early. Now, you don't want to lose opportunities and miss opportunities the ways the Steelers have, and you don't want to see, a drive or the Texans run it down your throat the way they do, but still early, man. Still a lot of time to turn it around. First down and 10, starting from their own 19-yard line. Under center is Stroud. He'll take the snap and hand it off to Marks. Up the middle is back in the game, and he'll pick up a decent gain of around 4. Missed tackle from the Steelers leads to a decent gain. A successful first down run again from Houston. Second down and 6. Shotgun for Stroud. Send Marks out in motion. Now he drops it. Now he's going to have to scramble a little bit. Pressure. And the ball's out. Ball's out. Steelers have the ball. Did Stroud throw it? Is this going to be an incompletion or is it a fumble recovered by the Steelers? They're saying fumble. Steelers ball in Houston territory. Let's go! CJ Stroud can't catch the ball in the cold. And did he throw this? No, it got knocked out. Keanu Benton with the forced fumble and TJ Watt. With the recovery. Oh my gosh, the Steelers just get an absolute gift. And CJ Stroud, what are you doing, my friend? What is he doing? Just can't handle the football today. I don't know what to say, man. Without that run game, I'm telling you, if you stop the run tonight, you might win. Now the Steelers have a prime opportunity right outside the Prize Picks red zone on the Texans' 21-yard line. Under center is Rodgers. We'll take the snap, toss play. It's to Gainwell. There's no blocking from Metcalf, and it's going to be a loss of 3. Another negative play on first down for Pittsburgh. And another bad play by Metcalf. Metcalf is in charge of blocking Jalen Petrie. He just lets him go right inside, and it's an outside perimeter run to the right. Metcalf has to blow up Petrie. He has to move him. And he barely even touches him. It's like he doesn't even want to block. Come on, dude. You're making $30 million a year. Catch the ball, block your assignments, do your fucking job. Shotgun for Rodgers, looking, dumping it off to Gainwell. Great pursuit from Houston, another loss of 1. Just absolutely nothing doing for Pittsburgh. It'll be 3rd and 14, and they're about to squander their 3rd straight great opportunity with another 3 and out. At least this time you get 3 points out of it instead of 0. Knock on wood, but let's see if Rodgers can dig us out here. It's 3rd down and 14. Rodgers hard counts, doesn't get him to go. Now he brings Gainwell down into the sniffer. 2 seconds on the play clock. Rodgers takes the snap. He's looking. Nothing down the field. Now he gets it to Gainwell. His defender fell down. Can he get to the sticks? He's close. It's going to be 4th down and 2 coming up. Do the Steelers go for it? In a game where points might be at a premium, do you take the points or do you trust this offense that hasn't been able to move the chains on weighty downs all day? What a throw by Rodgers, by the way, to get this to Gainwell while he was getting hit. 4th down and 2. It looks like the offense is on the field, and they're going to trust Aaron Rodgers to get this done. If you don't get this, that's tough. Rodgers getting the faith put in him. It's going to be play action. Dump off to Thielen. Can he get there? He does. 1st down Steelers. Oh, man. All right. Tomlin put his faith in his quarterback to get him into the right play, and they did. 1st down Steelers. By the way, they've been in the Prize Picks red zone. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. It was a play-action play, faked it to Gainwell, and then with Thielen coming across the formation in motion, they got it out to him for a 1st down. Good play by Rodgers, good play by Thielen. Now inside the 10 to the 9, they get Skoranek in there. Under center, handoff, Warren trying to find a crease, nothing much. And he's going to get maybe a yard, maybe 2. And guys, you got to take advantage of your opportunities in the red zone. This Texans defense is only league average in the red area. They're 16th in the league in red zone touchdown percentage. This is the part of the field where you got to take advantage. And by the way, this is the first time, I believe, the Steelers are in the red zone. I think they were just outside of it, their first scoring drive. Now down to the 8. Under center is Rodgers. He'll send Jonnu in motion. Play action. Rodgers looking for something, nothing there. He's just going to throw it out of the back of the end zone, threw it away. Muth was double covered. And if you're wondering why Muth isn't getting the football, that might be why. By the way, Muth, 0 targets, 0 catches. Flag on the play, by the way. Could this be, I think it's an ineligible man downfield by the Steelers. Because I think that was a designed pitch play to somebody. So the Steelers' offensive players were run blocking. Texans will decline it. So it'll be 3rd down and goal from the 8. I would think you have to get this down to at least the 3-yard line or so to want to go for it on 4th. Yeah, it looked like they tried to go toss play to Warren, but Will Anderson is literally all over him. 3rd down and goal. They go empty with Rodgers. Come on, Raji, get us in here. Takes the snap. Rodgers looking. He's got nothing, and he's just going to go down and take a sack. First sack of the day for Houston. That's going to set up a field goal for Pittsburgh. Make it a one-point game. That's disappointing. At least you get points here in a game where points are going to be at a premium, and unless the Texans score a touchdown and get a 2-point conversion, they can't go up by 2 scores before the half unless something crazy happens. Good. Great rep by Dylan Cook to stop Will Anderson. It's just Rodgers. It's one of those reps in this game where, 3rd down, there's no reason to get rid of the ball. You just got to keep looking for an option. There was nothing open for Pittsburgh. 2-minute warning in Pittsburgh. Scores 7-3. We will get a Chris Boswell field goal attempt coming out of the break. And, obviously, one of the main things that you want in this game, Ponzi, is you want to avoid 3rd and longs. That's all the Steelers have had on 3rd downs in this game. It's all they've had.
Credit to the defense. They're actually hanging in this one and they're not making it a, 14-3 or whatever. I feel like, this
by the way, this is the game that I expected. This is what I said this game was going to be. It's going to be a game where points are at a premium, all these different things. You got to make sure, you take advantage of your opportunities, and the Steelers haven't done that. I mean, you inherited the ball at their 21. You inherited the ball at midfield in this quarter. Nothing. 3 and out. Punt. You got the ball at the 38 off of a kickoff. That's an excellent return. Great field position coming out of a kick. 3 and out. All right, I have a Venmo here. And I do owe shout-outs for the retweets.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to take a look at that right now. Let's see. Shout out to Aaron Rodgers. Oh, Roger, get back to playing the game, Aaron. We got Reed the Tank, Ruthless Bumpkin, Oscar, EGB, Connor, Stevenson, Troy Abuga, Michael Pham, Phantom, Click, and Isaac Lay, and then Czar Craig. Shout out to you guys for retweeting my latest post. You guys are real ones. And I think I owe raffle entries here. I think I do. I think I owe 2 raffle entries here, so spam those me's. And while you're spamming those me's, we've got a $100 Venmo from Gary Vermouth. Bang! Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Let's go, Gary. Let's go, man. All right, Gary, hopefully that allows Boswell to put this through. It's a 35-yarder. Come on, Boz, put it in. Kick is up. It's a line drive, and it's good. Makes it a 1-point ball game. If Houston scores a touchdown, they would have to get a 2-point conversion to make it a 2-possession game heading into half. So, listen, man, it's not a touchdown. It is something. It keeps you in the ball game. And obviously, this Steelers offense needs to get it going. But I will remind you guys that this has been a second-half offense all season long. Literally all season, especially over the last month. Dude, how many games in a row have the Steelers struggled on offense to start the game? It's been like this entire win streak, and they still find ways to win the ball game. All right, so the fact that, C.J. Stroud looks, frankly, a little bit rattled out there, you got to be able to stop the run, okay? But the Steelers are still in this thing. It's still very early. I don't want anyone to panic in this chat right now. I don't want anybody panicking in here. Let's give one free raffle entry to Exify. And the other one to Jay Madden. So those first two drives, Ponzi, you're getting first downs at ease. You're moving the ball down the field, running the ball well. Haven't run the ball well at all since then. Now Boswell kicks this thing away. And it's going to be fielded at around the 2-yard line. Come on, special teams. Hold up for me here. Now he's going to try and go outside. Now break it inside. He barely gets back to the 20. Gets leveled by the Pro Bowler, Ben Skoranek. By the way, the fact that he didn't make Pro Bowl this year, or not Pro Bowl, All-Pro, it's a joke. What's that? Yeah, Joey Porter not making All-Pro this year? Joke. Didn't even get a vote. That just goes to show you how underrated this Steelers defense is, honestly. Especially over the last month. Under center is Stroud. I think they're going to start running the ball again here, and they will. They get some push at the line, but they're not. And they're going to get a decent 4-yard gain. Another successful run for Houston. And that's been the bread and butter for them today, man. I thought it was going to have to be C.J. Stroud in the passing game. Because this Steelers run defense has been, I think, top 5 in the National Football League over the last month. Ever since Derek Harmon's come back, man, this run defense has been awesome. Tonight, Houston has kind of taken the fight to them. It's going to be 2nd down and 6 here. Stroud will be in the shotgun. Condensed formation takes the snap. Stroud looking. He's going to throw short of the sticks to Kirk. He'll be 1 yard short. James Pierre and Peyton Wilson on the tackle. And again, this is a 2-minute drill here. I think a timeout was called by Houston. It'll be 3rd down and 1 coming up. Or maybe Steelers. Yeah, Steelers call the timeout. They would love another opportunity with the way that this team has moved the ball in the 2-minute drill, Ponzi, over the last month with Aaron Rodgers. If they get a stop here, they would love another chance to possess this football. You got a great kicker in Chris Boswell. Who knows? You could maybe even take the lead if you can get a stop here. But you got to get the stop here. And you need an impact play to make it happen. 3rd and very short. And if the Texans just get a field goal here, Ponzi, they have an opportunity to go up 2 scores to start the second half. So, any points here would be pretty big for Houston. And they're going to go tush push up the middle at their tight end. Did he get there? I think he got the final push. He gets like 4 yards. Got to keep pushing, boys. Looked like the Steelers won the initial shove, and then they kind of stopped fighting. And they gave up 4 yards. And now they come up to the line quickly, clock running. Stroud takes the snap. He's looking, throws short. Oh, it was almost too high. Gets it to his tight end. He's going to pick up 5 inbounds. Clock continues to tick. Timeout, Texans, I think. Yep, it was Texans. Come on, man. Out of all the things I thought I might be worried about in this game, man, the Texans rushing attack was not on my list. The things I was worried about, C.J. Stroud, Nico Collins, passing attack, their plethora of receiving weapons. No, man. It's been their rushing attack so far. 86 yards on 16 carries. Very, very successful rushing attack so far. And man, that DK, that DK drop looms large, man. But obviously the Steelers have been kind of kept alive in this game with a couple of C.J. Stroud fumbles. Honestly, I know Stroud is 11 for 15 with over 100 yards and a touchdown, no picks, but he does have 2 turnovers in this game. And frankly, he's looked a little rattled at times when pressure has gotten in. He's got a couple of nice downfield completions, but I'm telling you, man, if you can stop the run in this game, this is such a winnable ball game for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And it just hurts, man, because you've so many missed opportunities. And it just sucks because if the Steelers season ends tonight, we're going to be looking back on getting the ball at the 50 after a turnover, getting the ball at their 21 and only getting 3 points off of that. We're going to be looking at those things at the end of the game, those missed opportunities. And listen, man, I get it. Houston's defense is really good. I myself predicted a really low-scoring ball game, and it certainly seems like we're heading our way there. This might be a race to 20 points tonight. And now we got 41 seconds. The Texans have 1 timeout. They've got, by the way, a warm weather kicker that's used to kicking on turf, not grass. And once again, the Steelers have kind of ignored Pat Freiermuth. And in fact, they're getting it more to Jonnu. Jonnu has 2 targets in the first half. Pat Freiermuth has 0. That is a joke. Second down and 5 here. 41 seconds to go. Texans just have 1 timeout. Steelers still have 2. Steelers threatening pressure in the A-gap here. Stroud takes the snap, bobbles the football. Now there's pressure on him. He has to launch down the field, and it's going to be dropped. Great hit by the Steelers defender. That's Chuck Clark putting his body on the line, absolutely crushing. I think that's Xavier Hutchinson or Jaden Higgins, either one. Oh, no, that's neither of them. Who is this? Who's 14? Oh, it's Jalen Noel, the rookie out of Iowa State. The other rookie out of Iowa State, it was a little post route. It was kind of beautifully thrown by Stroud with a guy right in his face, Cam Hayward, impacting the throw as he throws it. And then Chuck Clark comes in and absolutely lays it on him. And it'll be 3rd down and 5 coming up. CJ started to celebrate before it popped out. All right, 3rd down here. And now it looks like Chuck Clark is getting looked at. I have seen Duggar at times in this game, but Chuck Clark did get the start, and he is walking off right now. He'll take, I assume, at least the rest of the half off. And it cost the Steelers a timeout, but man, Chuck Clark absolutely saved the Steelers. Maybe 3 points there with that hit if they can get one more stop here. Steelers do have another timeout, so if they bring him down inbounds, if they try running it here, I mean, I'm not saying, 30 seconds with no timeouts, you're going to go down and get a field goal, but you might. Shotgun here for Stroud. They got trips left. Stroud will take the snap. He's looking pressure around the edge. Now he throws it quickly past the sticks. First down, Christian Kirk. And now clock will continue to run unless someone calls timeout. Clock stops. I think Houston calls their final timeout here. So it looked like Steelers were playing zone coverage there on a 3rd and medium, and Stroud found the soft spot underneath. Kaimi Fairbairn is 9 of 13 past 50 this year. He's 35 for 35 under 50, but he's never kicked in these conditions this season. And they're still on their own side of the field with no timeouts now. Shotgun for Stroud. This is where a great strip sack fumble would come in. They go empty now. Takes the snap. Stroud looking. Steps up pressure. Now he's looking to run. Now he throws. Wide open, and he missed him. Nico Collins was wide open as Stroud scrambled. and Stroud overthrew him, he would have had green grass maybe for all the way to the end zone. There was not a Steelers defender in sight. I think Jalen Ramsey came up to try and tackle Stroud, and he left that part of the defense wide open. He would have been well within field goal range if he hits it. Instead, he overthrows his number one receiver. That's a big missed opportunity for Houston. 2nd down and 10 now. Steelers playing press pretty much everywhere. Takes the snap. Stroud looking, throwing on the hitch to Marks. Did he catch it? No. Peyton Wilson laying the wood. Picks up the football, but they're calling it incomplete. It'll be 3rd down and 10 with 16 seconds left. So what they're hoping here, Ponzi, is that they can get a 1st down along the sideline or a quick shot over the middle and then spike it and then take a long field goal. Tell you what, man, if we can stop them from getting a field goal on this drive, that's pretty big, because even if Houston gets a touchdown, like if they want to go up by 2 scores to start the second half, they're going to have to go for the 2-point conversion. What a hit by Peyton Wilson. He's been playing less as of late. Malik Harrison's been playing a lot more because he's the superior run defender, but Wilson in these 2-minute situations gets the nod because of his pass defending ability and his athleticism. Shotgun here for Stroud on 3rd and 10. Takes the snap. He's looking. The Steelers send a blitz, a late blitz, and now trying to look. He throws. Ball's thrown and caught towards the sideline. It'll be 4th down and very long. Now, what will the Texans do? Will they punt this away or will they go for it? If they don't get it, I mean, they're at midfield. I guess Chris Boswell could maybe try a super long field goal, but I think they're going to punt this and take it into halftime. You can tell, though, Ponzi, when that pressure gets in on C.J. Stroud, he is not comfortable, to say the least. So now Tommy Townsend, who's got no issue playing in the cold. He was the kicker for the Chiefs for many years. And it's going to bounce down to the 10, and it's going to fall down to around the 8-yard line. Clock runs out on the half. We'll see if they give the Steelers any time, but even if there's a second, I think the Steelers should just knee it. I think they're just going to let them go to the locker room. And that's the end of the first half, man. Certainly not pretty, but Steelers are very much in this game, man. The next time the Steelers have the ball, very likely they're going to have a chance to, at least tie, if not take the lead in this ball game. And for as bad as the offense was for most of that first half and the opportunities that they failed to capitalize on, Ponzi, honestly, we've seen worse from the Steelers offense in the first half. Like, we've seen some bad first halves from the Pittsburgh Steelers. And right now, they're not getting it done on 3rd downs. Obviously, they're 0 for 6 on 3rd downs because they're always in 3rd and long. And you just can't be in 3rd and long against the Texans. Because against the Texans, you have to live pretty much in one read to check down football. It's very difficult to convert first downs on when you can't sit in the pocket and maneuver the field and survey the field. Against this Texans pass rush, you just can't do that stuff, no. Ponzi. So the Steelers got to do a better job on 1st down first, all right? Obviously, 3rd down is what everyone's going to talk about. Oh, we're 0 for 6 on 3rd downs. But, it starts with the early down stuff, Unsuccessful screens to Jonnu Smith. Bullshit. All right? How about we win the fucking line of scrimmage once or twice here like we did in the first 2 drives? All right? It'd be nice to get a little bit of a run game going. I mean, what are we at right now with the run game? It's definitely not great. We got 24 yards on 8 carries. We're almost doubling the pass attempts in this game as we're running it. And listen, man, with the way that they've ran it the last several drives, I don't necessarily blame them. But, this is, I think, the 5th or 6th game in a row where this Steelers offense has gotten off to a slow start on offense. And the thing is, Ponzi, it wasn't even that slow to start. They were marching down the field. They weren't even getting the 3rd down. They were picking up firsts on 1st and 2nd down. Really good offenses tend to do. And unfortunately, they only got 3 points out of those 2 drives.
This is a very winnable game.
Oh, yeah, man. This is very winnable. Very winnable football game here, folks. And this is kind of exactly how I thought this game was going to play out. All right, what did I predict today, guys? I predicted a defensive football game where points were going to be at a premium. Got to make sure you take advantage of some opportunities when they come because they're not going to be coming very often. And right now, I mean, it's close to a brand new ball game. It's just a 1-point ball game here. Steelers defense has come up already with some turnovers, and with the way C.J. Stroud is playing, it would not shock me if we get another one at least in the second half, maybe even 2 more, and that could tip the scales enough for the Steelers to win this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's like one of those things where it's like, I feel like your defense, although they did allow that long drive, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, they've had that. There's that one drive, and then, that was it. That was their only successful drive of the game. All right, we got some super chats to catch up on here, guys, and I will also remind everybody, this Steelers offense has, over the last month and a half, been a second-half team. This is what this offense is. They get going in the second half, all right? So if you think this game is over by any stretch of the imagination, buckle your seatbelts, man. We told you, even going back to last Sunday when we won the AFC North Championship, this one's going to be another stressful one, all right? So if you can't handle that heat, get out of the fucking kitchen because we're going to be covering it all the way through to the clock strikes 0 here on Steelers Talk. $2 from Bernard Nixon says, A-Rod needs to stop yelling at his guys. Well, listen, man, some of them maybe need to be yelled at a little bit. And I actually liked what Pat Freiermuth said. Actually, it was released today on the Cam Hayward podcast, where he was like, yeah, he yells at guys, but like everyone understands that if he's yelling at you, there's a reason for it. Like, you fucked up. And it's like, what are we supposed to do? Oh, it's okay, buddy. Like, no, man. Like, there's got to be a level of accountability. And, if DK Metcalf drops a fucking wide open corner route when you're playing against cover 1, that might have been a touchdown. That might have been, at the end of the game today, we might be looking at that play, and that might have been the game. All right, so I'm sorry. I'm not going to coddle DK Metcalf for that. He's got to make that play. And then when Troy Fautanu lets one of the best pass rushers in football get past him without, even, I mean, I'm not going to say he wasn't trying or wasn't giving effort, but like Daniil had pretty much no effort to get by him. Like, yes, I'm on a rollout to the right. That can't happen. So, like, you're in the thick of battle, man. You got to make sure your guys are playing well. So I disagree with you on that, Bernard, but I appreciate your comment as always. $10 from Gabriel says, go Steelers. Appreciate you, Gabe.
Another one here.
And then we've got a
Venmo.
Okay. From Joshua Pauly. Shout out to Josh. And he says, by the way, Josh put in another 1, so you can change that to 6. Joshua says they ran it down our throats when Harmon was out. Throw the ball to DK again. Muth in the middle. Thank you for doing this all season, Jack. I appreciate you, Joshua. You're a real one. And then he sent another one with a $1. So appreciate you, Joshua. Thank you, my friend. Then we got a $20 Venmo from Kurt Jensen. My man says DK can't catch balls that hit him in the hands and whiffs on blocking too, huh? Good thing he got suspended for 2 games. It almost cost us the playoffs. Thielen's the better receiver tonight by far. I mean, Thielen's got, 1 catch? Yeah, 1 catch for 4 yards.
Granted, it was on 4th down and 2.
Yeah, it was a big moment. He says, or am I just seeing things? Let's get this W just the same. Listen, man, I think this is a very difficult team to move the ball against down the field. They got awesome cover corners. It's just the way that it is. And when you play against this pass rush, you got to get the ball out quickly. So you need guys out there that can win quickly versus man coverage, and that's kind of been the weakness for the Steelers wide receiver core all season long, right? So I'm hoping that they get Pat Freiermuth going in the second half. What did I say going into this game? You got to feed Pat Freiermuth against this Texans defense. You just have to. And they haven't done it once today. In fact, they've given the ball to Jonnu fucking Smith twice. They've thrown 2 balls to Marquez Valdez-Scantling. They've thrown 1 ball to Calvin Austin, but that was kind of just a throwaway. So, listen, man, you've got 79 yards receiving. DK Metcalf is doubling everybody else in receiving yards with 42. He had that 1 big reception down the field, and then he had a decent screen. But honestly, man, I think you got to keep getting the ball to DK. I know it was a bad drop, but that doesn't mean that you make Adam Thielen the number one receiving option now, man. Like, you paid DK the money that you paid him to make plays, all right? He didn't make that one, and, he's got to answer for that. And, that's an inexcusable mistake, but that doesn't mean you stop giving it to your number one receiver by far in DK Metcalf. He's got to, play a little bit of a role here in the second half. And then the other thing in the passing game is get the ball to Pat Freiermuth, all right? Find a way for him to beat zone coverage. Find a way for him to get open versus a man coverage look, all right? He's got to be, a bigger part of this second half. Now, here is Nick Farabaugh from Penn Live saying, Steelers deficits at halftime in the previous 6 losses. Listen, man, I'm not particularly happy about being down by 1 point, but it's better than what it's been, especially, you eliminate that 2016 season with the AFC Championship game. It's like down by 2 scores, down by multiple scores, down by multiple scores, down by multiple scores, down by multiple scores. Like, at this time last year when we were covering the Ravens game, the game was over. The game was over at this point. All right? Right now, the game is still anyone's game. It really is. And the Steelers, I still think, have a pretty decent chance to win this game. And by the way, like, for the Steelers to win this game, it might take just 1 or maybe 2 touchdown drives. You only need 1 or 2 touchdowns to win this game.
Honestly, I'd say it's only 1.
Yeah, man, if the defense, can stop the run, I think it might only be 1 touchdown that you need to win this game. Maybe a touchdown and a field goal, maybe a touchdown and 2 field goals, but like right now, man, this has been the most competitive the Pittsburgh Steelers have been in a playoff game since the 2016 AFC Championship game, and they were down by 8 points heading into halftime in that game. So, a little bit of perspective here. This game is far from over. The Steelers are playing competitive football.
We got a chance.
They got to play better. Obviously they got to play better. But, hey, this team, we've been sitting here pretty much every single game the last month and a half where we're at halftime and people are saying, oh, we have no chance. Oh, this offense sucks. Oh, all this different stuff. Then they come out in the second half and they ball the fuck out.
Because that's what they do.
Because that's what they've been doing. This is the type of team that the Steelers are. Unfortunately, they're not a team that starts particularly fast on offense. But when you get into the second half and Aaron Rodgers can just let it loose a little bit more, he tends to play really well. Okay,
and
so just trust the process here. And something tells me this is going to be a very close game at the end of it. And, hey, that's better than getting the brakes beat off of you like it has been over the last several trips to the playoffs.
And I feel like, one of these, these fans are going to obviously think that, like, they're down. It's low scoring. Offensively hasn't been doing much. But, like, it's one of those things where it's like you knew you were getting into this game. It was going to be low scoring. There was a chance, you're not going to get to 20 points for either team.
Like, dude, I said going into this game, it would not surprise me if this is like a 17-13 finish or even 13-10. Like, I said that. I was like, man, I'm not expecting a lot of scoring. These are 2 great defenses. Okay, and we knew going into this game that we were going up against the number 1 defense in the National Football League. What did you expect from the Steelers offense, especially in the first half? You expected this terrible first half offense all season long to come in here and light it up? Like, no, man. In terms of where we're at right now, obviously we would like to have a lead. But how many first half leads have the Steelers given up this year? All right, having a first half lead means nothing. All right? The best that you can do is give your team a chance in the fourth quarter. And, guys, let me tell you this right now, okay? If you get to the fourth quarter and it comes down to C.J. Stroud or Aaron Rodgers putting together a drive to win the game, who's going to put together that drive? I'm going with the guy that played for 20 years, or it wasn't exactly 20, but you guys get my point, in Green Bay of all places, where he's played in negative degree weather, all right? And has played very well in the cold throughout his entire playing career, where he's a top 5 quarterback of all time. I'm taking that guy over the guy in C.J. Stroud, who looks like he's ready to piss his pants every time the Steelers' pressure gets to him. He's already fumbled twice in this football game. All right? I still think Stroud has at least one more big mistake left in him in this game. And hopefully the Steelers are ready to pounce on that, and hopefully the Steelers are ready to, take advantage of that, and hopefully the Steelers protect the football. All right, because what has happened in the games where the Steelers have lost this year? They haven't protected the football. All right, so that's going to be a big part of this second half, in my opinion. And I think, given the circumstances, Ponzi, the pressure hasn't been that bad. Like obviously Hunter and Anderson are making a bit of an impact on the game. They're getting to Rodgers, but it's not instantaneous. All right, I think that this offensive line is holding up in that regard. Honestly, I think the area where the Steelers pass blocking or the offensive line play needs to be better is in the run game. I mean, they got zero push on those final, 3-4 drives offensively for Pittsburgh. They got to do a better job getting some push in the run game, and they got to get it going with Jaylen Warren. He's only got 14 yards on 5 carries. Got to get those guys going. Oh, man.
It's anxious. This is playoff football.
But this is Steelers football, man. Steelers football. And by the way, Mike Tomlin and this Steelers team, extremely comfortable in these types of tight situations where, you're playing a 16-13 type of ball game. Steelers are very, very comfortable in this type of scenario, and Mike Tomlin typically gets this team to win games like this. So let's go out and get a fucking win, all right? Let's go out there, have a better half offensively in the second half like we've had all season long. Let's have Rodgers deliver this dub for us, all right? We're still in a pretty decent spot. Let's go get a stop on the first drive of this second half. How about that? If you stop them to anything less than a touchdown, you got a chance to take the lead. And even if they score a touchdown, you got a chance to tie the ball game, okay? So this isn't even that big of a defensive first drive. I would say the bigger drive is the first drive for the offense. All right, so we're back in Pittsburgh. We're getting ready to kick things off. Got 5,000 Yinzers in the chat right now. Make sure you guys click that thumbs up icon and sub for Steelers dubs. You guys want to get another week with us here on the Steelers Talk Watch Party and you want to go to Foxborough next week, click that subscribe button. We are back in Pittsburgh. The kick is away from Boswell. Going to be fielded at around the 6-yard line and taken to around the 26 where their return man, Jalen Knoll, gets absolutely leveled. Now ESPN goes to a shot of a camera looking at the sideline. All right, here we go. So let's see what this Steelers defense can do. They gave up 86 yards rushing in the first half on 16 carries. I'll give it to Houston, man. They are definitely prioritizing the run in this game, and it's working. Let's see if the Steelers' defense and their defensive line have an answer here. Under center for Stroud. Woody Marks in there as the back. They'll go play action, roll out to the left, pressure, now throws, wide open, caught, gain of around 17, first down. Now looks like Jaden Higgins on the catch. Successful play on first for the Texans. God, man, it would suck if this is the first game ever that the Steelers lose in this building on Monday Night Football. That would suck. Hopefully that's not the case, man. Hopefully they can pull out a big win for us tonight. Under center, now past the 40 already are Houston. Takes the snap, hands it off, and there's a big hole for Marks. He runs right through it. He gets to the Steelers' 45. Another first down for Houston. Quick start for the Texans to start this half. And it just looks like Keanu Benton, as he has all season long, is just getting his butt kicked up front. And, when you combine a nose tackle who can't anchor with a couple of linebackers like Patrick Queen and Peyton Wilson who aren't always in the right gap, it can lead to some big issues. But it's not even Wilson out there. It's Malik Harrison out there right now. Now in Steeler territory already. At their 45, under center is Stroud. He's going to go play action. He's got time, throws quickly over the middle, wide open. It's caught by Higgins. He gets down to around the 30-yard line. Another first down for Houston. Three plays, 3 first downs for the Texans, and they came out with the plan. Malik Harrison completely bit on the play action, leaving the middle of the field wide-ass open for Higgins. Now they're all the way down to the Steelers' 31, already in field goal range to make this a potential 4-point lead. But if you're the Steelers, man, you just got to bow up here. At least stop them to a field goal. Give your offense a chance to go down the field and maybe even take the lead. Great. Cam Hayward down on the ground injured. He's the only All-Pro on this Steelers team this year. He's a second-teamer. Walking off the field gingerly. And hopefully that's not the last time we see Captain Cam in the National Football League. And by the way, man, whenever you've taken away Cam Hayward or Derek Harmon, this Steelers run defense sucks dick. Because if you have a guy that is so bad at anchoring as Keanu Benton is at nose tackle, you got to have both of your defensive end spots completely, locked down. Because if you have two guys that are getting beat, that creates a massive hole in your run defense. Massive hole. Like if you have a 3-down line like the Steelers do with Hayward, Benton, and Harmon, you can't have two players in there that can't anchor. You got to have at least two that are really good at anchoring. And Hayward and Harmon are those two players. You don't have Equale, who's probably your best true nose tackle on the team. He's out for the season. He's been out for a long time. And if you take away Hayward for the rest of this game, like you're trusting Y.A. Black, who has been very inconsistent all season long in terms of his anchor, to hold down the fort. And you're trusting Keanu Benton to step up. And with the way this Texans team was moving the ball with Hayward in there, that makes me worried. Now, even if the Steelers give up a touchdown on this drive, still within striking distance of, tying the game, Hayward is over there, and he is on his two legs, and he is, walking around. Just unbuckled his helmet, though. So it looks like they're going to trust Y.A. Black, the rookie out of Iowa, to step up into his spot in this playoff game. First down and 10 for Houston. I'd be shocked if they don't run this. They will run it. And up the middle, there's another crease wide open. It's going to get another 9 yards. There's just been holes to run through all game long, Ponzi. It's either somebody's not in the right gap or somebody's getting blown out of their gap. And it sure looks like Keanu Benton got blown out of his gap. Yep. Don't like this. Just outside the Prize Picks red zone, under center is Stroud. And if Houston can just hand the ball off and win this game, not have to worry about Stroud in the cold weather, they will do it. Steelers have to find a way to get a stop. Handoff here for Marks. He's going to be stopped after a short gain, but a gain of 2. First down for Houston. So they get to the 20 and the Prize Picks red zone. Download the Prize Picks app today as Cam Hayward comes back in the game. That is huge. But download the Prize Picks app today. Use code CLNS to pick up $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup today. Under center here is Stroud, hands it off to Marks, tries to find the outside, cuts inside now, and he's going to pick up a decent 3 or 4 yard gain, another decent chunk on the ground. When was the last time the Steelers legitimately stuffed them in the run game? And by the way, as long as they're being successful on the ground, that's going to open up the play action passing game for them. Go shotgun with Stroud. They're going to throw it. They're going to find the flat. It's caught by Schultz, and a good tackle from Kyle Duggar. It's just going to be a gain of 1, maybe 2. Be third down and manageable here, but first third down the Steelers have had this drive, and their first opportunity to maybe get off the field. It'll be third down and 4 coming up. Come on, man. A stop here and forcing a field goal would be huge. They're inside the 15. They might even be in 4-down territory here. Getting them off the field with a 4-down stand would be huge. Terrible towels flying. Type those threes. Get them off the field here, boys. Come on. 2 high safeties for Pittsburgh. Shotgun Stroud. Takes the snap. It's drop back pass. Stroud looking. Nothing there. Now he's trying to scramble. Now he's going to throw, and it's going to be intercepted! Intercepted by Brandon Echols! Terrible decision by Stroud! And the Steelers come up big again! C.J. Stroud! Yeah! Let's go! Brandon Echols! With the INT once again, Stroud absolutely panicked under pressure. The Steelers took away his first read. He stepped up, threw it way behind Hutchinson on the run, and Echols is there to make the play. Steelers will have a pretty long field coming up, but no points given up. And the Steelers have an opportunity here, Ponzi. If they can go down a long field here and take the lead, ideally with a touchdown, that's going to turn the tide of this ball game. Let's fucking go! And with that, let's have a word from our sponsor at Prize Picks. It is officially the new year. 2026 is here, guys. In my opinion, this is the best time of the year for watching sports, whether it's bowl games, playoff games, basketball and hockey season is now in full swing as well. It's all happening all at once, and it's all happening right now. And while all that action is going on, there's one place where it feels good to be right, and that's Prize Picks. Prize Picks is super simple to play. Just pick more than or less than on at least 2 player stat projections, and if you get your picks right, you could cash in. My favorite feature about Prize Picks is how you play is up to you. If you want a little bit more flexibility, you can choose the flex play where you can get paid even if one of your picks misses. And if you're feeling really strong about a particular lineup and want a bigger payout, you can go for the power play. No matter how you play, though, Prize Picks is a great way to put your takes to the test and make some money. That is, if you know ball. I took the less on passing yards for C.J. Stroud. He still has, about 100 to go here. We'll see how he does the rest of this game. We took the more on receptions for Kenny Gainwell. He is currently at 3, so he just needs one more for that one to hit. And we took the more on receiving yards for Pat Freiermuth. He hasn't even been targeted so far in this game. Hopefully that changes on this drive, but you guys can download the Prize Picks app today. Use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. So replay review comes in, and they're going to bring back Echols' return. So the Steelers will get the ball at the 4-yard line to start this drive. First goal here is to get out of the shadow of your own end zone. Get 1 first down. That's the first goal. Second goal is to get into field goal range. Third goal is to get into the end zone.
You know what I'm happy with, Sperry, though?
What's that?
A good drive that isn't a 3-and-out.
Yeah, I would love a non-3-and-out here, man. Look like Stroud tried to go to Hutchinson initially, and Ramsey was there to try and take it away, and then Stroud panics, steps up, and then tries like a off-platform throw and just throws it well behind Hutchinson. And Echols, with really great eyes, trailing in man coverage, just makes the catch. So here we go, under center for Pittsburgh. They will hand this off to Jaylen Warren. Find a crease here, Jaylen. Decent push from the Steelers. He'll pick up 7. There we go. Now you're out of the shadow of your own end zone. Warren did slam his head down to the turf. Hopefully he's okay. Be second down and 3. Steelers winning the turnover battle today 3-0. C.J. Stroud, if they lose this game, it's going to be because of Stroud. No doubt about it. Their defense is playing well. Their run game's playing well. The one thing that's keeping the Steelers in this game is C.J. Stroud playing in the cold. Under center here is Rodgers. He'll take the snap. He will hand it off to Warren. Can he pick up the first? He's going to be close. Might be tush-push time, but I think he got it. First down, Steelers. They officially signal first down for Pittsburgh, and, that was step 1 there, Ponzi. Now we're pretty far away from our second goal of getting into field goal range, but at least you're out of the shadow of your end zone, and at least you're extending this drive a bit. Just got to keep this game close, Ponzi. That's what this game's all about. Give Rodgers a chance late to put together a drive. That's what this game's about. Shotgun for Rodgers. And they're going to go false start on Jonnu Smith. Get him out of the fucking game! Why is he in the game? Pat Freiermuth is nowhere to be seen. Jonnu Smith's in there, and he moves early because they bluff a blitz. Get him the fuck out of there. And there we go. We take him out. How many times has Jonnu Smith just fucked us today?
Dude.
Now it's 1st and 15 against the best defense in football.
Great.
Got trips right here from under center. This is not a formation I've seen a whole lot from the Steelers this season. Got Gainwell the back. They're going to throw it quickly to Austin, and he's going to be brought down at the line of scrimmage. Another unsuccessful first down play for Pittsburgh. I'm telling you, man, the Steelers have just been dog shit on first down today. And, this is on MVS, not blocking Petrie. Just bad blocking on the perimeter. Trying to get it to Calvin Austin, the ball in his hands in space, and MVS just can't block him. MVS is also on my shit list, man. MVS hasn't done anything. 2nd down and 15. Shotgun for Rodgers. They send MVS in motion right to left. Rodgers takes the snap. They send pressure. He throws quickly. It's caught by Austin. And it'll be a gain of around 7, maybe 6. Be 3rd down and long coming up. Another 3rd and long for the Steelers. This is just where they've been living. Unfortunately. Nice catch by Calvin. He got contacted in the head right as he caught it. Good job hanging on to it as well. 3rd down and 9. Just don't turn the football over, man. Let's see if Rodgers can dig us out from empty. Takes the snap. Rodgers looking. He's got time. Throws over the middle. Wide open. Caught MVS. First down Steelers. We finally converted one. And there he is finally. Marquez Valdes-Scantling with the catch. Rodgers' old buddy from Green Bay. Huge first down for the Steelers. Keeps this drive alive. Clock will continue to tick. Temporarily off the shit list. Absolutely right there, Ponzi. Nice concept there by Art, weaving Marquez Valdes-Scantling in between a couple of receivers to find some space, and Rodgers hit him perfectly in stride. Under center here is Rodgers. He'll take the snap and hand it off to Kenny Gainwell. He's going to try and change field, and once again, it's going to be a loss on first down. This Texans front is ferocious. And also, the Steelers have to get out of this kind of more conservative approach. Like, Houston is just pinning their ears back on first down. They're not even going to try throwing it down the field. We're going to play super aggressively. If the Steelers can pull up a play-action deep shot on one of these first downs, that would be like they might have an opportunity there. They just keep dinking and dunking or running the football on first down. So predictable. Now they go empty with Rodgers. Takes the snap, looking for the quick option, not there. Now pressure on him, escapes to his right. He's got to get rid of it. He does, and it's low and incomplete. It'll be 3rd down and 12. Another 3rd and long. I mean, out of all their 3rd downs in this game, how many have not been 3rd and longs? Maybe 1 or 2? One was 3rd down. And that counts. So do they have only 1? Maybe 0? Like, they're just living in 3rd and long, and that's the last place you want to live against Houston. All right, 3rd down and 12. The average yards to go is 11.3. Quick snap by Rodgers. He's got some time in the pocket. He's going to launch down the field to Austin, and he's contacted and no flag. Calvin Austin gets pushed to the ground by Kamari Lassiter, and there's no call. It's been happening all season. I mean, he does kind of just fall down. But, like, he's being forcefully contacted. He's being pulled by the shoulder. He falls down. No call. Drive ends. Now, at least they were able to accomplish their first goal here, Ponzi. 96 yards against this defense is always going to be a tough feat. But the kick's away, and it looks like a good punt from Corliss. It's going to be fielded at around the 19, but Jalen Knoll has room to run. He gets down to around the 30. Decent field position for Houston. But no call on Calvin Austin, who fell to the turf. Steelers fans can't believe it. It's been happening all year. And it's like, because Calvin is smaller, I feel like refs don't want to call these penalties because, like, just because in their mind, it's like, oh, even the slightest contact and he's going to fall down, and that's not the defender's fault. But it's like, I don't know, man. If you make contact with the receiver and that's the reason why they fall down, that should be a penalty.
Yeah.
And that would have put Pittsburgh, I think, in Chris Boswell at least attempt range.
If not,
that would have been huge.
Flip the field.
But hey, man, the main thing that I wanted from that drive was a first down, and they got a couple there. All right, so they got a little bit of a rhythm there, but they got to stay out of these third fucking downs.
Yeah.
Like, dude, first down has just been so bad for the Steelers in this game. Where how many first downs have they gotten like negative yardage in? It's got to be like at least 6 or 7.
And
that just sets you up for failure. It puts you behind the sticks, and they're not even like committing penalties, or for the most part. Like, it's mostly just unsuccessful screen, unsuccessful run play, no push at the line of scrimmage. And they started off the game looking pretty good on the ground. Since the first 2 drives, no push up front.
And, I feel like it's been the same kind of script, run, pass, pass.
Yeah, run, pass, pass. It's been, because when you run it or screen pass it and then it's second down and long, like, Rodgers wants to take control of it.
Yeah.
And it's like run, pass, pass, run, pass, pass. And, the reason why you're running on first down is because you want to balance it out a little bit. You don't want to pass it all the time, but when it's always unsuccessful, you have to pass it on second and third.
I mean, you're averaging a point per takeaway right now. These are golden opportunities,
I don't mind Rodgers taking the shot, though. Kamari Lassiter ran like a 4.5 40, and he's going up against Calvin Austin, who runs a 4.3.
It should have been a flag.
Now Rodgers talking with Arthur Smith, trying to figure something out here. Here we go. Next offensive drive here for Houston. Same spot as last time. Field goal. You still have a chance to take the lead next time offense touches the ball. If they get a touchdown, you got to score a touchdown and a 2-point conversion to tie it. Play action. Roll up to the right. Hutchinson's wide open. He's going to get it, and he's going to be tackled down after a gain of 5, but a successful first down play for Houston. Still 0 targets for Pat Freiermuth, by the way. We knew it was going to be tough to get through on this Houston defense, man. But it only takes a drive or maybe 2 drives to potentially get us going here. A flag on the play on Houston, most likely, at the snap. It's just going to be a 1 or 2 yard gain. Good job by Y.A. Black and Cam Hayward stuffing that thing, but I think this one's coming back for Houston. Legal shift on the offense. It's a 5-yard penalty, and it'll be second down. So pretty much just eliminate that first down completion and pretend it was an incompletion on first.
Brandon Echols went into the medical tent after that interception. He's on the field but came out with a bulky tape on his ankle.
All right. So keep your eye on Brandon Echols. If at some point they deem him not able to play, that means Jalen Ramsey would move down to the slot. Might see some more Jabril Peppers at safety. Steelers threatening blitz here on second down and 10. They drop out of it. Stroud looking. Now he's trying to step up, and he's going to be sacked or at least brought down. It looks like a loss of 1. That's Derek Harmon, the rookie out of Oregon, getting his sack. Be third down and long coming up. Get him off the field here. Get the offense back on the fucking field here, Ponzi. Get us some decent field position as well. That'd be great. Get a 3-and-out. TJ Watt got a nice win there. He had Dalton Schultz wide open in the middle of the field. Didn't see him. I think TJ Watt flashed in front of him, and he got skewed. Third down and 10. Steelers have their NASCAR package out there with Nick Herbig. They're going to send him. Stroud stepping up, clean pocket. Guy falls down, incomplete. Tried to go to Nico Collins. Joey Porter Jr. on him. That's been a hell of a battle today, Ponzi. It'll be 4th down, 3 and out for Houston. Steelers will get the ball back. What did I tell you, man? Defensive battle. Defensive battle.
Man.
All it takes is one drive. All it takes is 1 or 2 more successful drives from Pittsburgh, and you could have a win tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get something going.
Dude, Joey Porter Jr. is so good.
He is. Kicks away from Townsend. Great kick. It's going to go all the way to the 10, but Calvin is one of the best punt returners in the game. He's got room to run. He's going to make a couple men miss and get down to the 29-yard line. So, not terrific field position, but about normal starting field position for Pittsburgh here, and they get the ball right back. So, good job on the defense. And all you can ask from this defense, Ponzi, keep them in the game.
Yep, and that's what they're doing.
Usually, this Steelers offense finds a way to put together some good drives. Now, you're going up against the best defense in football, and they're playing great tonight. All right, so we kind of knew coming into this game, like if you expected the Steelers to score 30 points in this game, I don't know what to tell you guys. All right, and this has been a second-half team where the more they play and the more Rodgers plays against a certain opponent, the more, he kind of knows how to attack them. And it seems like the better he gets as the game goes on. So the longer this game goes on with the Steelers still being within striking distance, the better the chance the Steelers have of winning.
It only takes one drive to take the lead right now.
Yes, it does. And you just need a field goal to take the lead.
Yep.
Obviously, you want a touchdown to force them to score a touchdown, or at least 2 field goals, but Hat Guy LT's coming in with a $1 Venmo, says, I will support this team until the day I die, but I really hate this team. Oh, wait, I think that's one from earlier.
Yeah, you bet that one.
He says, no, this is the new one. He says, well, this is what Mike Tomlin gets for thinking we don't need a wide receiver too. I think they thought that they did. I mean, they went out and got Thielen, who was the best receiver on the market at the time. I'm not saying he's a wide receiver too. But they also tried to get Jacoby Myers. They were this close to getting him if he didn't pick the Jaguars. He unfortunately did. And then they were this close, apparently, to get Shaheed, and he picked Seattle. So, and then they couldn't find any other deals that they liked at the deadline at that point.
Apparently they were trying to swing something for Waddle. But
yeah, apparently they were trying to get something for Waddle, but I think the price tag was like 2 firsts or something like that, or a first and more, and I don't think they wanted to do that.
Which I don't blame the Dolphins for doing that.
But, listen, man, as we get into this drive, get the ball to fucking Pat Freiermuth.
Dude, it's a joke.
I don't know why we're not getting him the ball, and we're giving Marquez Valdes-Scantling 4 targets in this game, and Pat Freiermuth can't get a single one.
Jonnu Smith should be sent to Cancun.
Right now, MVS, Kenny Gainwell, and Calvin Austin III all have more targets than DK Metcalf. Can we get the ball to Metcalf and Freiermuth, please?
Yeah. SAFB with the $2. Why is every game a literal heart attack? Sheesh.
I know, man. We're the cardiac Steelers, man. I wouldn't be surprised if tonight came down to a field goal attempt.
Yep.
It really wouldn't. I would not be surprised if this game came down to a field goal attempt as well. Under center here is Rodgers, starting a new drive, starting at their own 24-yard line. Rodgers says Thielen in motion, takes the snap, play action. He's got some time. Now he's going to launch down the field. Open, caught Thielen. Great extension from the veteran. Rodgers put it a little high, but Thielen extended and made the catch for a nice chunk. Cassie says we're missing a super from Daniel Dejarnet. I'm pretty sure we haven't shown it yet, Ponzi. We have? Oh, okay. So next commercial break, we will catch up on some supers. But here we go. Nice little chunk for the first time in a while for Pittsburgh. They're already at the 45. Shotgun for Rodgers. Takes the snap. Play action. Rodgers nothing there. Has to dump it off to Jonnu, and he turns over the wrong shoulder, and it's a loss of 1. Ran right into a Texans defender, and he knows exactly what he did wrong. Turn the other fucking shoulder, Jonnu. You fucking suck. Why is he on the field? He's bad at football. Can't block, commits penalties, doesn't know what he's doing out there. Can't get a single fucking target to Muth tonight, but we're giving it to Jonnu Smith 5 times or whatever the count is now. And all of them have been unsuccessful plays. 2nd down and 11. Takes the snap. Rodgers looking. Nothing there again. And he has to throw it into the dirt. Incomplete. Another 3rd and long. Nobody open down the field. Unsuccessful 1st downs lead to unsuccessful 2nd downs, which lead to unsuccessful 3rd downs. And you can only hold down Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter for so long in the pocket, man. 3rd down and 11. Let's see if Rodgers can keep this drive alive. It'd be a big one if he could. He gets them into Texans territory if he can. Takes the snap. Rodgers has some time in the pocket. He's running out. Ball's out. Ball's out. Get on the ball. And McCormick gets on it, thankfully. But it'll be 4th down and very long. Steelers will punt again. Thank God they got on the football. Mason McCormick saw it, but pressure got to Rodgers in time. And that's what happens when you live in 3rd and long against Houston, man. You got to hold the ball for longer so that somebody can come open on time. But Fautanu lost to Danielle Hunter, and the ball came out. Kicks away from Waitman. Good punt. It gets all the way to the 14, and now Noel's going to make one-man miss. Gets to the 20, and he steps out of bounds close to the 25, short of it, but it's where Houston will take over. Defense needs to step up this entire game. Like, this game needs to come down to, like, 1 or 2 successful drives, Ponzi. Like, somewhere in between, obviously, 3 to, like, 10 points. Like, you can't let this game get to the point where 10 points won't be able to win it. Because I just don't know if the Steelers can get 10 more points or more than 10 more points in this game. So pressure's on the defense. Daniel at the 20 says, let's go Steelers. Let's beat the Texans. Right there with you, Daniel. Thank you for the 20. That's 3 raffle tickets for you, my friend. Steven says, getting out physical at home. Ridiculous. I would say, yeah, man. I mean, for most of this game, I would say they have been out physicaled. In the run game against Houston, now I would say the pass rush for the Steelers has looked pretty good, and I think the pass protection at times has actually given Rodgers some time. I mean, like,
it's just the problem is you're living down a 3rd down.
Like, it's not like Rodgers is getting to the top of his drop and there's pressure there. Like, it's not like it's immediate pressure on Rodgers. Rodgers has time to stand in there and read out his first read. It's just nobody's getting open against the Texans secondary. And this is the issue when you don't have a good wide receiver room, is that nobody can get open against man coverage.
This is a good team.
And this is the best man coverage team in the league. You guys see the result, man. $5 from Rebel Fishing says, many quick blame to Rodgers. Rodgers is not letting the Texans run around the field with no issue. Rodgers isn't at fault for wide receivers and running backs not making plays. Yeah, and, Rodgers isn't to blame for the Texans legitimately playing well on defense. I mean, listen, man, we got to give our credit to the Texans' defense as well. It's not just that the Steelers suck. It's that the Texans are a really formidable group, and if you don't play really high-end ball yourself, you're not going to win. All right? And I'm not saying the Steelers are playing high-end ball either. They're not. But, the Texans are a really, really good defense, and we knew that coming into this game, guys. All right? So that is what it is. $5 from Lord Ice says, for the love of God, get Jonnu Smith off the field. I'm right there with you, man.
They have targeted him 5 times in the last 2 games. You want to know how many yards he's gained?
Negative something?
1.
1 yard on 5 targets. Yeah, he's such an essential piece to this offense, right, Arthur Smith?
What a joke.
Under center here for Stroud. Steelers defense hopefully can get a stop of some kind here. You're going to start with a play-action play. Stroud throws middle, and it's incomplete. Great coverage from Joey Porter Jr. again. And now Collins is down on the ground. Looks like he's in a little bit of pain, but Joey Porter Jr. is playing his fucking ass off tonight, man. Even on the plays that he's given up and Collins has caught, it's been tightly contested. And I think people are starting to realize that Joey Porter Jr. is the real fucking deal, man. Those long arms, it's so hard to catch the ball when he's in your frame. Listen, man, in a season where and now they're taking Collins off the field. This is the second time now. I mean, if this is a head thing again, I think the independent neurologist has to come in. Because, 2 times in a row where he's jamming his head into the ground and he's coming off. And he's, wobbly, dude. There's no way they can let him go back in. There's no way. 2nd down and 10. Now, the good thing about Houston is that they do have a number of weapons. They've got a number of people that they trust. They go empty with Stroud. Now they bring in the running back again. And now there's another fumble. Ball's loose. Oh, but Stroud got on top of it. Oh, my God. Alex Highsmith almost had another huge break for the Steelers defense as Stroud dropped the ball again. Is
that 3 times?
It's at least 3 times where this ball has been dropped on the snap tonight. And this one's not on Stroud. This one was snapped before Stroud was ready. And Stroud got on top of it. It's 3rd and very long. I think this is another one, Ponzi. You gotta get off the field and preserve the field position game. They're inside their own 20. You'd be getting the ball with some pretty decent field position here. Shotgun for Stroud. Steelers show blitz. They send it. Now Stroud stepping up. He's got a clean pocket. He throws down the field. This is huge. Caught by Christian Kirk. He's in Steelers territory. 1st down. Pass rush couldn't get home. It looked like they sent 4 or 5 there, and Brandon Echols got beat down the field for the 2nd time today. And Duggar was the one as the deep safety. He was late to trigger on that. And, I mean, look at the separation on Kirk. And now the Texans are in potential field goal range here all the way. I mean, they took it from the 18 all the way into Steelers territory. Is that the end of the quarter? Damn, dude, you were this close to another fumble from C.J. Stroud, and now they're all the way down to the Pittsburgh 33. It'd be a long field goal here, especially for an indoor kicker that's not used to kicking on grass in the hardest place to kick in the National Football League, but that was a big one for Houston. And by the way, man, if you're a Texans fan or if you're a Patriots fan watching this game and you're watching C.J. Stroud play this way in the cold,
you are licking your chops.
Dude, if the Texans win this game, I think the Patriots probably win that game. Now, the Steelers, I think the Steelers would have a better chance to beat the Patriots next week. And I understand the Texans' defense is what it is, but the Steelers' defense, they've given up some big plays in this game, but, generally, God, man, you can only just hold them for so long, right? At this point, do you bring back Brandon Echols? He's back next year no matter what. He's got a 2-year contract, so he'll be back, but do you bring him back? Do you plan on him being your starting slot corner next year?
I think that's
He's been burned multiple times today.
For how hot of a season he had to start it off, I don't know, man. I feel like
because something you could do, you could move Ramsey back to the slot next year.
I think he's
if you
been
want.
so good at safety, though.
I don't think he's been that good at safety. He almost got burned for that touchdown on the flea flicker. And he's had and he gave up that play to Isaiah Likely at the end of the game last week, and he gave up the touchdown.
I just feel like he's been better at safety.
I feel like he can be more of an impact at nickel.
I kind of feel the opposite just because of how bad he looked to start off the season at nickel.
I don't think he looked bad at nickel at all. I think he looked bad when he was one-on-one on the outside versus great route runners like Jamar Chase. That's when he was looking bad.
Yeah.
He was actually a good nickel. But they moved him to safety because Juan Thornhill and Chuck Clark were just so bad at safety.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I just feel
they didn't move Jalen to safety because he sucked as a nickel. They moved him to safety because the safeties they had were fucking terrible.
Yeah, and granted with the Bengals game, obviously those one-on-one opportunities, but it's going to be coming down to those one-on-one opportunities a lot, especially in the AFC North. Do you really trust Jalen Ramsey one-on-one with Zay Flowers and Jamar Chase, the T. Higgins of the world? They're going to need a nickel who can do that for them.
By the way,
I love Jalen Ramsey, but I I don't know if I could trust him one-on-one. I could trust him to do all the other things. Play up to the ball.
Well, you don't play man-to-man coverage versus Jamar Chase. That's what you do. You play match and you play zone. Here we go. Back in Pittsburgh. Got to get a stop here. Start of the fourth quarter. Handoff to Woody Marks. There's not going to be much. Flag on the play. Comes in late. I think this is going to be a hold. And that'll be a good start to this set of downs. But, dude, on a 3rd and forever to give up that play, that is just a bone-crushing, huge play to Christian Kirk. But, hey, Titus Howard. Yeah, I was just about to say. Apparently he's back with his helmet. But in the meantime, I mean, you got Nick Herbig. The Steelers are losing the fourth quarter point differential this season. -42. The Texans are, I think, towards the top of the league with plus 78. Shotgun here for Stroud. Takes the snap, hands it off, and he's got room to run here as Marks, and he'll get a decent chunk of it back. Second down coming up, and now Nico Collins holding his head as he's being carted to the locker room. That's their number one receiver being carted off into the locker room. I would assume his night's over after hitting his head really hard there for that second time in this game. Looked like he kind of cricked his neck, too. It might be something to do with his neck. Hopefully he's okay. Shotgun here on 2nd down and 13. Got to force a 3rd and long here. Force a 3rd and long. Stroud, snap, takes this. Now there's pressure. He throws. He's going to catch it. It's going to be Christian Kirk. He'll get them into 3rd and manageable. Highsmith coming back out onto the field. It's 3rd down. If they get a 1st down, they're in clear field goal range. If we stop them here, we could force a long field goal and potentially a miss. Come on, folks. If you got a towel, wave it. This is the time. 4th quarter in the playoffs. This hasn't happened for the Steelers in almost a decade. Them being in a game in the playoffs with a chance to win. Come on. They have a pressure look at the line of scrimmage. Shotgun Stroud. He's going to take the snap. Steelers send pressure. Quick throw to the sideline. Porter, incomplete. Good coverage. Joey Porter Jr. locked down. Showing everybody why he should be an all-pro player. How does that guy not get a vote for all-pro? He has saved the Steelers today. Stroud crying. He wants a flag. A 51-yarder, Kaimi Fairbairn, really good field goal kicker, but he's used to kicking indoors and on turf. See how he does with Acrisure here. Type miss in the chat. Kick is up. It's long enough. It's good, and it is long enough. 4-point lead. That will force the Steelers to score a touchdown to take the lead here in this fourth quarter. Or to get 2 field goals. Catching up on some super chats here. We got Matt V coming in with a 2. And he says, absolute slugfest. Look out for Calvin on this drive. When was this sent? Probably a while ago?
Probably the last drive, I think.
Yeah, and then they tried throwing to him, and then they didn't get the call, of course. But yeah, man. I mean, it's just so frustrating. Yeah, Unless Calvin just straight up runs past somebody, he's not going to win down the field. That's the thing with Calvin, is because he can just get out-physicaled by any corner. Yeah. He just has to be wide open.
And even when he does get open and dragged down, there's no penalty.
Exactly. $2 from Mexamander says, where is the priest? We need him. I mean, I'm sure they probably blessed the field again.
Pretty sure they did.
Probably. I mean, after what happened last time. $5 from Jackson says, lifelong Packer fan here, embarrassed by how unappreciative GB fans are of Rodgers' time with us, so I'm rooting for the Steelers to shut those haters up. Welcome to the club here, Jackson. Appreciate you, my friend. There's plenty of room in the Steelers bandwagon. $2 from Steven Orrick says, I am talking about Houston's shitty run game. What was his previous one? I can't remember. But, I mean,
getting out physical.
Oh, yeah. Well, listen, man, the Steelers, with Keanu Benton, it's always going to be an issue for him. Whenever you have Keanu Benton at nose tackle, there's always going to be the possibility of him getting blown off his spot, and that's going to create an open lane, and there's nothing that the rest of the defense can do about that. They can make up for it with a nice play themselves and getting off a block, but if nobody else gets off a block and Keanu Benton gets driven backwards, they're going to lose, and they're going to get out physical. So this is an issue that I think the Steelers absolutely need to address in the offseason. God, man, I'm going to have so many takeaways if we lose this game. But here we go, man. The Steelers are going to get another opportunity. They're only down 4, man. They are within striking distance. And, I did say coming into this game, Ponzi, if it's close in the fourth quarter, and if there's going to be a quarterback drive in the fourth quarter of this game, and it might just be defensive slugfest, no quarterback makes a big play in the fourth quarter. Maybe that's the case, but I don't know, man. I think Rodgers has got something special for us here. From the 7, Gainwell is going to find a decent crease and get to the 32. So more decent field position here for Pittsburgh. Kenny Gainwell been kind of shut down tonight. He's only got 29 total yards on just 7 touches. He's got 4 carries and 3 catches. All right, first down and 10. Got over 6,500 Yinzers in the chat. Click that subscribe button. Shotgun for Rodgers. Hands it off to Gainwell. He finds a little crease. There he goes. Picks up a first down and more. Gets down to about 15 yards or so. Nice little gain from Kenny Gainwell on the counter play, and it's a first down for Pittsburgh. All right, now you get it going. Series starter. Let's get back to moving the football like we were in those first 2 drives. You're already at the 45-yard line. Take advantage. Come on, Raji. Start cooking in the kitchen, baby. Shotgun for Aaron. He's got trips right, single receiver Austin to the left. He's got Gainwell as his back. Takes the snap. Rodgers looking, nothing to his left. Now he's going to launch down the field to Calvin, who's got some separation, and it's going to be incomplete. Austin's trying to say he caught it. But I think they're saying incomplete. It was bobbled, slightly underthrown to Austin. It's tipped up in the air. Does Calvin catch this? I don't think he does. He does not. And the thing is, even if Austin has a step on Lassiter, which he did, Ponzi, you got to throw it perfectly to get it over Lassiter, who's one of the bigger corners in the league. He's a big corner. It would have been an insane catch. Instead, another unsuccessful first down play for Pittsburgh tonight. Second down and 10. Rodgers in the shotgun, 3 receivers. Takes the snap, hands it off to Gainwell, and he gets swallowed up, a loss of 3 or 4. This defensive line, man, in Houston is damn good. And if the Steelers are going to win this game, it's going to have to come on the arm of Aaron Rodgers. It just is.
It's like they see one time that the one of the plays works, and they try it again. And it's
they tried pulling Sayamalo and McCormick and looked like Dylan Cook just couldn't win their blocks. They go empty here on 3rd and 12. You need a big shot here from Rodgers. You know they're going to tee up here. It's 11 minutes and 30 seconds left. Can Rodgers deliver? Takes the snap. He's looking. He's got time in the pocket. Now it collapses. Ball comes out, and I think Houston has it. Now they pick it up, and now they're running towards the end zone. Fat guy touchdown is going to be the call on the field. And if that stands, it's going to be tough for Pittsburgh to come back because you're down 2 scores. And let's see if Rodgers was down. Either way, the drive is over, but maybe we can get bailed out of 7 points. It's Will Anderson Jr. Rodgers, of course, on another 3rd and long. Rodgers has to hold it a bit longer to let the play develop, and Anderson versus Dylan Cook one-on-one, and that ball is definitely out. But is he touched? No, I think he's standing when he picks up the ball, so this is going to be a touchdown for Sheldon Rankings. And Rodgers gets hit in the head, but they're not going to call that. Touchdown stands. Kick is up and good. Steelers down by 11. So, I mean, you got to get something on this next drive. And I think at this point, you just give Rodgers the keys to the offense and say, go out and play. And I'm not going to lie to you, man. If they can't get something going here in the fourth quarter, like this is the type of game and this is the type of defense you go up against that makes you want to retire. Like Houston's defense is something crazy, man. And Steelers have not been able to capitalize much on their turnover opportunities. And it happened in the Bills game. It's happening tonight. Fumble 6. That's huge. Now, if the Steelers can get a field goal here, they get back within, potentially striking distance, one possession game. If you get a touchdown here, you can take that touchdown, that defensive touchdown off the board, and then you give your defense a chance to get a stop, and, we'll see. But you got to get something on this drive. Kick is off, and it's going to be fielded by Gainwell at the 10. Gainwell's going to try and get to the right edge, and he gets there, makes a couple men miss, and he gets down to the 33. Another good return from Gainwell, but at this point, Ponzi, I think you just abandon the run game. I think you go empty with Rodgers. You let him, kind of run the offense, and you let him try and figure something out. And, this Texans defense is probably as good as the Steelers thought they were going to be this year. This is what the Steelers defense, this was the vision, and unfortunately the Steelers couldn't figure that out. Shotgun Rodgers on first down. He's got some time in the pocket. He's going to launch down the field. He's got Muth and incomplete. Some hand fighting between Muth and Al Shire over the middle, and Rodgers couldn't put on Muth accurately. That's his first target of the game. Just 11 minutes left in the Steelers season. That's crazy that Aaron Rodgers is older than DeMeco Ryans, man. That is nuts. Shotgun Rodgers, second down and 10 looking. He's going to dump it off to Warren, who catches it for a gain of around 5 or so. It'll be third down and manageable. But, man, Matt, tip your cap to Houston, man. That defense is awesome. Free play for Rodgers. Throws up the move. It's caught in Texan territory. Rodgers caught him with 12 men on the field. Throws down the Muth, and he made a tough catch. I mean, this is why you get it to Muth earlier. What a catch by Muth in a tight window. And this is going to be brought down to around the Texans' 40.
If you get a touchdown here, the energy comes back.
Yeah, the energy and the momentum comes back, especially because this is a Texans offense that hasn't played great. I mean, they got only 17 points right now, and one of their touchdowns is a defensive touchdown. Muth takes a little bit of a break here. First down and 10. Still 10 and a half minutes left to go. Still plenty of time if you can start moving the ball and getting some points on the board. Takes the snap. Rodgers looking for the quick option. Nothing there. Steps up, and he's sacked. Now Rodgers wanting to get a penalty because I think they landed on his head. Or maybe he wants a tripping penalty. Be second down and long coming up. But yeah, man, Jonnu Smith is out there, man. It's like, it's just nothing open quickly. Houston is daring Rodgers to throw it down the field. Like, they're daring him to do it. Second down and 13. I think you probably need at least one more first down here if you're Pittsburgh. Takes the snap. Rodgers gearing up. Steps away to the left. Flips the hips. Throws. Tries to go into a tight window. Clear contact on Metcalf. No call. Rodgers tried to fire that into a tight window, tightest of tight windows, man. And, I think DK Metcalf and Calvin Austin, the two guys, well, never mind. That's not DPI. I thought there was more contact than there was. 3rd down and 13. I don't know how you punt here. Takes the snap, Rodgers, looking, pressure, throws, and it's deflected, incomplete. And I don't know how you go for it here. I think you got to punt it, and then you got to hope that your defense gets a stop. I don't think you can go for this on 4th and 13. The chances that you convert this are just so low. You got to try and play the field position game a little bit here and then hope you get a stop. Kicks away. Drop this. It almost got muffed by Noel. He ends up getting it at the 13 or 14. By the way, they got a lot of stretch here, Ponzi. If they put together a longer drive here, they could pretty much end this game with a 5 or 6 minute drive. And Steelers defense needs to show up here. Then the Steelers offense needs to get some sort of points. Then the Steelers defense needs another stop. And then the Steelers defense needs to make up the points, whatever it is left. So the road is getting narrow for the Pittsburgh Steelers here, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let's have a word from our sponsor here at Prize Picks. And guys, it is officially the new year, and in my opinion, this is the best time of the year for watching sports, whether it's bowl games, playoff games, basketball, and hockey season is now, in full swing, and it's all happening all at once. And while all that action is going on, there's one place where it feels good to be right, and that is Prize Picks. Prize Picks is super simple to play. Just pick more than or less than at least 2 player stat projections, and if you get your picks right, you could cash in. My favorite feature about Prize Picks is that how you play is up to you guys. If you want a little bit more flexibility, you can choose the flex play, or you can get paid even if one of your picks misses. And if you're feeling really strong about a particular lineup and want a bigger payout, you can go for the power play. No matter how you play, though, Prize Picks is a great way to put your takes to the test and make some money. That is, if you know ball. I took the less on passing yards for C.J. Stroud. That's technically still good. We took the more on receptions for Kenny Gainwell, and that he still needs one more. We took the more on receiving yards for Pat Freiermuth. He got 18 on that one catch. So download the Prize Picks app today and use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. But, yeah, man, unless the Steelers have another pretty much miraculous fourth quarter at Acrisure Stadium here, it's going to be Mike Tomlin's 7th consecutive playoff loss. It'll be the 9th year in a row the Steelers go without a playoff victory, and that will suck. Like, you know what you're missing in this game, Ponzi? It's the damn thing about this game is that the thing that you're missing on offense is a legit number 2 receiver. It's the one thing you're missing, a route runner at number 2. That's the thing you're missing. Under center, C.J. Stroud hands it off to Woody Marks. He will pick up maybe 2 or 3. The difference with the turnovers today, Ponzi, Steelers winning the turnover battle 3-1, but the one that the Texans got, they scored 7 points on. Steelers only scored 3 on their 3 turnovers. So sometimes, sometimes it's not just the turnover battle in terms of the sheer amount of turnovers, it's how much points you get off of those turnovers. Under center here. Now they're going to go quick throw, and it's going to be deflected by Highsmith, but caught by Hutchinson or by Higgins, and he'll pick up a first down. Good concentration from Higgins. And that'll move the ball for the first time on this drive. And, guys, the more Houston moves the chains on this drive, the more it's going to suck the life out of the Pittsburgh Steelers 2025 season. First down and 10. And it will be a handoff to Mr. Chubb, and he will fight forward for about a gain of 2 or 3. Under center, Stroud. It'll be a handoff here to Chubb, and he will get a decent gain. It'll be short of the sticks. It'll be third down and manageable coming up. I kind of feel like, guys, this has got to be a stop here, or else they're going to be able to bring it down to like less than 5 minutes. And I just don't think the Steelers are scoring twice with 5 minutes. Third down and 4, Houston, 8 of 13 tonight on third. They've been pretty good in converting tonight. Now they're going to throw it. Now they're going to throw wide open, caught. Eccles gets beat again, and there goes Christian Kirk down the sideline all the way down to the Steelers' 40, down to the 35, and he's touchdown. Houston in position to score another field goal. If they get another field goal, it is a 2-touchdown deficit. And once again, Brandon Eccles got beat in the slot. Got shimmied out of his ass by Christian Kirk. God, man, this is not a great game for the Brandon Eccles for 2026 club. I mean, at least in terms of being a starter. Under center, handoff to Marks. He'll get a yard. If I'm Houston, I'm not handing it off. I'm not throwing the ball another time the rest of this game. By the way, that gets C.J. Stroud past the 238 or whatever. So, no, I don't think there's any bones about it, man. You got to stop them on this set of downs or it's over. Second down and 8, handoff to Chubb. He gets a little bit of a crease. He'll pick up around 5. It'll be third down and 3. Steelers season, I would say, pretty much comes down to stopping a Nick Chubb run on a 3rd and 3 here. Clock will tick down past 5 minutes. Derek Harmon will come off the field here for this play. Only a 4-down front on 3rd and 3 and a gotta-have-it run stuff play. Shotgun for Stroud. Takes the snap, hands it off to Chubb, and there's a big hole that forms. First down, Texans. Flag on the play, though. And I think it's going to be on the Steelers. I think it will be first down, Texans. It is on the Steelers. Penalties declined, first down, Houston. That's going to do it. There's just pretty much no chance the Steelers have of getting the ball back twice and scoring twice, and just wasn't good enough today, folks. Just wasn't good enough today. Wasn't good enough this year. That's disappointing, man, because I do think that this Steelers team gave this team the best chance to win a playoff game in a little bit, but it wasn't good enough to win. Not this one. The offense wasn't good enough. It's going to be a handoff to Chubb. It's going to be a loss of 1. Second down and 11. Under center for CJ. We'll take the snap, hand it off to Mr. Chubb, and he'll run through an arm tackle and pick up, I'd say, about 6. There is a flag on the play. I think this will be on Houston, but we are, so I don't think they'll be in the Prize Picks red zone, actually. Face mask on the Steelers. You got to be joking. Well, I guess it's over anyway. And now, the big question for me, Ponzi, is does Aaron Rodgers want to come back, or is he done? I honestly think, guys, with just a couple of moves this offseason, like this team, like there's not that many needs, and you got quite a bit. False start here on Houston, but you got quite a bit of your roster already set for next year. If Rodgers wants to come back, man, I would gladly have him back, because I think if you give him a legitimate wide receiver trio next year, along with bringing back Kenny G, you have Jalen Warren, this offensive line that took a step this year. Hopefully you get rid of Jonnu Smith's ass, but you got the tight ends. Darnell, of course, is coming back next year. Like, I think this offense can take another step next year. And I hope they get a new defensive coordinator. I don't think Terrell Austin did enough this year. I appreciate the surgery that Tomlin and Austin did on this defense this year. It just wasn't good enough. It just didn't meet expectations. Frankly, it hasn't met expectations enough, and then poor tackling by the Steelers, touchdown Texans, and that's going to be it for this one. Steelers are going to lose in blowout fashion in the playoffs again. This was a game at the beginning of the fourth quarter, just like it was a game at one point in the game against Buffalo a couple years ago in the fourth quarter, but eventually the avalanche comes down and the Steelers couldn't get a stop there. And they're going to be down 3 scores, and that's going to be the game. And I understand that with another embarrassing loss in the playoffs like this, it's going to be fire Tomlin, and who knows, maybe the team does it. Maybe they'll do it. And hey, John Harbaugh got fired by the Baltimore Ravens, but I just don't see Art Rooney, a guy that's never fired a head coach in his life, firing a head coach after a division championship. So unless Tomlin wants to leave, and listen, man, if Rodgers and Hayward retire, which I kind of feel like neither of them will, I think they both feel like if they come back for one more season, that they can make a run at it. And listen, man, you got over $60 million in cap space next year. That's not even accounting for restructures or cuts. You've got 12 draft picks. And, what do you got to do next offseason? You got to get wide receiver 2 and wide receiver 3. Got to lock down the quarterback position. Got to get a starting left guard, starting number 2 corner, maybe another piece in the secondary, load up some depth. But, the Steelers, it's very doable for this Steelers team to be better and more equipped than even they were this year to win a playoff game. Now, Gainwell muffs it in the end zone. He's going to take it out. Unless he returns this, this game is just over. Gets to around the 29. Just a disappointing end to a season, man. Let's put up a new poll here, Ponzi. do you want Aaron Rodgers to return next year? And listen, man, I get that today it wasn't good enough. But, like, with that receiver core that we have currently, along with the defense that you played today, like, I think Rodgers, for the most part, played pretty well this year. And if he wants to come back on, like, a $10 million deal like he did this season, like, I'm all for bringing him back for one more year. Quick throw and deflected. Tried to go to DK on first down, incomplete. Yeah, go 6-6. All right. Now a quick little screen to Kenny, and he drops it. Incomplete. 3rd down and 10 again. It's another playoff loss for TJ Watt, who has never won a playoff game in his entire Steelers tenure. It's another playoff loss for Cam Hayward, who I believe only has one playoff win, if I'm not mistaken, in his Steelers tenure. I love those guys as Steelers, man. They've had great careers in this uniform, but you're not a Raven until you beat the Steelers. You're not really, I mean, you can make an argument you're not really a Steeler until you win a Super Bowl or at least a playoff game. Quick dump off to Kenny G, and I think the Steelers are going to punt. But the question, as the Steelers and the Texans are going to conclude this game with the Steelers losing by 3 scores for how many consecutive playoff games in a row, is this it for Mike Tomlin? Is this it for Aaron Rodgers? Is this it for Cam Hayward? Are there fire Tomlin chants going on right now? I'm guessing there probably is. And now Rodgers throws an interception, just trying to fit it into a seam. And did he step out? Nope. Touchdown, pick 6. This nightmare just won't end. This nightmare of a fourth quarter just won't end. This was 10-6 in this quarter, guys. They're going to score 21 points in this quarter alone. And listen, man, Rodgers is just trying to do something, fit it into a window that he probably isn't going to be able to hit. He's just trying to force something and hope that, you know, there's a mistake on defense or something. And no, Bullock didn't step out. That's going to be a touchdown. Like, this game was closer than, you know, the final score is going to let on, but this is the type of final score where, you know, we're just going to have to see what Mr. Rooney says about it or thinks about it. Because, you know, it's 3 straight years here in Pittsburgh. Literally the same exact thing, Ponzi. Same exact record, same exact result in the playoff game, whether it's home or away. 3 straight years. Now, I think Mike Tomlin, I just don't know if after a division championship they're going to fire their head coach. I just don't think that's what their mode is. I think with Cam Hayward likely coming back a year, I think the players in that locker room are going to fight to keep Mike Tomlin. So I still believe if Tomlin is going to move on, it's going to have to be because he wants to. And is there a coaching opportunity out there that's better than the Pittsburgh Steelers? I mean, maybe you can argue New York. They got a lot of young talent there. Extra point, by the way, no good by Houston, so it will be 30-6. But listen, man, like if Tomlin decides to leave, I think, you know, bringing in a new head coach would be exciting. Brian Flores would be at the top of my list. I just don't think Tomlin walks away. I think Rodgers is going to want to come back for another year. I think Cam is going to want to come back for another year, and I think because of that, I think Tomlin's going to want to come back. And, if next season is another disappointing one here in Pittsburgh, I think there's a possibility Tomlin could move on. But right now, I think a lot of Steelers fans are going to be upset. I think the Steelers are going to not only welcome Tomlin back with open arms, I think they're going to accept the option on his 2027.
Yeah, that was my next question right there. Do they accept that?
I think they accept the option because if next year doesn't work out, he's not a free agent. They could still trade him. So, and if it works out next season, that is what it is. But just disappointing, man. This team did feel a little bit different. You didn't back yourself into the playoffs this time. You won 4 of your final 5. You swept the Ravens. You won the division for the first time in a half-decade. And Mason Rudolph is officially in at quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers. The Steelers have quit. And frankly, I don't blame them. Listen, man, I'm not going to say anything to any Steelers fan that is frustrated or upset or even angry at Mike Tomlin or, the Steelers for the way that this season has gone. I mean, with where you've been at the last several seasons, your season's defined by how you do in the postseason, and this is another, at least on the face of it, a blowout loss in the playoffs. And in a game here where your offense, sure, you went up against the best defense in football. Congratulations to the Texans. It's their 10th straight win. I wouldn't want to play the Texans right now if I'm New England, if I'm any of these teams, but 2 defensive touchdowns. Missed opportunities in the first half. This offense just isn't good enough, man. Just isn't good enough this season. Hopefully they have to get not 1 but 2 weapons for this offense. Yeah, let's do Raffle now. Let's do the Raffle stuff now. What's that? I just sent you a couple. It's both. All right, I've got some Twitter ones here for you. Elevate with a 1. He says, let me see what he says here. He says, now I'm pissed. This coaching staff is a joke. Certainly wasn't good enough today, Elevate. I think I at least hope they replace Terrell Austin as DC. I think Mike Tomlin and Arthur Smith will be back. I think their thinking is we weren't good enough at receiver this year. Next year when we have better receivers, we'll be better. And to their credit, I think if we do get a couple receivers this offseason, which is very doable, I think we will be better. So David Simmons with a 10 says there are only rushing 4 and we can't stop them. O-line is on the struggle bus. Listen, man, this is what the Texans have done all season. Like, they beat you with 4. They beat you with 4 better than any team in the National Football League. So, I mean, I think we knew that coming into the game. This Texans defense is just something else, man. They're really, really good. All right, you ready for me? Tom Space, Rodolfo, Sean Perry, that's with an A. Got Skylar Berg, So, living like Larry. Freight Train. Read the Tank. Ruthless Bumpkin. By the way, the Steelers are just running the football. They're not really even trying at this point. Mason Rudolph in at quarterback. So we're going to do the raffle, then we'll do the post game. We'll get out of here. C. Robert Locke. Young Grimm. Tim. Connor Stevenson. Connor with a K. Troy Philip Abuga. Tyler Shores. Cody with a K and an IE. And then Czar Craig. By the way, guys, with this loss, Mike Tomlin ties Marvin Lewis for the longest streak in NFL history of playoff games lost with 7, dating back to the AFC Championship game back in 2016, meaning that if the Steelers win a playoff game next year, that means that this fan base, well, I mean, it's official now, the Steelers will have to wait a full decade in between playoff wins. And the clock is officially, the Steelers run it one last time, and the clock will officially run out on the 2025 Pittsburgh Steelers with yet another blowout loss in the playoffs. This year felt like it was going to be different. It wasn't. And there's certainly some things to be hopeful about heading into 2026. There's a lot of good players on this team, and there's a good foundation in place. But as Aaron Rodgers and Cam Hayward dap up some of their opponents on the other sideline, congratulations to the Houston Texans. Their defense played phenomenally today. And, of course, the camera's on Rodgers, as this might be the last time he walks off an NFL field. And by the way, if this is Rodgers' conclusion here in Pittsburgh, I tip my cap to him and I thank him. Obviously, it's not the result that we wanted here in Pittsburgh to deliver a playoff win for the first time in nearly a decade. Did deliver a division championship for the first time in a half decade. There's that, but obviously not the result that we were hoping for tonight. Just sucks, man. Just sucks. All right, whenever you're ready, Ponzi, we got to catch up on some super chats, I think. But I would not completely close the book on Aaron Rodgers, man. I think there's a chance that he could return next year. He's been talking about continuity and what it could look like in another season. I know he loves Mike Tomlin. If Tomlin decides to come back for another year and make it his 20th season as the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and if Cam Hayward wants to come back, and I think he could, I could see Rodgers wanting to come back and win a playoff game for those guys. But, I mean, every camera ESPN has is just on Rodgers walking to the locker room right here. Looks like Rodgers wants to get into that locker room as soon as he can. I don't blame him. All right, we got 2 raffles tonight. First one is for a Steelers jersey of the winner's choosing. The second one, is for a 2025 AFC North Championship T-shirt, which, man, that stinks. Jagger, you win the jersey, my friend. So make sure you send me an email at sperry@chatsports.com. Let me know which jersey you want, what size, and then shipping address. I'll make sure to get back to you. And then for the AFC North Championship shirt, to Helen Songer. Helen, if you're still watching, let me know. Sounds good. I can let her know via Venmo. Helen, send me an email. If you want that T-shirt, greatly appreciate you. Thank you to everybody that donated today. It was a really awesome show. We still have our pre-game. Do we have our post-game stuff all ready to go? Okay. So we're almost ready to get into our post-game show, guys, but I know a lot of you guys are probably going to file out, but we still got over 3,000 people in this chat. To me, it doesn't feel like there's going to be a ton of change in Pittsburgh next year. I at least hope they can change the defensive coordinator, and hopefully they can change some things up from a defensive schematic standpoint. There's going to be some changes here in Pittsburgh, personnel-wise, like there always is. There's going to be opportunities to make some, big moves. They've got 12 draft picks, a lot of them in the first 3 rounds. I think they got at least 4, if not 5, in the first 3 rounds. They've got quite a bit of cap space to work with, and they've got a veteran roster that's mostly under contract. So there's, I will say I don't necessarily think the Steelers are going to blow it up and rebuild. I know a lot of people are going to want to because we're, quote-unquote, stuck in place, and we have been stuck in place these last 3 years, man. And that's frustrating as hell. But there is a lot of good players on this team. Oh, got a Venmo here. There we go. Darth Fatass, I did get your Venmo, or I did get your comment, so I will make sure to get you your hat. Make sure you guys stick around. I've got my my post-game reaction here. What'd you say, Ponzi? Shout out to Darth Fatass. Wish I could be more excited for it, buddy. But I'm pretty sad, not gonna lie, because I legitimately thought that they were going to be a little bit more competitive than that. They were in it in the fourth quarter. It was an avalanche there in the fourth, and this final score probably looks worse than it actually was, but. At the end of the day, man, it is what it is. Houston's a damn good football team, man. I'll give them that. They got an insane defense. The defense that the Texans had this year was the defense that we thought we were getting. And if we would have had that level of defense, Ponzi, this team would have been really, really good. Fortunately, this defense underwhelmed despite being the highest paid group in the league. Again. Which is why I think you have to move on from Terrell Austin and get some new blood in here, get some new ideas. And I know what you're saying. Tomlin never brings new ideas, and you might be right about that. But if you can get a Raheem Morris here to Pittsburgh, he will he's a name that Tomlin will respect, and he can bring some new ideas to the table. So I'm always the optimist, Ponzi. I look forward to this 2026 offseason as one where you make a couple really good moves. And, we could be back here next year and we could be celebrating our first playoff win in a decade. But the streak that we're on with 7 straight playoff losses, tying the all-time record under one head coach with Marvin Lewis. I mean, that is not a list that you want to be associated with if you're Mike Tomlin. But fortunately, it's a song and a dance that we have become all too familiar with as Pittsburgh Steelers fans. And I guess we'll see in the weeks to come if Aaron Rodgers decides to come back for another season, if Cam Hayward decides to come back for another season, if Mike Tomlin decides he's had enough, if he's had enough of it here in Pittsburgh. Because, listen, man, there's some opportunities out there that you could make an argument are, they have their starting quarterbacks of the future, or they have opportunities to go get their franchise quarterbacks of the future. The Steelers are going to be drafted in the low 20s again in a quarterback class that's not going to be very good. Like, if you draft a quarterback, it might be like Ty Simpson or something. And I know a lot of Steelers fans don't want that. So if you can't get Aaron Rodgers, Ponzi, like you're maybe looking at Malik Willis. Like, there's not a whole lot of like Super Bowl caliber guys that are, just hanging around on the free agent and trade market this offseason. So, all right, Ponzi says we're ready here, folks. So let's get into it right now. Our final post-game reaction show of the 2025 season is coming at you guys right now. It's another season here on Steelers Talk by Chat Sport, but unfortunately it's the same song, the same dance. The Pittsburgh Steelers finish the season 10-7. And they get blown out in the first round of the playoffs, this time by a final score of 30-6. And just plain simply, guys, this year's Pittsburgh Steelers team, I thought, had a chance to be different and win a playoff game. I thought, this team gave us the best chance to win a playoff game in a little while. Unfortunately, like I said, it's the same song and the same dance, and I think a lot of us are tired of it here in Steelers Nation. Welcome into the Steelers Talk postgame show, and I'm not going to lie to you guys, I'm pretty upset. I'm pretty sad that this season has come to a close, and, the Steelers season went out with the whimper that they had in that fourth quarter that we're going to talk about on today's show. But tomorrow we start our coverage of the 2026 offseason. Should be pretty entertaining with, $60+ million in cap space, 12 draft picks. We're going to have extensive coverage on any defensive coordinator search or maybe a head coaching search, quarterback search if Aaron Rodgers retires. But make sure you guys click that subscribe button because I'm sure it's going to be a very eventful offseason here in Pittsburgh. And, of course, if Mike Tomlin gets fired or decides to leave the Pittsburgh Steelers, we're going to be going live whenever that news breaks. Make sure you click that subscribe button to never miss a thing. All right, so let's get into this game, man. I don't think this final score is indicative of how close this game was for three quarters, but, it just became an avalanche. There was a fumble 6 that ended up giving the Texans a 2-possession lead, and then after that, the Steelers were kind of forced in the fourth quarter to press against this Houston Texans defense that you just cannot be put in that position and expect to have success. You score 6 points on the day. 3 of them were gifted to you from a fumble on C.J. Stroud where you get the ball at the 21. You can't even finish in the end zone. Plain simply, the Texans defense just dominated the Pittsburgh Steelers offensively, and we'll talk about that quite a bit in this game. But this game was competitive for three quarters. It was 10-6 in the fourth quarter, but kind of like that Bills game a couple years ago, you had a chance in the fourth quarter, and then, you completely blow it there in the fourth. And frankly, the better team, the better football team won this football game. And congratulations to the Texans, but I do have some takeaways. I got quite a few of them, actually. To get into. And plain simply, guys, what this game comes down to is, once again, this Pittsburgh Steelers offense was not good enough. I think the Steelers offense was better than it was in years past. There's just no questioning that, in my opinion. This was the best Steelers offense we've had in a while, but you accompany that with a defense that took a step back as a unit this year, and you kind of get into the same spot. Like, if this defense was playing really top-notch football, and the defense played fine for most of this game, but this offense going up against that defense, I mean, that defense is so good, but, you just couldn't do anything all day long. We can talk about some of the reasons for that. A big reason was you were living in 3rd and long, okay? And a big reason why you were living in 3rd and long in this game, and I don't know how many third downs they had in this game, frankly, but most of them were in 3rd and 7 or longer. A lot of them in 3rd and 10 or longer, because on first down, they would run an unsuccessful run play, lose 2 yards, and they would run a screen play that would get no yards, and then you're sitting in 3rd and 12, and you got the best pass rusher duo in football pinning their ears back, and they can win with 4, get after a quarterback that, obviously doesn't move the best anymore, and, that was the recipe for failure for the Pittsburgh Steelers today. You needed to stay ahead of the sticks. They did that actually pretty decently in the first 2 drives of this game, where they were converting first and 2nd down, and they were, not getting the 3rd down, but every time they got into 3rd down in this game, man, it seemed like it was into third and long situations, and that's just not where you want to live if you're going up against the Houston Texans. And there's a lot of reasons why the Steelers failed at that. I thought they ran it too much, were too predictable on first downs. They got it to Jonnu Smith on too many screens. And then also that Texans defense is just really, really freaking good. But then another fumble 6. All right, we saw it in the Bills game. Another game where the Steelers got ran off the field on and dog walked on their home stadium this year, and inside their home stadium this year. And, that's really a recipe for failure when you're giving up a fumble 6. And, the Steelers actually won the turnover battle today. They had 3 turnovers to the Texans 2, one of them really in like before garbage time. And out of those 3, Steelers only score 3 points. Texans score 7 on their 1 fumble. So sometimes it's not the total amount of turnovers. It's what you do with those turnover opportunities. Unfortunately, the Steelers didn't do enough in theirs, and the Texans definitely flipped the game. And that was the game-changing play right there that completely turned this in the favor of the Texans. Also, there's some missed opportunities in the first half of this game. It seems like, this has been a Steelers offense that has really needed to work up into the second half, and they weren't doing anything all game long against this Texans defense. But DK Metcalf dropped a corner route early in this game that would have gone for a big gain, if not a touchdown, that really seemed to loom large in this game. The Steelers would have had that fumble 6 wouldn't have mattered as much as it did if DK catches that football. You pay DK Metcalf $30 million a year to make those catches. Today, he finishes with 2 catches for 42 yards on 5 targets. You got to get him some help in this wide receiver room. Plain and simply, DK is not good enough by himself to lead this wide receiver room. He needs a really good 1B in this room to pair with him. I think that's pretty clear at this point. I also think they used Jonnu Smith way too much in this game. It's been a theme all throughout this season. In my opinion, it's been a theme throughout Arthur Smith's tenure where he's getting it to Jonnu Smith, too much. He's playing him too much. He can't block, can't run routes. He doesn't have particularly good hands. And honestly, I didn't think, his run after ability this year was all that great as well. I think when you look at a guy like Jonnu Smith, he's a guy that I'm looking to trade or cut this offseason. He was that bad. And there's just no way he should have the kind of role he had in the offense this year, next year. And then, they give the ball to Jonnu Smith, and they waited till it was way too late to give it to Pat Freiermuth. I said going into this game, if Muth has a big game tonight, I think the Steelers have a chance to win it. He didn't have a big game tonight. So, obviously they got ran off the field. So, if I'm Muth, I'm pissed at the Steelers this year for not using me in the correct ways until essentially Darnell Washington got injured. And then even then, in the biggest game of the year, in the wild card round, in a game where, we're trying to avoid a 7th straight playoff loss here with this franchise, I'm not getting fed. And Jonnu Smith, of all people, is getting more prioritization in this offense this week. I would be livid if I were Pat Freiermuth. I hope he's back next year, but it would not shock me if he wants out, especially with Darnell Washington returning next year. But I love Pat Freiermuth, guys. I hope he's back. He's a damn good receiving tight end. So point the finger for me down there in the comment section. Who's the most to blame for the loss today? Is it Tomlin? Is it Omar Khan? Is it Aaron Rodgers? Is it somebody else? Let me know what you guys think down there in the comment section. I think for me, the lack of a legit number 2 wide receiver was a big reason why you lost this game. You weren't able to be more competitive on offense, and I blame Omar Khan for that. Also, Mike Tomlin. This will be the pinned comment on today's show. Just a second here, I'm going to tell you about our sponsor today at Prize Picks. While I tell you about our sponsor, let me know who's the blame for tonight's loss in the wild card of the round of the playoffs. Now let's have a word from our sponsor at Prize Picks, and it is officially the new year, guys. In my opinion, this is the best time of the year for watching sports when you're not watching the Steelers get blown out in the playoffs. Bowl games, playoff games, basketball and hockey season now in full swing as well. It's all happening all at once. And while all that action is going on, there's one place where it feels so good to be right. That's Prize Picks. Prize Picks is super simple to play. You just pick more than or less than on at least 2 player stat projections. And if you get your picks right, you could cash in. My favorite feature about Prize Picks is that how you play is up to you guys. If you want a little bit more flexibility, you can choose the flex play where you can get paid even if one of your picks misses. And if you're feeling really strong about a particular lineup and want a bigger payout, you can go for the power play. No matter how you play, though, Prize Picks is a great way to put your takes to the test and make some money. That is, if you know ball. Tonight I took the less on C.J. Stroud passing yards. He got more than that. I took the more on Kenny Gainwell receptions. I think he had 3, if I'm not mistaken. No, he got 4. So I guess I got that one. And Pat Freiermuth, I took the more. he got less tonight. So unfortunately, Ponzi and I did not walk away with a playoff win or any money from our friends at Prize Picks, but download the Prize Picks app today. Use code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. To finish out my thoughts on the defense, guys, or on the offense, I should say, tip your cap to that defense, okay? That Houston Texans defense is so good, and, the Steelers offense was outclassed today, and sometimes that happens, and that's frustrating because, this roster, once again, wasn't good enough to compete with these level teams. But, man, that Texans defense was the defense that Mike Tomlin thought he was building here in Pittsburgh this year, where they play so much man, and they just cover everybody up. They win with 4. That is a damn good defense right there, man. One of the best I've seen in a long time, and they took care of business tonight. So tip your cap to those guys. They were the better team today, and the reason why they were the better team today is because that defense, put belt to ass for 4 straight quarters, and they deserved the win because of that. Now we shift our focus to the defensive side of the ball. Kyle Duggar, he's done here in Pittsburgh. I didn't think he necessarily played like an awful game in this game, but Chuck Clark started tonight, guys. That should tell you exactly what the Steelers feel about Kyle Duggar at this point in the season. Next year, I would guess Jalen Ramsey is back at safety with Deshaun Elliott playing the other safety position. I'm sure they may draft a safety next year to be that third safety in the rotation and a future starter, but I appreciate Kyle Duggar for his service to this team and coming in after the Deshaun Elliott injury. He played some good weeks, had some good ball for this team, but Kyle Duggar is certainly going to be one of the odd men out in 2026, in my opinion. Another guy that could be on the outs in terms of at least a starting role next year is Brandon Echols, and holy cow, did he get beat multiple times today. Christian Kirk finished with 144 yards receiving today and a touchdown. That's one of the guys you maybe could have tried to get at the trade deadline. Kirk is a guy that the Steelers have shown a lot of interest in, and he showed why tonight, man. He completely cooked Echols in man coverage multiple times, multiple big gains, and Echols just couldn't keep up. So, I think Echols has had, for the most part, a pretty good season. I still think he's probably more of a good backup. Maybe you find a good slot corner next year. Maybe you put Ramsey back in the nickel next year and you get a legitimate running mate for, Deshaun Elliott, something they probably should have done to start this season. But Echols, he's on a 2-year deal, so he will be back next year, at least unless they cut him, which I don't think they will. But he's a good backup, that can play inside or out. But, after tonight, I don't know if I want him starting in the slot for the Steelers next year. But another thing the Steelers got to address, in my opinion, and I don't know if they will, especially if Mike Tomlin is still here, is they got to address nose tackle. All right, there's points in this game where Keanu Benson was a complete liability out there in run defense, not anchoring, all these things that we've talked about with Keanu Benson all season. I think Keanu's a good player. I want to make that abundantly clear. But they don't use him correctly. They put him in the middle of this defense where he gets a shit ton of double teams, and he gets driven backwards, and he's not a good player on early downs in terms of run defense. All it takes is for him to be blown off of his gap, and there's an open lane for the opposing team. We saw that multiple times tonight. The Houston Texans ran for 164 yards. They came into today's game ranked the 30th rushing offense in the league in rushing EPA per rush. That implies with the rushing, but then also the rushing success rate. This was not a good rushing team today, guys. They put up 164 rush yards on you. It all starts in the middle with that run plugger, and they got to find somebody to fill that role very, very quickly, in my opinion. Also, I know there's going to be a lot of calls for Mike Tomlin's job, and listen, man, I don't really blame people for wanting him to leave. For Christ's sake, he's tied with Marvin Lewis for the most playoff losses in a row. All right, I don't blame people for wanting change and for, maybe trying to start over and, all these different things. I don't blame Steelers Nation for that take. However, I don't think Art Rooney II, the owner of this team, who's never fired a coach, is very proud of the fact that this team has never fired a head coach in the Super Bowl era, is going to fire one with as much money as that's left on Tomlin's deal and is coming off a division championship. I just think that he's going to want Tomlin back. Now, will Tomlin want to come back? We'll see. If Rodgers and Cam Hayward retire, I could see, Tomlin saying, you know what, you guys can embrace a rebuild. I'll go somewhere else, and you guys can get a nice little trade haul for me. I could see that playing out. We'll just have to see how it all plays out in the weeks to come, but I would still say I would say the most likely situation is that Mike Tomlin is back next year. Aaron Rodgers is back at quarterback. Arthur Smith is back at OC. Cam Hayward is back next year. If you're looking for change, I think the one major change in the coaching staff that we hopefully would see if Mike Tomlin stays is a change at defensive play caller and defensive coordinator. Tara Lawson has not been up to snuff in his 4 years here in Pittsburgh. Plain and simply, this defense has continuously underperformed within his time here, and I think it's time for a new voice. And honestly, if Tomlin decides to leave, I'd be excited for a new voice in Pittsburgh. Bring on Brian Flores as far as I'm concerned if he wants to go. But I do think there is hope for the future, guys. I don't want this to be all doom and gloom. I understand it's been the same script for 3 years in a row. 10 wins under Mike Tomlin, followed by a playoff berth and then a pretty much blowout loss in the playoffs. I think the Steelers were more competitive in this one than in some of the other years, but obviously the offense just wasn't good enough tonight. But this is a roster that is still, in a pretty decent spot. You've got all three of your edge rushers under contract next year. You've got most of, your team, under contract. You just got to figure out the quarterback, your two other starting wide receiver positions. You got to lock down your left guard situation. Re-sign Kenny Gainwell to reaffirm this running back duo. You get a number 2 corner, maybe you get a slot corner, but there's not that much, and the Steelers have over $60 million in cap space next year. That's before the cuts and before restructures, so they're going to have more than that. They got top 10 cap space, and they got 12 draft picks next year. So this is a team that can easily address their needs in 2026, and especially if Rodgers comes back for another season, if you get a defensive coordinator that knows what the fuck they're doing, like Raheem Morris, for example, who, if Tomlin stays, I think we actually get Raheem Morris if he doesn't get another head coaching job. And then you give Rodgers a couple more good receiving threats that can actually separate versus man coverage. I mean, this Steelers team can be back next year with a vengeance. Rodgers would be in the second year of a system. He gets a full offseason with his guys. I'm looking at this offseason, guys, as one, at least I'm going into it with some hope. I know there's a lot of despair in Steelers Nation right now, but I'm telling you, man, the Steelers are not that far away. Whatever changes need to be made to get us to that next step, I'm all for. So let me know down there in the comments section, is it time? Should Mike Tomlin step away as the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers? I'm guessing most of the people in the chat that are really upset about the result of this game is going to be yes. And honestly, at this point, if Tomlin wanted to step down, I feel like I would be okay with that, and I'd be excited for a new head coach to come in here in Pittsburgh. But just some final thoughts here before we say goodbye. I just want to thank all of you guys for supporting the channel this year. I'm greatly disappointed that this Steelers team wasn't able to get us a win in the postseason. But at the end of the day, man, I do think that we're going into this offseason with a lot of good players on this team, with an offensive line that's on the up and up for the first time in a long time, with a defensive line that is very talented, with a defense that played its best football, generally speaking, towards the end of the season, and with some positive momentum there. I know it really does hurt right now, and trust me, I'm feeling it, guys. I really am, and I'm open to any and all changes that could get this team to the next level. But I do think that the Steelers, winning a division championship this year is a step in the right direction. This is a season with Aaron Rodgers. If this is, his only season here in Pittsburgh, it's going to be one that I remember forever, where he comes in here, sweep the Ravens, win the division championship. Those things matter to me, man. It's the first division championship since I've been the host of this channel, guys, and I just want to thank each and every one of you guys for your support. I know it hurts right now, but hopefully this team can find some ways to make this team better heading into 2026, and hopefully next year we're sitting here on Wild Card Weekend as victors instead of swallowing yet another loss like we are tonight. All right, man, that'll be it for me tonight. I really do appreciate your guys' support. Tomorrow we're going to get 2 Steelers videos out to you guys, probably a Mike Tomlin replacements video in the morning, and then we'll get some film reactions to you guys. Some of our final film takeaways of the year will be in the afternoon. So greatly appreciate all of your guys' support. Thank you guys for making it to the end of the video with me here, guys. Until next time, guys, here we go, Steelers. We'll stay live as long as the super chats keep coming in. Brent says, if Tomlin can't win this game, then what can he win? I mean, listen, man, this was always going to be a tough game to win. I never said, if anybody said this was supposed to be an easy game, I don't know what to tell you, man. You're going up against the best defense in football. I don't think the Texans offense played particularly well. I don't think C.J. Stroud is a great quarterback when playing in the cold, and I think he kind of showed that tonight. But, and it's not like the Steelers offense was built to beat a defense like this. We have Adam Thielen and MVS as our number 2 and number 3 receivers. We got Calvin Austin III in that mix as well. None of those guys are a legit number 2. As much as I appreciate the efforts of Calvin and Adam and even MVS, as much as he's kind of on my shit list, this team was lacking a true number 2. And if you're going up against the Texans, you got to have a legit number 2. And it could have been Muth tonight, but of course they didn't want to get him the football. I just don't know, other than building the roster better, what Tomlin could have done to win this football game. Maybe have a different defensive coordinator, all these different things. And there's certainly ways that you can improve this team even with Tomlin returning next year. If Tomlin returns next year, I still think this team can be very good and, take it to another step next year. I do believe that. But listen, man, 7 straight playoff losses speaks for itself. It's unacceptable, especially in this city where we demand not only getting to the playoffs but winning playoff games, and we haven't done it now in bare minimum a decade, because we're going to have to wait another 365 days before we can even think about having another opportunity at this. $2 from Sam Robinson says offense can't get their side of the field. They got there a couple times, Ponzi. How many times were they on their side of the field tonight? Maybe 3 or 4 different times. And they just couldn't finish drives.
It wasn't that they couldn't get to their side of the field, it was they couldn't finish off drives. Well,
to be fair, to be clear, to Sam's point, they didn't get there all that often.
No.
And by the way, 2 of the times I think came off of turnovers.
And that's exactly more so what I was talking about. It's just more so of you can't score 3 points off of 3 turnovers, man.
Yeah. It's just yeah, man.
Sucks.
You just got outclassed tonight on one side of the football, man. The Steelers defense, I thought, played well enough to win this game. That's what sucks, is that the offense, once again, was the reason why this team wasn't good enough to win a playoff game.
Yeah.
$2 from Safe B says, CL, when we make changes, oh, wait. Yeah, man. I think the one change that I think we'll see, and I hope we see, is a change at DC. And who knows, maybe Tomlin does call it quits and wants to go and get a fresh start. Because listen, man, if Aaron Rodgers doesn't come back, the quarterback options for Pittsburgh are slim.
I mean, the best options you have.
Malik Willis might be your best option, and he has 0 playoff experience. What are the chances that Malik Willis comes here next year and wins a Super Bowl? Very low. First-time playoff quarterbacks almost never win Super Bowls.
And if you look at the trade market, it's even worse. You got Kyler Murray, Tua Tagovailoa.
At least those guys got some playoff experience, but Tua, no go. Tua, straight no. Kyler, I would be excited for it, but he's not awesome, man. He just isn't. You got Geno, and honestly, I think Geno is one of the more slept on options, because I think if you get him out of that Raiders organization, he might play a little bit better. But Geno, based on what he did this year, not a great option. It's not one that makes you think we're winning the Super Bowl this year, right? The only one that could even feasibly happen is if the Rams want to move off of Matthew Stafford, and that situation pops up, and then you can trade for Stafford. That's the only one where if it pops up, you can be yeah, we could maybe win a Super Bowl with that guy.
Yeah, I mean, Matthew Stafford's the only guy.
Honestly, you're kind of hoping that Rodgers comes back. And if Rodgers doesn't come back, is it crazy to think Tomlin is you know what, man, without a top 10 quarterback, I can't win playoff games. And with here in Pittsburgh, we're kind of stuck in this loop where we're always making the playoffs with shitty quarterbacks, and that's a testament to Tomlin's coaching. But, it's part of the issue here that he just can't get that quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of fans are bringing up, Derek Carr.
Derek Carr, dude. Derek Carr, we talk about C.J. Stroud playing poorly in the cold. Derek Carr is one of the worst quarterbacks in NFL history playing in the cold. Yeah. He's just not built for the AFC North. So, no to Derek Carr for me. Got Jagger with a 10. Says, there's going to be a lot of blame after this game, and I understand it, but I'm going to be honest, this game is on Arthur Smith playing Jonnu over Pat, not getting the run game going, early, shitty play calls. And, we've been talking about this a lot. if you're going to blame Arthur Smith for the play calls, you also have to put some blame on Aaron Rodgers because he's the final line of defense. He's the one that has a lot of control at the line of scrimmage. Like he's got 2 plays he's got 2 plays in the huddle most of the time, and then he's got all these audible calls that they can go to at any time in any formation. So, like, if you're going to blame Arthur Smith for the play calling tonight, I'd blame Rodgers at least a little bit as well. But, like, sometimes you just get outclassed. You know what I'm saying? Especially when you play a team as good as the Texans defense that just mans you up and there's no open options. Like what play call what play call works, Ponzi, when the defense is completely smothering all of your receivers and they're getting to you with a 4-man rush? Please explain to me which magical offensive system works against that.
And, it doesn't help whatever you have, MVS, Calvin Austin.
Listen, man, you know how you beat this Texans team? When they play man coverage, you have guys that can separate versus man. That's been the biggest weakness of the Steelers offense all year. So, like, if you want to blame somebody for the offensive, performance tonight, I would blame Omar Khan for not delivering that legit number 2 receiver. Like, if we had Jacoby Myers tonight, if we would have, won that sweepstakes and we had Jacoby Myers, I think we have a decent chance to win this football game.
Jacoby Myers played so well this season in Jacksonville. He's exactly what they needed. And
Jacoby was exactly what this team needed. And I think Christian Kirk would have been great.
And these are guys that you had the draft capital to go and get at the deadline, knowing that this team has veterans like Aaron Rodgers, like Cam Hayward. We don't know their future, and to basically say, you know what, 4th and 6 is all we're offering. Jacoby Myers can pick where he wants to go instead of making, hey, offer a 3rd and 6 or whatever. Yeah,
or whatever you needed to do to make it happen. It is unfortunate, man. And listen, man, you got every opportunity to get the weapons that you need next year. You got cap space, you've got draft picks. If you want to trade for somebody, you got the draft picks to do it. And you've got cap space to be able to pay another veteran if you bring in another veteran. Or you have a first-round pick that you can spend on a wide receiver. Or you can do both. I think the Steelers are going to do both. I think they're going to get a wide receiver in free agency, a veteran wide receiver too, and they're going to get a really, really good receiver in round 1 of the draft. That's if Rodgers returns.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, that position needs to be addressed, and that was one of the big reasons why you lost this game.
And it's one of those things too, is where it's like, correct me if I'm wrong, Sperry. I wasn't here in the offseason coverage, but that was a glaring need right away. Wide receiver 2.
Yep, and then we thought we had it, because we had Pickens when we traded for DK, and we're on this channel saying we've fixed the wide receiver issue, and then a couple weeks later they trade George Pickens for a 3rd-round pick. And then they don't replace him, and then they tell us that we're good with Calvin Austin III and Roman Wilson.
Who, by the way,
listen, man, I thought they were seeing something in practice where it's like, how good are these guys? Like they're not getting another veteran receiver before the season. Like, these guys must be awesome. Then we get to camp, and it's like they're not playing great, and Calvin misses most of camp with an injury. Passing offense isn't moving the ball all that well. The signs were there. The signs were there, man, and unfortunately, I fell for it. I thought Calvin was going to have a much better season than he did.
And Roman, man, he's been healthy scratch in the last 5
years.
Yeah,
Roman in his 2nd year is a healthy scratch. Is Roman even going to be back next year?
It's going to be something that we talk about, man.
It's going to be something that definitely going to be discussed, is whether or not Roman Wilson even returns next year, or whether this team trades him for a 6th-round pick and he's awesome for the 49ers or some shit.
Because that would happen.
Exactly. Complete overhaul of the wide receiver position is what's needed for this team. Complete overhaul. Thielen is going to retire. He's done. MVS should not be back, even if Rodgers comes back. And that's one of the things, too. If Rodgers comes back, he might bring back MVS, which I don't want to happen. He might bring in Allen fucking Lazard and, probably Romeo Doubs, and then they draft a guy, and then that's their wide receiver room, which I guess I could do that. I could do MVS and Allen Lazard as backups, but
I'd much rather have Jawan Jennings. He's the perfect guy you want.
Yeah, Jawan Jennings would be awesome. I think he might go back to San Francisco, though, because Ayuk is leaving San Fran. So I think he probably goes back to San Francisco. We'll see, though. Jordan Addison would be a great guy to trade for. If you could swing it, A.J. Brown, dare I say it?
That's going to be hard to do, but,
I mean, like, here's the thing, though. His contract is actually pretty affordable if the Steelers trade for him because he still has so much money with the Eagles.
Yeah.
Like, dude, what first-round pick is going to be better than A.J. Brown? And
I get it.
He's got multiple, and I get it, diva, all that stuff, but, like, if you're trying to win a Super Bowl next year, like if it's retirement tour, if it's like farewell tour for Rodgers and for Cam Hayward, it's got to be this year. It's not going to happen for those guys. What wide receiver is going to make this wide receiver room better than A.J. Brown? From a talent perspective, he's a top 5 receiver in the game. And if you trade for him, it's pretty affordable against the cap.
I mean, like,
would you trade your first-round pick?
Just get it down?
Like, would you trade the first-round pick if we have Rodgers returning on a team-friendly deal and all it costs is 1 first-round pick to get A.J. Brown?
I would trade that in a heartbeat. I mean, like, it's a first-round pick. You're not going to get what pick will the Steelers be picking now? At like 23?
23, 22. Like,
so,
you can get a good receiver there, but, like, you're not going to get somebody with the impact that A.J. Brown could potentially have, especially if Rodgers is back throwing him the football. Like, if you have A.J. Brown in this game with DK Metcalf, I think the Steelers maybe win.
The Pittsburgh Steelers will be picking 21.
It's the same spot every year. It's either 20 or 21.
And so, like,
it's unbelievable,
if
man.
You could swing a deal for A.J. Brown for just the first round pick. Like, if there's anything else, I might not consider it. Like, if it's a first and like a second, I think that's like a little bit of an overpay. But I mean, like, first round pick just for A.J. Brown, throwing Roman Wilson for fun. Fuck it. And
yeah, why not? Throw in Roman Wilson. I mean, I know Brown doesn't come without his risks or his personality quirks, but
I mean, dude, DK Metcalf going out, you saw how bad that offense looked against Cleveland.
And we saw how bad it looked tonight, and we had DK tonight. Like, we have to get a legit number 2.
It's gotta be, like, I think the perfect fit is Addison. I think that would be a nice fit because the fact is
Addison would be great.
A young wide receiver like A.J. Brown, he's not like too old. He's still 28. Like, I do think though that, like, if you're talking about like developable, wide receiver playing, even if DK is hurt or is too old and washed, Jordan Addison.
Yeah, Addison would be awesome. I mean, the city loves him. I mean, I would love to get Addison, but obviously Minnesota will have to come to the table on that.
And who knows, they might.
Yeah. $2 from Michelle says, "Don't stop believing. Pray for a miracle." I'm guessing that came in for late in the season, late in the game. Yeah, man. Unfortunately, we didn't get that miracle, Michelle. It stinks. Just hurts, man. Just hurts. Okay. Got that one. $10 from Gabriel says, "Please, Steelers win." Unfortunately, they couldn't deliver for us tonight. $2 from G-Man says, "This game is over. What changes would you do?" I mean, listen, man. I think this team had a pretty major flaw on offense, and it was obviously the wide receiver room. Okay? I think if you get a new defensive coordinator that knows what he's doing, cough, cough, Raheem Morris, you get a new nose tackle next year that can actually plug the run. All right? You fortify the secondary. Rodgers comes back. Re-sign Kenny Gainwell, and then make a couple decent additions at wide receiver. And I know I just rattled off like 6 or 7 things, but all of those things are very doable. Very doable.
And
like, this team can win a Super Bowl next year with Aaron Rodgers, I think. I think Rodgers is still a good quarterback. He just didn't have enough help this year.
Post-game, he was asked a couple questions about Tomlin, and he stormed off when he got asked another one about his job security and all that. So I mean, that kind of makes me believe that he might be back.
Yeah, dude. If he's that pissed about like
he stormed off.
Like, that lets me know that he still has some fire left, and like he's gonna have some fire to come back and prove some of these doubters wrong about Mike T.
Yeah.
So we'll see if this is it for Rodgers, but.
I mean, I
think he was talking about how this week he was so happy to shut up some of the people when it came to Mike T. And now that these talks are coming back. Like, Rodgers has been around the block. He knows what a good leader looks like, and he obviously respects the hell out of Tomlin.
I just think if this team can get Rodgers back, and I know it's all up in the air right now. We're probably not going to get a clear answer for that for a while, but like in all likelihood, if Rodgers comes back, this team could be still competing and playing in another playoff game.
I think they make the playoffs again next year.
I don't know if they win the North.
And listen, man, if you make the proper changes, and I get it, man, do we really trust this regime to make the proper changes? I don't know, because they've been playing Keanu Benton at nose tackle for 3 fucking years, and they haven't figured out he can't play there. But there's not that many things the Steelers need to do to get to that next level. And you got to remember, when you get to the playoffs, you're playing the best of the best teams. And if you have one major hole and you play against a team that exploits that major weakness, you're going to lose. And that's what happened to the Steelers tonight. They didn't have a good enough wide receiver room.
Dude.
They went up against the best defense in football, and they manned them up, and there's nobody that got open.
It was 10-6 with 10 minutes ago.
Exactly. So, the Steelers were in this game in the fourth quarter with 10 minutes to go. It's just after that sack fumble, it just avalanched from there, and you just got to have a better offense next year, man. I think the defense played well enough for until this game got out of hand.
I mean, even if
to win the game,
if you take away those 2 defensive touchdowns, they allowed 16?
Yeah, so that's not a bad performance from the defense, man. I think they got tired at the end. Just is what it is. Just is what it is. And I hope we have new defensive leadership next year.
Yeah,
Ethan says Arthur Smith is a terrorist. I absolutely despise Jonnu Smith and Eccles. Good night. Man, I hate that we're going to bed this angry, man, but I get it. I get it. I really do. I really do. Ethan, I appreciate you, my friend. $5 from Next Biting YouTube. Says goodbye, Tomlin, Aaron Rodgers, Patrick Queen, A-Rod, Calvin, Terrell Austin, Jalen Ramsey, and especially Jonnu. This team was doomed when we let go of George Pickens.
I don't think that was the case. I just think that...
Yeah, I mean, if you just do a good enough job replacing GP, if you get Jacoby Myers at the trade deadline, that matters a lot, in my opinion. You might win this game if you have Jacoby Myers on the team. I'm not even joking about that.
I think so, too.
It's just you just didn't have that other guy that you could trust to win one-on-one in man coverage.
And one of those things where it's it feels like it's just wide receiver 2 away. And that's kind of what it felt like all season.
Well, yeah, if you can get a legitimate wide receiver trio going here in Pittsburgh heading into next year, and after these last 2 seasons, I just don't know how Mike Tomlin and Omar Khan don't approach the offseason in that way of having to go get not 1 but 2 really good players to really fill out this wide receiver room. Because plain simply, guys, I think that's why you lost this game. You didn't have enough players that could separate versus man coverage. And especially when you got a guy like Aaron Rodgers who can't really run anymore, you're going to see a lot of man. If you want this offense to go to the next level next year, and I think it can, in a second year under Aaron Rodgers, he has that continuity with DK and Muth and Darnell and Kenny and Jalen. If you can get him 2 more good weapons to go along with DK, I think that's going to open up DK a lot because, frankly, defenses, this is their strategy. We're going to pretty much double DK Metcalf, or we're going to bracket him, and then we're going to force somebody else to beat us. And for most of the season, nobody else could beat them. That's the story of the season. If you get 2 other guys at wide receiver that can beat them in man coverage, that's going to open up DK's opportunities. That could unlock DK Metcalf so that he can be worth the money that we paid for him. So I think that's probably, if Rodgers comes back, that is the number 1 priority, is fixing this wide receiver room, getting Metcalf a couple of good weapons to work with. But yeah, man, I don't disagree. The ones that I would be okay letting go of, PQ, I'm going to have to look at the numbers on his contract. If someone wants him via trade, I would be willing to part ways with PQ. Just too inconsistent, misses too many tackles, not good enough in coverage for the money that we're paying him. I would be very open to letting go to PQ. Calvin, I think you let him walk. Maybe if he comes back for a really team-friendly deal, he can be your wide receiver 4 next year, but you got to have 2 other starters better than Calvin next year. Terrell Austin, I hope he's gone. Jalen Ramsey, he's under contract for multiple years. You can, pretty easily get out of it if you want, but I think the Steelers value him and his physicality. I think he'll be back next year. Jonnu, I hope, is gone as well. That's where I'm at with that list. $10 from Moose says fire Tomlin and get Arthur Smith the fuck, or Jonnu or Arthur Smith? I don't know. Mediocrity is the standard, and it's embarrassing. Do we consider 10-7 mediocrity?
I think so.
Like, I mean, if it's for 3 straight years, you're not winning in the playoffs. Because, the thing is, if we win this game, we're not saying it's mediocre. We're celebrating.
Well, because it's like.
But obviously, they didn't win the game.
Because 8-8 was the mediocre in the 16-game schedule.
Yeah,
9-7 was okay. You're
for me,
average,
mediocre is 9-8, 8-9. The Steelers don't do that. They go 10-7. It's mediocre for Pittsburgh standards, I would say, though. This is not where we should be as a fan base. We should, or as a franchise. We should be winning playoff games. We should be doing.
Yeah.
We should be better than this. So I completely agree with that. We've become the Cincinnati Bengals under Marvin Lewis, a team that's well respected, a head coach that's well respected, and we're always pretty good, but we're almost never great. And even when we're great, we don't win. I mean, Killer Bees didn't get a Super Bowl out of that group. That's a big.
And to that point, I would consider the Bengals the most mediocre team in that stretch.
Exactly. That's what we've become. That's what we've become. We're good enough to make the playoffs. We're not good enough to win in the playoffs. Great. And listen, man, I do think the Steelers are a couple of moves away in this offseason to get there. You add 2 good wide receivers to this offense, I do believe in a second year, especially if Rodgers is back, this offense will take off. And it will be really good next year because this offensive line is on the up and up for the first time in years. You got a really good running back duo that's going to be back next season. They're going to bring back Kenny G as long as he's not demanding number 1 running back money.
Which I don't think he would be.
You got Darnell and Muth both under contract next year. Got DK under contract.
Just get rid of Jonnu, man.
Got most of your defensive line under contract. You got some good players in your linebacker room under contract. Most of your secondary is under contract. So there's not that much that the Steelers need to do. Okay, what was the reason why they lost today? They didn't have enough help at wide receiver in terms of separators versus man. That's those two. You can get 2 of those guys easy with the cap space that you have, the draft picks that you have. That's a very fixable issue for the Pittsburgh Steelers. So, I'd be fine if Tomlin decides to step away, but I'm also fine with Tomlin returning for another year because I look at this roster and I look at the situation, especially if Rodgers is back next year. And it sounds like he's pissed off and he might want to come back for another season. If Rodgers is back, I think if you get a couple of receivers for him, this team can, take this team to the next level in a year 2 with Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
But David Hirsch with a 20, we get to some PayPals and Venmos here. David says, love black and gold. This is, of course, Rad Doctor. I appreciate your support all season, David. Really do appreciate it, my friend. Been a real one all season long. And we got some super chats. Who is this? HV with a 2. And he says, I am sorry the Steelers did not win. It is nice to listen to your commentary on YouTube. Good game. I appreciate you, HV. If you're a Houston fan, best of luck next week in New England, my friend. Tim coming in here. He puts in a 5. And he says, are we ever going to get a franchise QB? Listen, man, it's tough because college quarterbacks are incentivized to stay in school now. Because listen, man, back in the day, these quarterbacks were incentivized to come into the league and make their money. So we would see, 4 or 5, first-round quality quarterbacks in the first round of the draft. Now these guys are incentivized to go back to school unless they're a guaranteed top 15, top 10 pick. And, unfortunately, not too many of those guys surface this year. So what you have is a couple guys at the top that are definitely going to go 1, 2 if they come out. I mean, we'll see on Dante Moore. I'm guessing he's coming out. But it's going to be Mendoza and Moore, first 2 picks. And then you get Ty Simpson. And he's a little bit more of the wild card where, he's your option if you're the Steelers in the first round this year. Plain simply. And then we might get Chambliss if you want to go round 2 or round 3 on a guy. Chambliss is probably your guy. Maybe if
Carson Beck.
Yeah, Carson Beck is just I don't see him as a long-term, franchise QB in the league. It's possible that they could get a guy like Malik Willis this offseason. If they want to spend a little bit of money, I think he's probably going to get maybe 2 years, $30 million per season.
You have the cap. You could do it.
Like, you could do it. You'd be less able to address some of the other positions of need, but like, you could do it if you want to go get Malik Willis. He's only 26 years old, and he played like a franchise quarterback in the short stints he played in Green Bay these last 2 years. He'd be a risk, but he would be like kind of like this year's Sam Darnold, where he played really well in the time that he's played. He wasn't a starter in Green Bay, but you guys get the point. But there's a little bit of risk there. Like last year, Sam Darnold's risk was 1 year of production, terrible end to the season. He ends up balling out in Seattle, and they get the number 1 seed in the NFC this year. Could Malik Willis be that guy in the for the Steelers?
I think
it's possible. I don't know.
Option, Mac Jones.
Mac Jones, he's got such a weak arm for somebody that would be playing in the cold weather here in Pittsburgh.
He did play in New England for a little bit, so.
Yeah, but like he would peter off at the end of seasons because of that. How'd he do in New England, right?
Yeah.
He got kicked out. So I don't know, man. If Rodgers isn't coming back, if I'm being honest, there's not a ton of options I love. Honestly, my favorite option is probably just roll the dice on Malik Willis, who's a really talented guy. He's taken a lot of steps forward in his NFL journey as a passer. He's gotten a lot better with his footwork and his mental processing. He went to the school of Matt LaFleur, and he came out the other side looking pretty damn good. So I think Malik Willis is looking like a pretty decent option if Rodgers doesn't come back. But, you could be looking at Kyler Murray, Geno Smith, Mac Jones, not a great pool of free agent and trade quarterbacks next year.
If you're looking at that angle of it, you're going to have to use draft capital for, Kyler Murray. You're going to have to use draft capital for Mac Jones because, he's still under contract. You're going to have to use draft capital.
Yeah, you're going to have to. Yeah, that's another thing. You're going to have to trade for Mac Jones, and my guess is their price tag will not be necessarily
because he's
low.
probably going to be like a Shanahan. Like Vikings will probably maybe consider that.
Yeah, maybe.
But
I don't know. I think they're going to give JJ another chance next year, so they probably don't want to spend draft capital on somebody that would just be there to compete with him. But listen, man. Outside of Rodgers, man, the options don't look phenomenal. You can always, go with Ty Simpson and try and just, start over with a new rookie quarterback, develop him, all that stuff. But, I don't love the idea of playing rookies in their first season anyway. So even if you draft Ty Simpson, I want a veteran in here that's not Mason Rudolph that we can start week 1.
Yeah.
So I don't know, man. If you don't have Rodgers coming back next year, I'm having a hard time finding QBs that give you a chance to win a Super Bowl. Frankly, I think Rodgers and Cam probably talk with each other along with Tomlin, and they say, "Hey, what are you thinking? You want another year? You guys retiring?" I think what it comes down to is, do we think we can win a Super Bowl next year? Because I think each of them would be like, if we come back, we're only coming back for 1 more year. Yeah. And if we don't feel like we have a chance to win it next year, I'm not coming back.
Play? Yeah.
Why even play?
Because Cam.
Money, but no.
Both Cam and Aaron. Cam less so of a severe injury. Rodgers had to miss time, but they're banged up. Both of them have been banged up.
Yeah.
So it's
I think they're both back next year. I think they both feel like they have some unfinished business. I think they both feel like this team got close and they were, couple receivers away, and I think they trust this front office to be able to make those moves. And, hopefully they make those moves because, frankly, you fill up a couple of these final holes on this roster. You get a better DC that actually knows what he's doing and can make the most of this very expensive and talented defense. Who knows where this team could be next season? I still think, there's opportunities if the Steelers want to win now.
Seeing a lot of Will Howard.
Yeah, a lot of Will Howard. God, man. To give a 6th-round rookie the J.J. McCarthy treatment, did you guys see the Minnesota Vikings this year? They gave their top 10 draft pick the keys to the car without proving anything, and you guys saw how it ended. Will Howard hasn't even played a preseason snap. Now listen, man, if Rodgers signs off on Will and says this guy's ready, I'm okay with like signing Geno Smith and then having those two guys like battle it out in camp next year and see who comes out. I don't love that idea because I don't think either of those guys are getting you where you want to go. But like, if you want to go Will Howard, he's not going to just be given the job. He's not. All right.
I would be only okay with Geno Smith, Will Howard if Cam retires,
Rodgers retires.
You know,
you can't get Malik Willis.
Man, if that's the room that Tom.
Yeah, man. I'm sorry. Will Howard is not in the top. Certainly not the top 5, probably not the top 10 in guys that I would want to give the keys to the car to next year. Now, listen, man, you bring in a veteran like a Geno Smith, and he beats out Geno in a competition next year, okay, let's go with Will Howard. But, like, I don't know, man. He's a 6th-round pick that went in the 6th round for a reason. He's got some starter tools, I'll give him that. But, like, we haven't even seen this guy take a preseason snap. And people want to give him the keys to the car. Like, unless the Steelers are just completely rebuilding, I don't want to do that at all. And I don't think think the Steelers are going to do that. I don't think the Steelers are just going to rip this thing down to the studs. I think they're going to try and win again next year.
Are very much of a reload, not rebuild type of team.
Yes.
So it's like.
So I don't think, in a win-now season, from their perspective, they're going to want to go with Will Howard, unless he beats out a veteran like Geno Smith or, put any veteran you want in there, Or
even like, you bring in Malik Willis, Will Howard beats him out somehow?
No, if you're paying Malik $30 a year, he's starting. But
yeah.
You guys get what I'm talking about, right? Like if you bring in, Geno Smith on a team-friendly deal and then he beats him out, then sure, let's go with Will Howard. But like, I think after not playing a down this season, preseason or otherwise, like we don't have anything to base the decision to start Will Howard off of other than the practices that he's had this year. And he's been on scout team. He's had like no playing time, literally no playing time. And like people just want to, no competition, give him the job. It's like, no, man, I'm okay maybe giving him an opportunity if there's no like legitimately good options out there. But like there's got to be veteran competition at the very least.
And the thing is that everyone will say is Brady, Purdy, like the thing is those guys were not given the keys to the car.
No, they were not. Hurt. They had to come in because somebody else got hurt. When was the last time a 6th-round pick that hadn't played a single down went into the season as the starting quarterback of that team? It's never happened. I guarantee you it's never happened.
Maybe like the Colts, like 1982.
No. They back then, 6th-round picks got even less opportunities, I feel like. So, like, if the Steelers give the offense to Will Howard next year, they'd be doing something that nobody has even done in NFL history. And by the way, they've probably done that for a reason. 6th-round picks usually don't work out. It's nothing against Will Howard. But, like, if it gets to the point where there's no good quarterback options, I'm fine with giving him a chance to compete for the job. But, like, it's just stupid to give, frankly, it's stupid to give a 6th-round pick the keys to the car in a win-now season when he's never even played a preseason down. Listen, man, I don't care what John Gruden says about Will Howard. And I love Will as a guy. I love him as a backup option, as a potential guy where if a season goes to shit, you give him a chance and you see what he's got. But he's not a guy you go into a season with no playing time at all, and you just hand him the keys to the car because he's a likable guy and we like him. It's like, no, that's how bad teams operate. And that would make this team objectively worse. Objectively worse.
I mean, from what I'm seeing and from what I'm looking up, the latest of quarterback has been drafted and that has started their debut game, their rookie game, was a 4th-round pick. And that was twice tied with Dak Prescott and then the Colts season that I was referring to, which was Mike Pagel. So like a 4th-round pick. And even then, Dak Prescott, injuries. Tony Romo got injured.
Yep. Alan OH says, was at the Ravens game. So happy we won, but this game made me so disappointed in the team. I'm tempted to be a Browns fan because at least I expect them to be trash. Here we go, Steelers. Listen, man, you go become a Browns fan and you tell me how you like winning 3 games or 4 games in a season. Dude, Steelers fans that tell me I wish we would bottom out, no, you don't. Listen, man, like, I watch hosts at this company have to deal with those kinds of seasons every single year. It's fucking miserable. All right, I would rather take this season where you go 10-7, you win a division fucking championship, and it's an entertaining ride the entire way. This was a fun season to watch.
It was.
It just was. It was a fun season. Obviously, it didn't end the way that we want. Obviously, it's ending in disappointment yet again, but that's life in the National Football League. How many teams end the season happy at the end of the year and happy with the progress that they make?
Probably only one.
Well, there's one that is for sure happy, the Super Bowl champion. And then, there's a couple teams that, weren't really expecting to win the Super Bowl at the beginning of the year anyway that, overperformed, like Chicago. If they lose next week, they're going to be very happy with their season. There's going to be some teams outside of the Super Bowl champion that are happy with their season. I would say outside of maybe 5 teams every year, most teams are devastated by the way that their seasons go.
I mean, we could have been.
And we're one of those teams, unfortunately, this year. But that's life in the NFL, and that's the way it goes sometimes, man. But, saying that you wish to be a part of a losing football fan base, I would never give up being a Pittsburgh Steelers fan, no matter what. And I know Alan is probably joking here, but listen, I would take a 10-7 season and a loss in the playoffs over a 3-win season any day of the week. And people will be like, oh, well, then you can draft a quarterback. What if you draft the wrong guy? All right, how many times have the Browns drafted the wrong guy? They certainly have had a lot of chances at the top of the draft.
I mean, they have a QB jersey for a reason.
Dude, I'm telling you, you do not want to experience 3- and 4-win seasons. I would much rather have this season be, a stressful ride where, every game matters and, you are invested in every single game and every game is exciting and worth something and means something. You do not want to be a part of a season, guys, where the entire second half of the year doesn't matter. In fact, you're cheering against your team to win because you want a higher draft pick. That reality sucks dick. All right? Much rather cheer for the Pittsburgh Steelers to win and for every game to matter.
You can complain saying that this wasn't a fun season because of this last game. I get that. I get that,
I don't get that at all. This was a fun season, period.
I was saying you get the most recent game and you're like, that's not fun. Yeah, obviously this game wasn't fun to watch in the fourth quarter, but you cannot tell me last week, that game, you weren't having the time of your life feeling on cloud 9 when the Steelers won against the Ravens.
Yep.
You're not telling me
you're not trading that for a 3-win season. No. You're just not.
I'm sorry. There are teams
and that doesn't mean the Steelers can't make changes or shouldn't make changes. Absolutely. Whatever changes that are needed, absolutely. Keep climbing that ladder. This year you took a little bit of a step winning the division. Okay, that's a little bit of a step. But obviously you couldn't win in the playoffs. So you got to try to find solutions to take that next step. I know they've been trying to do that over the last several years, but the solution, in my opinion, is not to just bottom out and have a terrible season. I think it's to continue to try and make this team better, which I think is more than possible with the resources that the Steelers have this offseason. Hat Guy LTs with a 1 says, now, let me see here. He says, how many chances do you get at work when you keep effing up? Maybe 1 or 2, not 9 years. But here's the thing. I don't think the Steelers view a 10-7 season and a playoff berth, especially a division championship, as fucking up.
No, I mean...
fucking up is not making the playoffs with playoff expectations, right? Fucking up is winning 4 or 5 wins in a season. This is, I know it feels like failure, and it is a failure in some degree because we lost in the first round of the playoffs again, and because it keeps happening in the first round playoffs to this team, it just feels like it keeps, quote-unquote, fucking up. But, for most teams, a trip to the playoffs is a successful season any day of the week. It just feels like fucking up because it keeps happening here in Pittsburgh, all right? And I get that, and I get why fans are upset and all that different stuff, but, this wasn't a bad season for the Pittsburgh Steelers. This might be a bad season for Steelers fans because we're used to winning at the highest levels, and we're tired of losing in the first round of the playoffs. All that is fine, all right? But to say this was a bad season or that the Steelers are fucking up, their season, and listen, I get it. It's one and done in the playoffs, and this is when it matters, and the Steelers aren't getting it done when it matters. All that stuff is valid, but this was not a bad season. You were 3 games over 500 with a limited offense this year, plain simply, and a defense where they certainly didn't live up to expectations, and they got to fix some of that shit, absolutely. But this was a fun season to watch. It was entertaining until the fourth quarter of this football game. And listen, man, sometimes this happens when your team just isn't good enough.
And the whole speculation of oh, well, you haven't won a playoff game since 2016. I will say.
Well, that's not speculation. That's fact.
Well, no, not the speculation, but
that's
all the
fact.
discussion about it. all the,
the discourse. The discourse.
Yeah, the discourse. It sucks. But at the same time, you could be a team like the Jets. Obviously the Browns have won a playoff game. They haven't won since they relocated back to Cleveland and became the Cleveland Browns again. They haven't won the AFC North ever. So,
listen, man, last year the solution for fans was let's start Justin Fields. That wasn't going to get it done for you this year. This year, the fan narrative is going to be start Will Howard. And, that's going to be the one that I'm probably going to be pushing up against this offseason. And I'm going to be the bad guy because I'm the one that's saying that, the young quarterback that everybody likes is a likable guy and works hard and all that stuff shouldn't be the answer at quarterback next year. But, I don't think you can go into next season just giving the job to Will Howard. At the very least, you have to bring in a veteran starting quarterback, and you have to have him compete, and you have to have him earn the job. That's the bare minimum. That's the most. Will Howard should be considered lucky to even get that opportunity after not taking a single snap this year. But my guess is Rodgers will be back next year, and it won't even be a question as to who the starting quarterback is next season. It's going to be Rodgers' team. He's going to be working throughout the offseason and OTAs, and he's going to have multiple trips for guys to come to Malibu and all that different stuff. And that second-year continuity, I'm hoping, along with two legitimate separators next to DK Metcalf in this offense, I'm hoping can make the difference when we get to this place next year. $2 from Tons of Fun says Steelers need a disaster draft.
Don't know what that means.
What is that? What do you mean by that? A disaster draft? Why would we want a disaster draft? I would think we would want a great draft.
Yeah, I don't know.
If you want to clarify that, Tons of Fun, feel free. $2 from Sween says 9 seasons now. What changes need to be made? Listen, man. Obviously, I think it's going to come down to Tomlin. I don't think Rooney is going to fire a coach that just had 3 straight double-digit win seasons and just won a division championship. Don't think that's going to happen. All right? If Tomlin leaves, I would be excited to see if we could get a Brian Flores or, maybe a Chris Shula or, a Clint Kubiak, somebody like that. I would love that, okay? I would be excited about that opportunity. But if Tomlin comes back, I think there's some changes that can be made with Tomlin as head coach that can get us to a place where we are winning a playoff game next year. It starts with the wide receiver room, and then, of course, Rodgers coming back, bringing Kenny G back. All those moves are very possible and, very easy to accomplish, in my opinion, this offseason. Then on the defense, get a legitimate nose tackle and start him over Keanu Benton, plain and simple. Make a decision on Patrick Queen. You make a decision in terms of Ramsey. Is he a nickel? Is he a safety? And then find somebody either at safety or nickel corner, whatever you need. Lock up your number 2 outside corner. Could be James Pierre. Could be somebody else. You've got the cap space. You've got the draft picks to be able to make those moves this offseason. And then you get a defensive coordinator that actually knows what the fuck he's doing. And I commend Terrell Austin for helping to do surgery on this defense and turn it around in the second half of the year. It's still not good enough. Plain and simple. Got to get somebody in here that's capable of turning around this defense and making it worth the money that we spend on them. Period. So if you do those things, I think the Steelers have a chance to, take it to the next step next year. Take it to the next level. $10 from Jagger. Says if they're not going to fire Tomlin this year and rebuild, they have to upgrade the offensive coordinator position and defensive coordinating positions. I don't think they're going to replace Art because I think Rodgers will be back next year and Rodgers loves Art. So it's going to be the same exact offense where Rodgers is going to be in control of it, all that different stuff. And I think Art is getting a little bit too much heat for the offense. I think there's only a certain amount of things that work when your wide receivers aren't getting open. And unfortunately, that was the story of the Steelers' offense and passing attack this year. There's just not a whole lot of open receivers down the field. So first of all, there's only so much a coordinator can do there. Not saying he's perfect. I'm certainly not saying that. But also Rodgers has a lot of the responsibility for play calling as well because he gets final say at the line of scrimmage. So I think Art will be back next year. And honestly, I'm fine with that. I just want – if Rodgers is going to come back, I want him happy. Okay, that's number one, first and foremost, because he's going to run the offense no matter who's that offensive coordinator. All right, it's going to be his offense. So for me, the defensive coordinator change is more important than the offensive coordinator change. Safe B with a 5 says, this is just so pathetic. We don't change, just repackage the same rotten meat. If Rooney doesn't make changes, I will not be tricked again. We say this every year, man, and Safe B will be back next year, week 1, ready for Steelers football. I guarantee you that. I know it hurts right now, and it makes you want to, stop believing in this team, all this different stuff, not stop supporting this team, whatever. But listen, man, I do think that the offense took a step in the right direction this year, Ponzi. Unfortunately, I think the defense took a step backwards, and they did, play better down the stretch. It just unfortunately wasn't good enough. Like, in order for this year's offense, in order for this year's team to win a Super Bowl with this year's offense, they needed the defense to be special.
And honestly, they got a really good performance out of them tonight.
They got, first, for quarter, 3.5 quarters, this defense was pretty fucking good. They had that one bad drive in the fourth quarter, but listen, man, the defense wasn't why you lost this game tonight. But, I mean, just in general, it did underperform this year. So, yeah. And it's underperformed, frankly, the entire Taylor Lawson regime. So I think it's time to move on from him. His contract expires. Go get Raheem Morris. Go get Raheem Morris as the next DC of the Pittsburgh Steelers. $2 from Tons of Fun against this Rooney Jr. Running the Bob nutting strategy. I don't even want to compare the Pirates and the Steelers. The Steelers win every year. They make the playoffs every year.
What have the Pirates done?
Like, the Pirates suck dick, dude.
Suck.
Like, I understand that, tonight's loss hurts, but I think that's a bit of an overreaction. I think the Steelers are by far, they're the best sports franchise in the city. And I just think.
Penguins come close.
Penguins are good. I like Penguins, but, man, I like the stadium, PNC, all that stuff. But, like, in terms of franchise stability, in terms of, lore, all that different stuff, Pittsburgh Steelers, definitely the kings of the city. Acrisure Stadium is the beating heart of the city of Pittsburgh, plain and simple. $2 from Anthony Jensen is very disappointing. Right there with you, man. Honestly, it's sad. I'm just sad because, like, even if the Steelers do turn it around, they win a playoff game next year, this fan base would have had to wait 10 years in between playoff wins, which is it's just not good, dude. It's just it needs something needs. I keep saying something needs to change. The thing that I think changes is the defensive coordinator. We'll see if Tomlin wants to move on elsewhere. If you're hoping Tomlin's gone, that's your best bet, in my opinion. $20 from Wesley Marie says, this hurt. Here's $20. Thank you, Steelers. Thank you, Wesley. Makes me feel a little bit better. I'll give you that there, Wesley, so thank you. $5 from Alex says, thanks, Jack, Cassie, and Ponzi, for a great season. God bless. I appreciate you, Alex. We'll be live again either Wednesday or Thursday. I hope to see you there. Bernard says, is A-Rod washed, and do you think he's back? I don't think he's washed. All right, I think he ran into a buzzsaw tonight. That's what I think.
Yeah.
Like I said with the play calling, there's only so much you can do when there's no open receivers down the field. There's only so much you can do when the opposing defense can win with a 4-man pass rush because their pass rush is insane. There's only so much you can do as a quarterback, and there's only so much you can do as a play caller. The only thing you can do against a defense like the Texans is get 2 more good receivers that can separate versus man coverage. And that's where we're at. So I would like him back. Do I think he's back? If I had to guess right now, gun to my head, I'm saying Aaron Rodgers returns for another season. $2 from Yami says, clean house. Someone start the Fire Tomlin chants. Clean house for who? Like Will Howard? Like, I'm sorry. And I know the argument is, but if Will Howard's bad, then we'll bottom out finally, and then we can draft a quarterback in 27. I don't want to take that risk in Cam Hayward's final season.
Dude,
I want to win next year. That is such a loser mentality to be like, start Will Howard so we can bottom out and have a terrible season.
Dude.
I'm never, ever going to support that. I'm not saying Yami's saying that, but, like, dude, if you clean house, who are you bringing in? Like
Brian Flores?
Well, yeah. Well, I had head coach, but like clean house in terms of like who are you getting at quarterback? Who's going to want to come play for the Steelers if they're bottoming out, if they're rebuilding? Who's going to want to come here?
You're going to have to get.
You're going to have to draft Ty Simpson. Is that what you want? You want Ty Simpson? Didn't think so. This team, I'm telling you, man, this roster is mostly set for next year. Just got to, have a good offseason this year. This team is one good offseason away from taking this team to the next level. I fully believe that. Justin with a 5 says it sucks, but to be the only blowout of Wild Card Weekend, I don't want to hear the fire Tomlin BS. Defense gave offense 3 chances, and they gave up 14 points. Yep, that's well said, Justin. I think Mike will probably be back next year. We'll see. I think, honestly, it's very tied to the Rodgers decision. Like, if Rodgers doesn't come back, I can understand why Tomlin would be like, I got no options I like at quarterback. I'm going to go to a place that already has a quarterback, like the New York Giants or something like that. Like, I could see that being a possibility, but listen, man, the offense wasn't good enough to win the playoff game tonight. I don't think there's anything Tomlin necessarily could have done tonight to win them a playoff game. I don't think it was anything coaching wise where it was like, clearly poorly coached. It was just the better football team won tonight, man. You got outclassed by the best defense in football because you didn't have enough receiver help. Period. $2 from Bernard says, do you wish we would have kept Russ? No. Like I said, man, the Steelers did take a step forward on offense this year. Unfortunately, they took a step backwards on defense. And when those two things happen, you kind of even out. And this is a very similar caliber team as it's been in similar years, and you guys saw the same exact result. 10 wins and a first-round playoff exit, just like the last 2 seasons. Maxamander with a 2 says, will you still be a Steelers fan forever? 100%, Maxamander. I'm never giving up on this team, man.
Don't give up on your team after a loss.
Never, ever giving up on this team, man. I love this team with all my heart. $10 from Anthony Jensen says, Jack, I just don't get it. We lose by 24. How bad are we? Listen, man, this was a 4-point ball game in the fourth quarter. It got out of hand because of the sack fumble leading to the Steelers getting desperate. And when you get desperate against the Texans, bad shit happens.
Yep.
Like this game was competitive for most of the game. It was. Okay, so I'm not looking at this game as like the Steelers are so far away from competing in the postseason. I'm looking at this game as we have a very major weakness on a specific side of the ball, offense, don't have enough receiver help. And if you fix that, and if you get the quarterback back, all this different stuff, you can win in the postseason next year. I truly believe that. And it's a very fixable issue next year for the Pittsburgh Steelers. You got over $60 million in cap space, and you've got 12 draft picks. You're telling me you can't fix this wide receiver room next year? Absolutely, the Steelers can. $5 from Stony Dude. Says, damn, bro, I didn't know it was going to be that bad. Chug said for me to tell y'all maybe next time, playa. Texans, baby, that's how we do. Congratulations to you guys, man. Best of luck. I have no hard feelings. Better team won tonight. Better team won tonight. Plain and simple. I have no problem admitting that. Congratulations to Houston. All right, Bernard with a 2 says, stop blaming A-Rod. Are you talking to me?
I think it's just more to the fans.
Maybe. I'm not blaming A-Rod for this game. Like I said a number of times, it's just tough. When you go up against this pass rush that can win with 4 very quickly, you only have time to really get through one read, and most of the time they're playing man coverage and your guy's not open. It's just really hard to play quarterback when that's the case, and the only way to really beat it is to get better receivers. It's really the only way. $10 from Brian Lopez says, thanks, Jack, for the excellent coverage. Till next season, brother. You've been the best thing about this team. Positive and pragmatic opinions, as always. Never emotionally driven. You're awesome. Appreciate you, man. It's what I strive for. That's what we're going to be providing throughout the offseason as well. So I hope you tune in for all of our videos, all of our live shows and stuff like that. Because I truly believe, Ponzi, I think I'm coming out of this with more optimism than a lot of Steelers fans, where I truly believe get a couple things right, specifically the wide receiver room, and bring Rodgers back, hopefully. Like, this team could be right back, and they could be even more dangerous than they were this year, next year, and you take another step forward next year.
I think you just got to evaluate some of the secondary. Obviously,
Yeah, secondary, sure.
Deshaun Elliott's going to come back. Hopefully he
you might be only looking at
nickel.
Yeah, one spot, because you might be bringing back James Pierre.
I would really bring back James Pierre,
Yeah,
man.
Porter is going to be obviously back next year. You got Elliott and Ramsey under contract. I'm guessing both of those guys are back.
Did Asante Samuel show you enough that you want him back?
I mean, for a certain amount of money, sure, but like, you got Brandon Echols to be your backup corner, so Asante will go somewhere and be a starter. All that different stuff, but listen, man, what this season comes down to for me is you didn't address the wide receiver position in the correct way. And listen, it got to a point with George Pickens where I was okay trading him away, and you actually maximized the value you could have gotten for him at the time. A third-round pick was as much as anybody was offering. But you needed to replace him, and you didn't do it. You went into the season trying to convince us that Calvin and Roman were going to be good enough in that regard. It wasn't. You brought in a number of different options to try and remedy it. Thielen, MVS, and I appreciate the efforts that those guys brought, but let's be real, man. Those guys are just not good enough to separate versus these corners of the Houston Texans consistently, and that sucks. $5 from Jagger says, where can I find your email, and should I just email my address for the jersey? So, yeah, Jagger, Ponzi's going to put the email at the bottom of the screen right now. You can send me an email there at sperry@chatsports.com. Let me know the player you want, the color you want, the size you want, and then your shipping address. And I'll make sure to get you your jersey. Appreciate you, Jagger, for the support this season. Next one from JV Free. Says, nobody could beat them tonight. Aaron Rodgers must come back. Yeah, man, I would love him for him to come back. But right now, I mean, in the live poll, do you want Aaron Rodgers to return? I mean, I guess it might just be recency bias or whatever, but 2/3 of you guys say no. Like, to start fucking Will Howard?
I don't know.
Like, dude, like, how much do you think he learned from Rodgers this year? He barely practiced. He barely plays as the third-string quarterback. Like, even in practice, like, people think Will Howard is just getting all these reps in practice. No, man, they got limited practice reps. And this is the National Football League. There's regulations. He gets scout team reps, right? So he's not even running the Steelers offense. Like, dude, this kid, I'm sorry, man. I know John Gruden loves him, and apparently that's enough for a lot of people. But, like, if you would rather have Will Howard as the starting quarterback next year than Aaron Rodgers, I do not know what to tell you, man. I do not know what to tell you. That would not be an upgrade. $2 from Lava Smoke Chili says, we need to suffer before things get better. That's not necessarily true. He says, check the 70s. I mean, sure. Like, yeah, the Steelers were terrible before, they started, winning all those games with Chuck Noll. They had to rebuild from the ground up, all that different stuff. But it was also a different era of football. Free agency and the trade market and stuff like that wasn't as prevalent back then.
Free agency didn't exist.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, I look at the situation, Lava Smoke Chili, and, like, the Chiefs made the playoffs the year before they got Patrick Mahomes. They made the playoffs the year he sat.
Yeah, I mean, they were...
Like, Jalen Hurts got drafted in the second round. All right? Dak Prescott, fourth round. All right? Like, it's about finding the right guy at the right time. The Steelers will have their opportunities. Listen, man, I think this next year it's more about one more season of Cam Hayward, one more season of Aaron Rodgers, and trying to go one last dance in 2026. And then in 2027, when it's supposed to be a better quarterback class, who's all the guys that could be coming out? We got Arch Manning, you've got Darian Mensah, Brandon Sorsby. Like, you got a number of, pretty impressive quarterbacks, likely to come out next year. Sam Levitt. There's a lot of talented guys that could be coming out next year. Dylan Raiola. Who knows who the surprise guy is going to be next year. Maybe Dante Moore stays for another year of college. Who knows? Like, 2027 should be a better quarterback class. And, I think that's probably the year you go out and get your quarterback of the future. Because I think the Steelers team is still built to win right now, heading into 2026. And if Rodgers is coming back, I think you got the quarterback that can help you do it. So that's where I'm at. $2 from Adam says, fire Arthur Smith, please. I'm sick of it. They're not going to fire him, so you're going to be upset at him. Unless Mike Tomlin decides to leave, then they might fire him, and they might get somebody new. But that's probably my best guess, Adam, and that's probably your best hope for Arthur Smith to be gone Because especially if Rodgers is coming back, Arthur Smith ain't going nowhere. He's like, they're really complimentary of each other. $5 from Gamer Plush is, in fact, the Steelers gave up 30 points to the Texans offense. No, they didn't. They gave up 16 points to the Texans offense. They gave up
17.
They technically gave up like 17 points or whatever. They gave up 2 defensive touchdowns today, Gamer Plush. So 14 of the points given up was by the offense. So he says it's very considering. Love you, Jack. I love you too. Gamer Plush says despite the loss, black and gold forever, 100%. But like, listen, man, the defense didn't give up 30 points today. They gave up 17, which is like good enough to win the game. Were they perfect tonight? No. Brandon Echols was bad. Like the run defense at times today was bad. That fourth quarter drive where they just ran it right down your throats, bad. I'm not saying it was a perfect night from the defense, but they generally played well enough to give you a chance to win this game. If the offense plays better, the Steelers have a really good chance to win this game. Plain simple. And the offense didn't play well enough. So my worry's not with the defense, especially because I do think they're going to move on from Terrell Austin. If they don't, I will be pissed. Like, go get Raheem Morris. That guy knows how to run a defense. $2 from Nexler. Says, I really want to see Will Howard play some snaps. I think he was talking about at the end of the game. Was this at the end of the game?
Yeah, but he couldn't even come in. Rodgers didn't get hurt.
Yeah, that's right. Rodgers and Rudolph would have had to get hurt for him to play, Nexler. $5 from Falcons fan forever. Says, send Mike Tomlin to the Atlanta Falcons. Art Rooney should fire him tonight. What's the point of keeping him?
I'm guessing he wants Mike Tomlin on the Falcons.
Yeah. So listen, man. Here's the other thing, too. The Steelers probably will not fire Mike Tomlin. If they want to, quote-unquote, mutually agree to part ways, I could see them trading him. Because why would you trade Mike Tomlin if there's teams out there like the Falcons that would absolutely kill to have him as their head coach? They don't have a first-round pick to give. I think that's the starting price. So even if he gets traded, I don't think he's going to the Falcons. But listen, man, there's a lot of these teams, the Falcons, the Giants, the Dolphins. A lot of these teams right now are praying the Steelers fire Mike Tomlin tomorrow. They are praying that happens. I don't think it will, but right now they're hoping the Steelers make that decision. So take with that what you will. $2 from Beeman. Appreciate you, my man. $5 from Xdos Simplix. Says, hey, do you think the Pats have a chance against the Texans?
Should.
It'll be, yeah. I mean, C.J. Stroud, not great today. I don't think he'll play particularly great next week. Drake May, second playoff game ever, is going to have to go up against that defense. I think it's going to be another low-scoring game. It's going to come down to Drake May. How well does he play? Now, he's got the weapons. Like, he's got multiple guys that can get open, all right? Stephon Diggs, Kyle Williams, Kayshon Boutte. You've got Pop Douglas. Those guys can separate versus man coverage. So I think the Patriots have a better chance than the Steelers did.
And I will say, too, though, Nico Collins is going to be questionable.
Yeah, Nico Collins, questionable.
Apparently,
so
the initial reporting is that he's going to be very unlikely to play.
Yeah, it did not look good. If you have to be carted off with a concussion, that's not good. $2 from Beeman says, let's start with Chris Bell, round 1. A-Rod, one more season.
Is that Chris?
So Chris. I think that's Chris Bell, the Louisville receiver.
Oh, gotcha.
And he's good. Like, Chris Bell's fine. We'll just have to see, man. I haven't gotten into my film study just yet on these wide receivers, but you better believe that's going to be one of the first positions I look at this spring, because that's going to be a big need for the Steelers. I think round 1. Especially if Rodgers comes back, I think round 1 wide receivers is a very good bet right now for the Steelers. $10 from Marco. Says, want to go further than with used glue and tape. Get rid of Arthur Smith. Get a coordinator that's not going to scheme up a bunch of plays to Jonnu Smith for no yards and grab a number 2 receiver. Holy fuck. I'm right there with you at the receiver part, man. Get a number 2 and number 3 receiver. Like, listen, man, I would want an upgrade at number 3 receiver. You know what I mean? Like, go get a rookie and go get a vet. That's what I would say. Pair a rookie and a vet with DK Metcalf, and this room is fixed. All right, this room is fixed next year.
With a first-round wide receiver and, like, Romeo Doubs.
Yeah, first-round receiver, Romeo Doubs, I'd take that. I'd really take a trade for Jordan Addison and then another high draft pick at receiver. That would be unbelievable.
I just don't think
but we'll just have to see. Or just trade your first for A.J. Brown and just call it good, because DK and A.J. would be more than enough at number 1 and number 2. Bernard with 2 says, do you wish we still had Russ? No. Like I said, guys, the Steelers took a step forward this year with Aaron Rodgers at quarterback. They did. This offense was a better operation with Rodgers at quarterback than it was with Russ. Got the ball out quicker, helped this offensive line develop. They had the lowest pressure rate in football. He was a great point guard and distributor of the ball this year. No, I'm taking Aaron Rodgers over Russell Wilson any day of the week. $2 from Stanley. It says Smith doesn't know how to use Calvin Austin. I mean, I don't necessarily disagree in the fact that, get Calvin going on some in-breaking routes more, but, I'm done believing in Calvin Austin III as a potential wide receiver 2. I think he could be a decent wide receiver 3 for maybe somebody, but he's a free agent. Unless he's willing to come back on, a really team-friendly deal, I'm not interested in bringing him back. So, get some guys with more size and better, frankly, I didn't think Calvin separated as well as he did last year. I thought he was an awesome separator last year for this offense. I was expecting the same thing this year. Unfortunately, I thought he took a step back as a receiver this year, if I'm being honest. And, is some of that scheme and not using him in the right ways? Maybe, but I think at this point it's time to move on from Calvin Austin III, unfortunately. $2 from Bernard. It says, is Aaron Rodgers washed, and do you want him back? I think I already answered this question, so we'll move on.
Let's get another one.
Benjamin with a 2 says, Tara Lawson on 3rd and long is a nightmare. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
That's a thing. They play a lot of man on 3rd downs, and they got cooked on 3rd downs tonight. That's been a theme all season, is these guys are just not good enough in man coverage. They've been a better zone and match team all season long, and I want somebody to be brought in here that can actually use those strengths to our advantage. I don't think Tara Lawson does a good enough job of that. $5 from Benjamin. Says, we have to realize it's hard for Calvin to get open in this offense too. He'd still make a great wide receiver 3. Should draft a wide receiver with the first 2 picks. Yeah, I mean, Calvin is a contributing wide receiver talent. He's not a scrub. All right, he's got decent hands. He can run some routes. And we saw that last week with the stutter and go, the hitch and go. He's good for a couple of decent explosive plays a year, but he's just not reliable enough to be able to be a number 2 guy. A wide receiver 3, if you got a really good wide receiver duo, he could be a decent 3, but honestly, I think it's time to probably move on from him unless he's willing to come back for a really cheap team-friendly deal. I'm not saying vet minimum, but, closer in that direction than a legitimate starter's contract. $5 from Reston Nab says, how about this for the draft? First round wide receiver like Lemon or Surratt. Second round best offensive tackle. Third round wide receiver, cornerback, nose tackle. Fourth round Drew Aller to sit behind Rodgers. I'm not necessarily opposed to that, my friend. If you can get Drew Aller in the 4th round, there's a lot of talent to work with there, and sit him for a year.
I think he could easily fall to the 4th.
Yeah, we'll see. He's coming off a major injury, and the film from this past year isn't necessarily pretty, but man, he's got some seriously high-level individual reps from his college days, so we'll see. $2 from Exto says, how would Drake May do on the Steelers? Awesome. I think he would be really, really good, just like he is in New England. Well, if you're talking about the receivers that we have here, then, he wouldn't be as good with the Steelers as he is in New England, where he has, New England's a really good example, by the way, Ponzi, of how you can turn around your wide receiver room in 1 year. They signed Stephon Diggs. You draft a really good rookie in Kyle Williams. Boutte is developed, and Pop Douglas has been good for a little while now. So, I think Drake May wouldn't be as good on the Steelers because they don't have the wide receiver talent that they got there in New England. But quarterback play elevates wide receiver play as well. So I think he'd be better than Rodgers, but I don't think he would be better than he is now on the Patriots. $5 from the Forgotten Pittsburgher says, has Danny Smith shown that he can walk and chew gum at the same time this season? I don't even know what this question means necessarily, but I love Danny Smith. I think he's still one of the better special teams coaches in the league. The players will tell you that. So he'll be back next year, in my opinion. $2 from Kappa says, should they let Aaron Rodgers mentor a young talent? And honestly, if you want to draft a quarterback this year, I think I'd probably rather do the Drew Aller in the 4th round option.
Yeah.
Or like the Jalen Daniels in the day 3 kind of situation.
Jalen Daniels. He has some talent.
He's got some talent there. And honestly, if they just want to run it back with the same quarterback room, Rodgers, Rudolph as a backup, and then Will Howard battles it out with Rudy in camp for the number 2 spot, that's something that I could do. I really could. So it wouldn't shock me at all if we go into next year with those 3 guys expected to be the quarterbacks again for Pittsburgh. But if they draft a Drew Aller or somebody with some talent on day 3 to develop and compete with Will Howard to be the future, quote unquote, here in Pittsburgh, I'm all for that. $1 from Daredevil says, how many more seasons will you give Tomlin? Listen, man, if he wants to walk away this year, I'm cool with it. I'd be excited to hire a new head coach. I would. But it just depends on what happens in those seasons. If we continue to win 10 games and, make the playoffs and win divisions, it's going to be hard to let go of it. There's just not many head coaching options out there that I would say are legitimately better coaches than Mike Tomlin. Now, sometimes you just got to take a risk and try something new, but until the Steelers get a quarterback, it's going to be tough for any head coach to get past this point, guys. That's something that people need to realize. It's going to be tough for any head coach to come in here and have it be fixed without the quarterback and without the quarterback paired with the receivers. And I think if you give, this Steelers roster a couple more good receivers to pair with DK Metcalf and Rodgers comes back, I think Tomlin's a good enough coach to get us to playoff victories. I know that, it's happened. We've lost 7 fucking playoff games in a row, so it's hard to believe that. But, I do believe that. And there's a reason why, every team with a head coaching opening would love for Tomlin to be fired tomorrow. It's because this guy gets teams to the playoffs no matter, what deficiencies they have. And I understand Tomlin is responsible for some of the deficiencies we've got here in Pittsburgh. But, it's just another thing that's difficult for me, Ponzi, is if you get rid of Mike Tomlin, you lose all of your free agency cachet. You lose your identity, essentially, as a team. Because what do the Steelers have that's attractive to free agents or players if you don't have Mike Tomlin? Honest question. It's a cold weather city. It's a cold weather city that plays outside. Their facilities are consistently rated the worst in the league. What is bringing players to Pittsburgh if it's not for Mike Tomlin? How many people are on the Steelers right now saying, I came here specifically because Mike Tomlin is here? It's at least 5. So, if you're looking to build a team through, getting good players in free agency, veteran players wanting to come play for this team, if you get rid of Mike Tomlin, that's gone. That's gone. And I don't know if I want to give that up because we've had some pretty cool opportunities over the last couple of years because Mike Tomlin is our head coach. Yeah. So, if you have to replace him, I'd be excited about it. There's some good options out there that I would love to see get an opportunity. But, in terms of firing him, that sort of stuff, I understand that the playoff losing streak sucks and it's unacceptable and all that different stuff. It's just, I think it's tough to find a head coach that would do more with these teams than Tomlin has done. Just my honest opinion there. $5 from Justin Yankuski. Says always being in the 20s sucks for draft, but it also would suck always being 1-5, no wins. You're right. You're absolutely right. I mean, dude, most Steelers fans haven't experienced a season where you are in the entire second half of a season and none of the games matter and your team is terrible and you're losing every single week. And in fact, you're pretty much rooting for your team to lose every week so you get a better draft pick. That's a miserable life for an NFL fan. I watch our hosts here at Chat Sports that have to deal with that every single year just be absolutely miserable. I'm taking entertaining football seasons every single time. No questions asked. $5 from Jagger says, I sent the email. Please keep me updated. And if you got the email, Jagger, I did get your email, so I will make sure to keep you updated, my friend. Xdose with another 2 says, what's your Steelers dream team? Retired or active? I'm not going to go through the entire team, man. Like it's too late for that. I appreciate the question and the $2, but I'm not going to rack my brain. I'm so fucking tired at this point. Tired and honestly sad. So I hope that's okay, Xdose. $2 from Devin says, is A-Rod to blame for not utilizing the run game? Yeah, a little bit. Yes. I would say this is probably one of the major things that you can blame Rodgers for, Ponzi, is that this was a top 10 run team this year here in Pittsburgh, and we passed it at a top 10 level rate with a deficient wide receiver room. And this is another reason why, Ponzi, why getting the wide receiver room correct this offseason is so important if Rodgers is returning, because he's going to want to pass the ball. So if he's going to want to pass the ball, you got to give him the weapons. You got to give him the ingredients. All right. And tonight he didn't have the ingredients to make something happen against the best defense in football. So that's unfortunate, but A-Rod gets final say at the line of scrimmage. He has usually a run play and a pass play, and he's got a bunch of different checks that he can go to at any time. He's the one that decides the play. Like Arthur Smith will put in the options, in the huddle, but like Rodgers gets final say in what play gets called. So if you're upset that the Steelers don't run the football enough, that's on Aaron Rodgers, not necessarily Arthur Smith. Chetta with a 5 says the reason players. By the way, Ponzi, you want to know how I know that? Last year, the Steelers' run game sucked dick, and we were still top 5 in rushing attempts. All right? Like Arthur Smith, if he had his way, they would be running the ball more. But
that's what he did in Tennessee.
But that's what he did in Tennessee. That's what he did in Atlanta. All right? This is not an Arthur Smith issue. If you're worried about not running the ball enough, that's an Aaron Rodgers quarterback issue, not Arthur Smith. Chetta with a 5 says the reason players want to come here is because they know they can get away with mediocrity. No, no, Chetta. That's just I know you're up.
They would go to Cleveland.
I know you're upset because the Steelers lost tonight. What player in the NFL wants to go to a team to be mediocre? Nobody, man. Like that's not how these guys operate, man. They come to Pittsburgh because they love Mike Tomlin's leadership style and they think he's a great coach. Now you can disagree with those players, but that advantage in free agency exists. All right, we do not have Aaron Rodgers this season. We're likely stuck with like Mason Rudolph or some shit as our starting quarterback this year if it's not for Mike Tomlin.
Yep.
Like that's just the reality of the situation. All right, and there's certain opportunities that Tomlin affords this team on the free agent market that do not exist with other head coaches because they don't have, the reputation, let's say, that Tomlin has around the league. And it's a very high reputation. And in terms of like the Super Bowls and the history here in Pittsburgh, people do not, players today do not give a shit about what you've done in the past. They care about your facilities. They care about, your stadium. They care about, what's the weather like. They care about that shit, all right? They don't give a rip, about, the Steelers' history of 6 Super Bowl championships, all that different stuff. The only reason why free agents want to come here is because of Mike Tomlin.
Yep.
So unless you want to completely embrace like a build and extend and like draft centric, team here in Pittsburgh again, and by the way, that's a perfectly fine take. The Steelers won their Super Bowls with that strategy, with draft, develop, extend. All right, very good strategy. Some of the best teams in the league do that, but you also have to realize that with no Mike Tomlin, you lose some of those opportunities in free agency. It's just one of the cons that come along when you weigh the pros and cons of firing a head coach of the cachet that Mike Tomlin has. $5 on Butters says, glad we do love JPJ, King of the North. And listen, man, that's another thing that's going to be getting lost tonight and as we head into the offseason because we didn't win a playoff game, Ponzi. We're division champions right now.
Yep.
We're sitting as the Kings of the North. And listen, man, I know you didn't win a playoff game, but a division championship to me means something. It still does. And obviously you're looking to make that next step next year, but we did something this year with this team that they haven't done in a half decade, and I know that the division wasn't great this year and all that stuff, but division championship's a division championship, and
Can't take that away.
Can't take that away, man.
That is the last
Cannot take that away. And by the way, Joey Porter Jr., I mean, beast, legit number one shutdown corner.
It is a absolute disgrace to football that he did not. Not only did he not get on the AP All-Pro team, but not a single vote. Not a single one.
Jeremy Chuggs, you can come in. Yeah. Jeremy interrupted one of our cuts this week. We were feeling a VOD. But Jeremy, better team won tonight, man. Great job to your boys. Defense is unbelievable.
CJ Stroud kind of sucks.
Y'all got some young guys though. Sawyer and Porter Jr.
Porter Jr. I mean, he should have been an All-Pro this year. He was so good all season long.
He's a CB1.
He's so good.
Do you bring back Rodgers?
I would. What other options are you doing? Like, that's the thing. Like, this is a win now roster next year. Like, who else are you bringing in to try and win a Super Bowl next year? Like, Malik Willis maybe?
Geno Smith might
be a top
five option.
Like, you're not drafting a quarterback. You're drafting 21 unless you're trading up for Ty Simpson, which I don't want to do. Like, for me, Chugs, I've been saying this here over the last several hours. I think what it came down to tonight, you needed a couple more receivers that could separate versus the Texans' man coverage, and they didn't have those.
Yeah.
And that's just what it is. Like,
DK dropping that ball.
That was huge. Like, we said it at the time, that could be huge, and it's just like people are blaming Arthur Smith and Aaron Rodgers, stuff like that. I just think it's tough when you're going up against a defense that's that good at man coverage, that can get to the quarterback as quickly as they can with a four-man rush, and you don't have any receivers that can get open quickly. Like, it's just not feasible.
And I know the Texans started to stop it. They just entirely abandoned the run game.
Yeah, and by the way, this game was closer than the final score indicates. Like it was 10-6 in the fourth quarter. Like, you fix the wide receiver room here in Pittsburgh, and you get a new DC maybe that can actually, that's not Terrell Austin. I still think this Steelers team can bounce back next year very easily, especially if Rodgers is back with a couple new receivers. Like,
I know you're not on the train of this, but seeing a lot of fire Tomlin.
I mean, there's going to be a lot of fire Tomlins. If he leaves, it's going to be because he wants to, I think.
Who do you have, Texans or Patriots?
CJ Stroud plays like he did tonight.
It's going to come down to Drake May, and honestly, I didn't love what I saw from May this past week. It could go either way. I think
May fumbled the ball twice against the Chargers.
Yeah, I think it's a toss-up. I think once again the Texans' defense is going to have to play because honestly, Stroud did not look great tonight. But
the frustrating part though is you take away the turnovers, he wasn't bad.
Yeah, I mean he had some downfield shots today, but. Dude, the turnovers were bad. He put the ball on the ground so many times. It was unreal.
He just doesn't know when to give up on play.
Yeah, but, better team won today. Congratulations to you guys. Best of luck.
Are y'all staying late to do more cuts?
Yeah, we're doing a Tomlin replacements video before we go.
I'm coming in earlier tomorrow, but I'll
All right, we'll catch you, Chugsy. All right. We got some more super chats here before we say goodbye. Unreal says my dad gave up at half, but I was happy. 6-7 at half. I mean, we still had a chance. We still had a chance in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
It's just that sack fumble touchdown just ended things. Like that was the snowball that caused the avalanche right there. It's just the type of play you can't have in a game like this, and unfortunately it happened, and it just led to an avalanche of points. Devin says, can we count on Aaron Rodgers in the future to rely on the run, and could this arrogance for not running the ball be our downfall? I mean, listen, man, it's not like the run game was going today. You know what I'm saying? Like, Rodgers has carried this offense for a lot of the games this season, including in that second half against Baltimore. We're not even in this game if it's not for Rodgers' heroics in the fourth quarter last week. The thing about the pass game is that I'm actually okay with a pass-heavy approach, even going into next season, if you have those two extra separators at wide receiver, because you got two awesome receivers at running back. And that's another thing, is that the pass game was kind of an extension of the run game this year, where you just dump it off to Kenny or you dump it off to Jalen and they make guys miss. Like, honestly, I don't think that's the big issue with the team. I think the big issue is when you go up against great defenses like this that play a lot of man coverage, Cleveland, Houston, the two teams that really play man coverage the best out of anywhere in the league, those are the two teams that shut down this offense. And the reason for that is because you don't have any people that can separate. And that was the downfall of this team this year, plain and simple. Devin, oh, never mind, we just did Devin's. $5 from Josh as I watch Steelers for entertainment, just bored of Tomlin's teams. Tomlin is good, but I'm just ready for the fun of a rebuild. I can't watch this again. Fair enough. Wanting something new and novel is I understand it. I really do. And by the way, if Tomlin does decide to walk away, I'd be excited about, the opportunity of a new head coach coming in here and some new ideas and all that different stuff. Like if we get Brian Flores in here next year, Ponzi, and you get a legitimate quarterback of some kind, like this team could be really fun next year. Malik Willis and Brian Flores next year would be so fun. It would be so fun. So, like, I'm not against, Tomlin walking away. I just don't think the Steelers are going to fire him. And then, like, I think Cam and Rodgers probably come back for another season, which I think makes Tomlin come back for another year. Just what I think. $5 from Butters says, Will Howard is the truth. I mean, maybe, but how would we know that? Because he hasn't even taken a single snap in any game this year, including the preseason. Like, we just don't know the answer to this, Butters. And, like, what bad teams do is they put all their faith in a guy that's completely unproven without any competition. So maybe Will Howard is the truth. Give him a chance to compete with a veteran quarterback next year and make him earn it. That is my best offer when it comes to the Will Howard people. Make him earn it. Bring in a veteran on a team-friendly deal coming off of a down season looking for, a bounce-back year like Geno Smith or some shit. Have him compete with Will Howard and make him be better than Geno Smith. Honestly, I'm not even sure Will would win that competition. I think Geno would be the week one starter. But, we'll see. $2 from Brandon Nicholson says, will you cover at the draft in Pittsburgh? We might think about going there the week of the draft to do some draft festivities or something like that if they've got stuff going on the week of. But we will be back in studio for our normal draft coverage. So we won't be in Pittsburgh for the draft. But it is cool that the draft will be in Pittsburgh this year, for sure. Is that it? All right. I appreciate each and every one of you guys sticking with us here. It's past 1 a.m. on the East Coast. Obviously, disappointing end to the season today, but frankly, the Steelers got outclassed. And I think going into next year, wide receiver is going to be at the top of the list of needs. We'll see if Mike Tomlin, Aaron Rodgers, Cam Hayward are back. If not, I think we'll see a little bit of a rebuild next year, and it'll be kind of an exciting offseason because you're bringing in a new head coach, a new coaching staff, new quarterback, all that different stuff, all that, and 12 draft picks, maybe more with a Tomlin trade. Like, that would be a fun offseason for sure. But, I also think if they want to go with the win now route again with Tomlin and Rodgers and Cam and all these guys and, just add a couple wide receivers, and, solidify the defense, get a DC that knows what he's doing. I mean, that route can work too, Ponzi. So I'm kind of open to whatever the Steelers end up doing here. We'll see what Mike Tomlin, Aaron Rodgers, and Cam Hayward decide. My guess is all three will be back next year. That will be my guess. But obviously disappointing end to the season yet again here on Steelers Talk. But our offseason coverage starts tomorrow, so make sure you guys join us tomorrow. We'll probably have a Mike Tomlin replacements video in the morning. So if that interests you, make sure you join us. Till then, guys, here we go, Steelers.